Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Para chuba jodiri chukuma chuku chuba jodiri ndimo eguma wego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma chuku chuba jodiri ndimo eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ga ponto mo iye de gugana. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya banye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu, akuna kogabu.
Don't turn, they be low con. Yorubas are screaming. Hausas are crying. Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. A milocon don't turn to a bilocon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence, 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance, 5 billion for food and refreshment, 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari.
Okay now. To person between my pen. I see. I see Watta the wedding for game. Okay. Papa you look at you. One day you get ya. Mama musi na mwame to go kwa. Agana mwamu telomba. Owe butike. Agani lule butilo wane mo. Ata mwake ya dika kwa ya choma.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràgbọ̀gà. Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Odole Sabe, governor.
And there it is right there. So let me remove that. Let me remove this. So yes, there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am, right wherever it is I am. We've happened upon another weekend again. So that is the tapestry of life, isn't it? It's an ever-revolving cycle. You know, they actually created time and dates just to break the endless drudgery or drudgery of life, you know, so that life can have some sort of a structure. Because all of these Gregorian calendars are not whatnot, they are artificial creations just to put some structures in place. So they don't really mean anything. So it's just the moment cascades over the next moment and on it goes. So to you, good to be your company, and how are you? So we started off with that. Good day to you, good to be your company, and how are you? So yes, the weekend happens upon us again, and we do as we always do. So the usual protocol: click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that invites you into the studio. So click on that. So all these voices that you hear every single day, they've done nothing but to click. Nobody gets a special invitation. I say that often enough. Nobody gets a special invitation. All they did was to click on that hyperlink, and then they end up in a studio, and then they end up on the screen, and then they end up in a conversation. So if you want to end up like the people that you know and love on this platform end up, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us on the screen. It's been a while since we've broken a new voice, so we are particularly eager to break in a new voice fairly soon, hopefully today. And if you're a female voice, we're forever canvassing for female voices, aren't we? So we canvass again. Female voices always welcome. So just to recap, click on like if you've not already done that. Click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So those are the first two of paramount importance. The first two of paramount importance. So if you have no reason not to do it, then you have every reason to do it. Do you understand? If you don't recoil viscerally from the thought of clicking on the like button, then you almost are not an obligation, no, but you are incentivized to do it. So if there's nothing preventing you from clicking on like and subscribe, then everything encourages you to do that. So click on like and then click on subscribe. We're determined to hit 100 likes today and get at least 10 new subscribers. So set us off on that journey. So it's not, we get in the thousands of views every single stream. So I'm not sure why we cannot get 100 likes. So even if it's a begrudging like, begrudgingly click on it. So click on like. If you're not already subscribed, correct that. If you want to come and join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links. You all know to do that anyway, but you know this thing that I'm doing, they call it a call to action. So if you don't actually invite people to do it, they might not have had the thought to do it. So by inviting them to do it, then they have the thoughts to do it. And if they have no reason not to do it, then often instances they do it. So that's how we usually work. It's a call to action. It's me inviting you to do something. So click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to come and join us on the link, on the screen, rather, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to do that. Share the links on your social media spaces, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp groups, all of those spaces that you go around on social media. Share the links in there. Let them come listen to this peculiar, bald-headed guy that talks nonsense, you know, all the time, just talking nonsense, you know. So let them come and share in the nonsense it is that goes on here. So do that. And then, of course, the super chats towards the stream. So do that as well. We have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats per stream, which we often hit. It's rare that we don't hit it. It's just who sets it off. So you'll be the first person to set it off by super chatting towards the stream. Do similarly on Facebook, or whatever platform you are watching us on. So do that. Do all those things that I've just invited you to do, and you'll just feel a glowing feeling of well-being, this warmth. You know that cozy feeling where you've done something good. Yes, you get that feeling, that sensation. I promise you, do all those things and you'll get that sensation, that glowing feeling of warmth. So do all those things. Enough of the jibba jabba. So enough of the jibba jabba. Why don't we just launch straight into it? Let me bring this one up, and then we go with this one. All right. I have to reposition. Like I said, I'm straddling two screens. I think that would be for the foreseeable. But let's just launch straight into it and get into the matters of the day. This one now. So now this one now, there is something they call an Israelite's journey. So there's something they call an Israelite's journey. If you take the long way round to arrive at the point that everybody knew you were going to arrive at anyway, that's somewhat. I don't think so. So Choma, but I am trying. Choma is asking me if I don't even need to. You know, it's not. It's muscles. You know, it's 6 packs that I have. Not 6 packs of Guinness, maybe, but 6 packs nevertheless. No. There is something. Okay. Let's not even say the Israelites' journey. Let's say the scenic route. We all knew that this was always going to be the plateauing of Peter Obi's political trajectory. That is if it's attainable for him. So the plateau, the zenith, the cap of what Peter Obi can ever achieve in politics is this now that he's saying he's ready for. So he has gone the long way round. He's run around the houses 2-3 times, only to end up where he was from the start. So here it is. No, this comes as no surprise to anybody on this platform. I am ready to be vice president. Peter Obi declares, gives conditions. So it's going back to Daddy Atiku Abubakar. Maybe that's what I should have titled it that actually. But I'm trying to move away from Obi titles. It's just there's not much more to be said about the man. We all know that it's just a chance. But I am ready to be vice president. Peter Obi declares, gives conditions. The 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has said he is open to being Nigeria's vice president in the future. The former Anambra State governor has, however, set some conditions to be met before taking such a decision. He made the disclosure in a recent interview on News Central TV, which was aired on YouTube. Let's take that from top again, actually, sorry. I'm ready to be vice president. Obi declares, gives conditions. The 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has said he's open to being Nigeria's vice president in the future. The former Anambra State governor has, however, set some conditions to be met before such a decision can be taken. That should end with. He made the disclosure in a recent interview on News Central TV, which was aired on YouTube. Obi explained that his main goal is to help Nigeria move forward. He believed that for the next general election in 2027, the country needs strong leadership to bring positive change. When asked if he would accept the role of vice president, Obi said, quite frankly, for me, I am not desperate to be Nigeria's president. I am desperate to see Nigeria work. If I see people who can do the work better, I will, that is to say, consider being vice president. I even have people who say I should not come out in 2027. And I said to them, offer yourself, and we will not put everybody on a scale. Despite being open to working with others, Obi made it clear that he has no plans to leave the Labour Party. He said, yes, I would be here at the Labour Party. And if anybody is coming for us to negotiate or to come together, he must tell me what his purposes are. I will not join anybody for state capture or for winning the election. I want everybody to tell me how we are going to ensure that no child is left behind. how we are going to put those millions of out-of-school children back in school. In the 2023 presidential election, Obi came third with over 6 million votes, which accounted for 25.4% of the total votes cast. The election was won by Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress, who received nearly 8.8, Atiku Abubakar 7 million votes, etc. So that is Obi now climbing down from his high horses. It's quite a curiosity actually. And by the way, Obi was never even capacitated to be a governor. That's why he didn't really perform at all. So he wasn't even capacitated even for that. So that's why his performance was so dismal there. So it's a bit like Goodluck Jonathan actually, who fortuitously just lands in positions above his capacity. So the zenith of what Obi can achieve in politics is to be vice president. There is no trajectory because for Obi to continue to be relevant and powerful in politics, he does have to step down from that presidential ambition. He has to find a strong northern candidate and submit himself to that person. And the only person that is who occupied, he won't submit himself to Tambuwal. He won't submit himself to El Rufai. The only northerner that you can imagine him submitting himself to, because he's also tried and not tried and trusted, but tried and tested. The only northerner that Obi can submit himself to, because he's also tried and tested, and he also has a bank of votes, is Atiku Abubakar. So Atiku Abubakar purportedly has 8 million votes thereabout. Obi has purportedly 6. So that's a natural synergy right there. And Atiku Abubakar, of course, cannot run vice to Obi because constitutionally he cannot. So if Atiku still has that ambition and Obi is ready to subordinate himself, then you can see that what is taking shape for 2027. So that is Obi going back to daddy. So that's Obi going back to daddy. IPMAN gives conditions. IPMAN gives condition to buy petrol from Dangote refinery. So this is a follow through from a storyline that we have been tracking. A lot of you that follow this channel somewhat, you'd have been seeing us tracking this storyline. Yeah. The IPMAN, essentially, they're the oil marketers who Dangote tell us are not, they're not taking his refined goods. So they are now giving conditions to engage with Dangote, but what are they? Pardon me. IPMAN gives condition to buy petrol from Dangote refinery. So what are they? The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, has expressed readiness to buy petrol, premium motor spirit PMS, popularly known as petrol, from Dangote refinery, provided the price is lower than what is currently available to them. So I think that's fair dues. That's fair because they're trying to squeeze him for price so that they can make bigger margins. They're not squeezing him on your behalf. They're squeezing him for their margins. So is there enough for everybody to take a chunk and continue to be agbabolas is really where we are. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria has expressed readiness to buy premium motor spirit PMS, popularly known as petrol, from Dangote refinery, provided the price is lower than what is currently available to them. IPMAN President Abubakar Megandi said his members are ready to patronize Dangote fuel, but are currently not aware of the price of petrol from the refinery. He outlined that they would be having a meet. Pardon me, I don't quite like how that's flowing. All right, let's take it one more time and give it a different go. Maybe we'll go at speed this time. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria has expressed readiness to buy premium motor spirit PMS, popularly known as petrol, from Dangote Refinery, provided the price is lower than what is currently available to them. IPMAN President Abubakar Megandi said his members are ready to patronize Dangote fuel, but are currently not aware of the price of petrol from the refinery. He outlined that they will be having a meeting with Dangote Refinery, adding that they have no reason to boycott products from the facility, particularly if it eventually turns out that its prices are lower. He said, after a meeting with our members today, Thursday, we are ready to buy petrol from Dangote Refinery. After a meeting with our members today, Thursday, we are ready to buy petrol from Dangote Refinery in any condition, provided that the price is not more than the price we are getting from other places. NNPC, you know, they are the sole importers. The company sells to us at an average price of 875 naira to the liter. For the NNPC product, we sell at 930 or 940, depending on how the product was obtained. While at the depot, we buy at 990 to the liter. We are marketers. Anywhere we can get it at a lower rate, we will go there. In the letter to us, Dangote said PMS is ready. The price was not stated. We can't boycott Dangote Refinery. If Dangote Refinery's petrol is cheaper, how can marketers boycott the product? We don't have any issues with Dangote Refinery. The statement comes out as a direct response to the submission of the Vice President of the Dangote Industries Limited, Edwin Davenkumar, who accused local petroleum marketers of boycotting Dangote Refinery petrol despite offering lower prices. So that was a diesel narrative, by the way, not a PMS narrative, but I think the same narrative cascades over. So what's going on there? Pardon me. Let's do that. Right. So I think the same narrative cascades over. The statement comes as a direct response to the submission by the Vice President of Dangote Industries Limited, Edwin Davenkumar, who accused local petroleum marketers of boycotting Dangote Refinery petrol despite offering lower prices. So there it is, right? It's a game of brinksmanship, isn't it, really? Because these marketers know Dangote wants to crush them. They know that. But if you can offer them cheaper fuel, they'll still go for it anyway. But Dangote wouldn't mind crushing them and just buying them out, and then he controls the whole chain. But we'll see how it lands. But ultimately, it's Tinubu that will resolve that one. Tinubu that will resolve that one. You have upgraded my name on your watch list, but have failed to arrest Yahaya Bello. This is Showore lashing at the presidency. So we just leave that at the headline. So because we already know what the body of that story is likely to be. PDP governors lose as NWC hands Wike River State. So this is the space. This is the first test dead of the potency of Wike versus the PDP. So if Wike holds on to River State in this game of brinksmanship that is played out with the PDP oligarchs, if he wins out in River State, which he has done, that is to tell you then that he has the potency to continue to straddle that party. PDP governors lose as NWC hands Wike Rivers control. So what does this even mean for Fubara? We'll find out in the shortest possible time, I'm sure. In a decisive move that fortifies his position within the People's Democratic Party, PDP, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yemson Wike, has secured a significant victory in the ongoing party leadership crisis. The PDP National Working Committee, NWC, has officially endorsed the Rivers State Congresses, a key decision amidst the party's internal strife. This endorsement was confirmed during a meeting held at the party's national headquarters in Abuja on Thursday. The approval not only solidifies BK's influence, but also led to the postponement of the National Executive Committee NEC meeting originally scheduled for September the 26th. The rescheduled date for the NEC meeting is now October the 24th, a delay that could potentially prevent any immediate challenge to the NWC's decision. The NWC, under the leadership of the acting national chairman, Umar Damagum, has been navigating a turbulent period within the party. The internal conflict escalated particularly after the PDP Governors Forum publicly supported current Rivers State Governor Simi Fubara over Wike, who is the former governor of the state. This move by the PDP governors came on August the 24th, igniting further tension within the party. Wike's dissatisfaction with the situation was made public when he threatened on August the 31st to instigate unrest in the states of the governors who interfered in Rivers State affairs. PDP Governors Forum condemned this threat as irresponsible on September the 3rd, threatening further deepening the rift within the party. A senior NWC, what's going on with this? This is my spotlight that keeps has a mind of its own now. A senior NWC member who requested anonymity due to a lack of official authorization disclosed to correspondents that the approval for the Rivers State and other state congresses were granted despite the ongoing tension. The NEC meeting, initially scheduled to address pressing issues, including the potential replacement of Damagum, was first postponed from August to September the 26th to accommodate members traveling for pilgrim to Saudi Arabia. It has now been rescheduled for October the 24th. The source said they have achieved their aim. Wike has again defeated the PDP governors as the NWC approved the Rivers and other state congresses. There was nothing a few NWC members who were against it could do other than allow them to have their way. As it stands, only the NEC can overturn it to suit the governor's demands. The River State congresses and those of other states were approved by the NWC. A few states where issues were identified were stepped down. For example, in Kogi State, the chairman and deputy were not approved due to anomalies. Only the NEC can overturn. So that's essentially Yemsi Wike tightening his grip on River State, which then tells you then that is stranglehold on the APC, on the PDP rather, continues to hold firm. So a stranglehold on the PDP continues to hold firm, but somebody whose hold on the PDP has now been broken. PDP suspends Dino Melaye. I wonder why. Too much noise making, Abi. I wonder what has he done this time around. World executives in the Kogi State chapter of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, have suspended former Senator Dino Melaye. Melaye was suspended by the PDP Exco in Ayetoro, Bede Ward 1, for failing to honor an invitation by the party. The ward executive explained that Melaye was suspended for anti-party activities and alleged misconduct. The decision to suspend Melaye was taken by the ward party executive committee during a meeting in Ayetoro, etc., etc. So that's Dino Melaye still doing the rascality, age 50 something. So that's Dino Melaye still doing the rascality, age 50 something. Yeah. I think we'll leave the readouts there. So we leave the readouts there. Let's play a few clips and then we'll see what conversation takes shape. So we play a few clips, see what conversations take shape. Where are my clips? All right, let's kick it off. Should I give you a heavy hitting one? Let me not give you a heavy hitting one to start with. And by the way, this is the scene you are looking at, which this on this clip is the goings on in Maiduguri, which we all know has been subsumed by flood. So this is the innovative way that they are trying to get food to people stranded. So that's what's going on here. So there it is right there. So that's the innovative ways that they are trying to get food across to people stranded in Maiduguri. So people stranded in Maiduguri. So let's stay within Maiduguri still, and let's listen to this young man who preaches a message of hope to his people. Watch this.
Our city is drowning. Maiduguri will not be defined by this disaster, but how we respond to it. For hours, our people have been left stranded, without food, without shelter, clinging to the remnants of what they once called home. Children are left vulnerable on the streets, which are now turned into rivers, exposed to harsh realities, which no horror movie can explain. Our houses have been engulfed by flood waters. Where is the help? Where is the urgency? I'm calling on the government to heed our plea. We need interventions. We need resources. We need rescue operations. We need food. We need shelter for those who have lost everything. This is not just a call to the government, but to every single one of us watching this, to organizations, to societies, to communities, to every heart that has felt this pain.
All right, so that's that boy. So just using that the disaster somewhat to highlight himself. Well spoken, articulate, clearly gifted. So there's something coming out of Maiduguri, and an example being that boy. So something coming out of Maiduguri, an example being that boy. So now let's now go to a heavy hitting one. So Choma, I see you. So let's go to a heavy hitting one now. So this now next clip is always controversial. We're going back, of course, to the Civil War space, and always controversial when you go to that space. And the biggest problem about that Civil War, the biggest problem, of course, was the disaster of it. But another big problem, you can't say it's equal to losses of lives or loss of lives, like not losses of life, but loss of lives. I'm going to say it's equal to that, but a big problem in that space is that there is no proper documentation of what actually happened. So different spaces give different accounts, and they hold on fervently to it. At the epicenter, three main protagonists, Yakubu Gwan, Odumegu Ojoko, and Awolowo. So this is coming from the Awolowo coast, and this lady gives you a perspective. Watch this.
You know, in court, before the judge sentenced him, he predicted the darkness that would follow his imprisonment. And we saw it in the Western region.
Yes.
And eventually there was a civil war. Today, the Igbo tribe, many in Igbo land, feel that Awolowo connived with the rest of Nigeria to deal with the Igbos. He was part of the war cabinet. He was the finance minister under Gwan. So when you reflect on how we won the Civil War and you look at the Nigeria of the moment, what runs through your mind?
What runs through my mind is that he did his best to avoid that war. He did his best to convince Ojukwu not to go to war. He actually went to visit Ojukwu in company of Professor Aluko and a couple of others. He knew that the West was not in a position to go into war at that time, because not only did we not have the men, there were also military bases stationed in the western region. So the region, people in the region would be more or less sitting ducks. So he knew, and he had several conversations over the phone with Ojukwu and all of that. The irony is that when the Constitution, the Independence Constitution was being drafted, he proposed a clause that would make it possible for any region that wanted to opt out to do so. But I think Sir Ahmadu Bello supported that. But Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe opposed it. And so that clause didn't make it into the Constitution. That's the irony of all of this. And so he documented everything that he did before, during, and after the war. It's all very well documented. So I don't, because when I talk about it, I now become the butt of the angst of people who still believe that Awo was the ogre, the one that did everything bad to the East. That could not be further from the truth. The transcript of his conversations with Ojukwu when he went to the East, he wasn't even aware that they were being recorded. But after the war, when the federal troops moved in, they found all those tapes and they were transcribed, and they are in a book that was published by I forget his name. So it's so when I look at it, he was always a federalist. It all flows from all of that. Papa was always a federalist. He died a federalist. To the day he died, he didn't even believe in confederalism. He believed in federalism.
So there it is right there. So that's another perspective. The much maligned Awolowo, I don't think there's anything that will ever be said that will realign thoughts on Awolowo. But that's another. That's coming from archives, by the way, recordings done by the Biafrans themselves, transcribed after the war. So recordings done by the Biafrans themselves, transcribed after the war. But coming back to contemporaneous times, let's go to contemporary topics, and most at the topmost of that, of course, Aisha Yesufu, and here she is canvassing for money back in those days. This I'm bringing you this really just for the humor of it, because it's quite funny. This is what she had to do for all of that money that they said she stole. This was how she got it out of their wallets. So that was Aisha Yesufu being down with the kids as she quietly picks their pockets. So Aisha Yesufu down with the kids as she quietly picks their pockets. Let's go to serious matters now. Fresh from his victory at the River State Congress, whatever happened there, fresh from that victory, here is Yemsen Wike now claiming his spoils.
Totally out of place. I will not be a part of that.
Minister,
yes.
If push comes to shove, right?
Yes, yes.
Would you side with Governor Sim Fubara?
To do what?
If to settle this cause.
What is this
Because if the Oyibo and the Ogoni people say they must have it, would you be on the side of Governor? Considering that you were the one who raised his hand up.
Don't use that word. I will never support Fubara in my political life again.
Why?
No, I won't do that. Anybody knows me.
Is your political godson?
No, please, sir, I will not do that. I'm not. See, that's why people should know me. I'm not the man who deals with left. I won't do that. Anybody knows that, and I cannot sit.
What did he do to you?
No, it's not about me. People labored to put up a structure. People labored where you wouldn't have even taken the 50th position. People labored. I sacrificed to talk to the Ogonis. I sacrificed to talk to several people. Let us go this way. Let's see how things are. You turned it that I'm asking for 20 billion, 100 billion. Look at what people are doing.
Is that the case? Is that true?
But that's what I'm saying. You turned up lies against me. Against me. I brought you up, put you here, put you here, put you here. Today, I turned to be, we can survive over demanding. What is wicked demanding? In every politics, in every political family, you run an election under people, and people believe that, look, we're all together. We must have to keep our political structure. There's nobody that ever said that, no, you kill your people. You rose through somewhere. Why do you deny it? It's unfair. And you want me to see that.
But what were your demands?
Never.
What did you demand of him?
My demand, and I've always said, no, let me, when I say demand, you see, it's so unfair. And that's why today I tell people, yes, life is the way it is. You must continue. What is that? Don't abandon those who labored for you.
Is that what he did?
That's what. Yeah, he left everybody. People came, look, let me tell you. What was the problem with the National Legal Advisor of the party? When 2023, we fought with national party level. After we won the election, the National Legal Advisor went and brought lawyers to defend PDP in the election petition. They had a meeting to nullify our election. Yes, it's true. I said, no, I won't sit here and allow you to bring lawyers for us. We went to court to challenge at the Federal High Court. You cannot, that is legal advisor of the state party, can nominate those that will represent them. Because I saw it clearly. They wanted to work with the opposition party to nullify our election. And I fought it vehemently. We arranged proper legal, lawyers who know what to do.
But look, I mean,
no, let me finish.
Okay.
Now, do you know what happened? We went on the Federal High Court, and the Federal High Court said, no, you cannot. They have a right to choose who will represent them. Do you understand? Now, today, it is those people who fought to sabotage us, to bring lawyers to work on the side of the opponent, to nullify election, are those who you cry. Look, I brought the best of the best legal team. Kanagabi, Jebu Daudu, Okala, all of them. All of them.
And you won the case?
We won from tribunal to the Supreme Court. Today, it pained me most with one of the lawyers who stood firm without calling a dime in the tribunal. The governor wrote that all the cases while I was there, he handled Shiriton. You see, we are all human. Ingratitude is.
So there it is right there. So that's Wike rating and riling against Fubara. So now that Wike has been given the keys to the River State structures, I think he's just going to set out and destroy that guy. I don't think Wike is especially the forgiving one. Let me just play you one more clip. This one somewhat of a light-hearted one, and then we get into the thick of it. Let's play this. This is Dino Milaye, as we know, and maybe some of you love him.
Yeah, man. The way fuel economy now, man, be like say, I know if you maintain this my cars again, or the fuel is down, hey, for 1,100 and something. Where I want to get them? So, man, all my Lamborghini, Ferrari, all these Goslar, like the G63, where we say once you press boom like this, 4 liter don't work out, I know I cannot survive it. And I don't even if we use this my Hayabusa now, because, man, this Hayabusa too, This Hayabusa, the chop fuel. No, I can't use it, though. No way. Even this my Harley Davidson. This Harley Davidson. Once you pop one small like this, my brother, 2 liters don't work out. I cannot, in this Tinubu economy, I cannot try it. I can't. Nah, that's why, man, I just go to buy. I can buy Vespa. And the time say this Vespa, if I put 4 liter fuel inside this Vespa, it will take me 1 week. I go school, come back. Say 1 week. The Vespa go, okay. So now I don't buy helmet. Now, man, I'll cut that level I do. Now that's why they drive. Oh yeah, come on, push it out. Push it out. Yeah, start up for me. Start up. Daddy. Start up now. You never chop.
So there it is, right? It's the arrogance of the big manism in Nigeria that always rankles me. So what is, you know, you can actually pick up a Vespa. You can pick it up at no strain. Even Chioma can pick up a Vespa, but he still had to get a lackey to come and push the Vespa. He cannot even be bothered to start the Vespa himself. That's not even big manism. That's just crass, crude nonsense. So crass, crude nonsense. Let's play the Kegite music. Start the session. Yes, let's play the Kegite music. Starts the session. And here they are, the Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Latif kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ. ṣòdùn kẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó ti lé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí
àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. A blast from the past. One of the OG voices of this platform. He joins us after a long period away. That's Obina, of course. Good to see Obina. Always a delight. That's Larry right there. One of the contemporaneous favorite voices on the platform. So always a delight when Larry's here. One of the champion voices, King Emeka, of course, is Royal Majesty himself. The biggest voice on the platform, Ajale Kokoderi, is right there. The mighty man, my co-host, Thomas, makes up the list. So anybody that wants to hop on. So let's kick it off with Obina, because it's been a moment since we last saw him. Obina, how far? It's been that long, you don't even know how to unmute anymore. Our
I do. Sorry, man. How have you been? Fine,
yeah,
fine.
We're still slugging hard at it, you know. We're still going.
Yes, great job. Sometimes I just watch your YouTube play live, you know. But yes, I have to make more time to be joining. Interesting session.
Good to have you here.
Thank you.
So what have you been up to? Catch us up. Have you been traveling? Is it work? You know, what's
yes, mostly
one?
Yeah, mostly work. Mostly work, being on call and all that. So
well, you know in Yoruba land we say ojo ku lojo simi. Do you know what that means?
No, what does it mean?
It means you get plenty of time to rest when you're dead. So it means you know they'll flog you to death.
No, I don't want that kind of rest.
When I was younger, I'd always thought that I would not have any need to work after I've always thought anybody working over the age of 45 had failed in life, you know. You know, I'd always thought that when I was in my teenage, I thought anybody that's still working at the age of 45 had failed in life, but reality doesn't it?
Yes, even those guys have that 60 plus working. Yeah, you would think that, oh, you know, something is going on. But even at that, even when they retire, people just want to do something. They cannot just stay home. So some of those people that do work like over 60, 70, not because they want to, they have to work, but because it keeps them sane, you know?
Yes, they don't want to vegetate.
Yes,
they don't want to...
yes. So that's the reality. Yes,
you know that's the custom here actually in the UK. People take their retirement, and then especially nurses, because there's always a shortfall for nurses in this country. They take their retirement and their pension and everything. Then they go and join an agency, and then they are back at that same hospital.
At that same
yes, you know, yes.
That's
Now, otherwise, so have you been too busy to keep an eye on the goings on in your country?
No, I'm not. I've been watching what's been going on. There's a lot of catching up with you, but I've been watching what's been going on. It's just there's so much has been happening, especially this weekend matter.
Yes. Okay. So take us there then. So wiki is that thing, you know, that thing that you are chewing in your mouth is too big to swallow and too sweet to spit out. So what do they do with a problem like wiki in a PDP?
Yes, you just explained what it is. I don't even know how he got to this level, because there have been so many governors that have been this powerful, but they kind of phased out. Odele was very powerful like that. It was even Akpabio himself too. But I don't understand how I don't understand what, how he's Wike is able to hold, all these people to the extent they are not even acting. Like, because you can't be making mockery of your party and they just let you continue. See, you just mentioned the suspended, what's his name, Dino Melaye, but this guy is still there. He has committed worse offenses than anybody that they've suspended, but this one is still standing and attending executive meeting. I mean, no matter what he has done for you, to me, if you want people to respect you, you take action. Let him do whatever he wants to do, because a blackmailer will continue to blackmail you even after you've given them what they want. So what I feel he's doing is blackmailing, yes, but if I were the people in PDP, you would face the disciplinary committee. If the disciplinary committee recommends suspension or whatever, then let him be suspended. Let it be, maybe there's a definite suspension, 6 months, 3 months, whatever. Let him make noise. But
what I think is it's probably the longest standing at a single stretch member of that party. He has never left that party since he joined it. So it's embedded within the structures of it.
Yeah, but it's worse than somebody who has left the party. That's the problem. You're inside it, but that maggot they're talking about that is inside, but it's causing problem inside. That's what he's doing. He's eating the party up.
Nobody in that party has the moral authority to take him on now. Nobody has the clean hand.
No, the thing is, even if you have a clean hand, the problem with PDP and the kind of system Nigeria has is that even if you have a clean hand, and let's say I say, okay, no, Wike, you must, maybe my name is Bala Mohammed, and I say, oh, no, you have to behave yourself. And then Wike goes and then maybe suspends Bala maybe through the court. Now you have to wait how many months? Even though Bala Mohammed, even though he's right, you have to wait how many months before the court will upturn that stuff. You see, that's the problem. So what they are trying to do is to prevent having any kind of wahala with him, because he has capacity to just cause problem. That's the thing. So you can just manipulate this, give these people money, they go to court, they suspend. It's the same set of people that caused Oshomole to be suspended. And when you talk about it's embedded in the party, these people are across party lines. If they can be in one party and be manipulating the other party, because they still have people in the other party. Is it not the same person that had this Okocha they just suspended now? It was still controlling that APC now. So the thing with these people is it's not just the PDP. They're embedded in all the other parties. So what they want to do is, if whatever agenda they would manipulate whatever they want to manipulate. It doesn't matter the party. So I believe that
surely they know it's a mole within that party, and I think it's being funded by Tinubu as well, of course, the government, to just continue to keep tension in that space.
I don't even think Tinubu has a hand in this one. So I think it's more of Wike, because Wike still has resources from FCT that is using to cause problem. I think Wike has some embedded interests, which involves occupying the seat that Tinubu is occupying. So I don't think Tinubu's hand is in that one. So he's trying to replicate Tinubu in River State. So he needs that River State badly to be collecting money from there. But the way that he has operated is different from how Tinubu operated. Tinubu didn't go about insulting people before he got to where he went to. So you can't be insulting people like
what do you think his political ambitions are? Because it's almost as though you were hinting that I think that his ambition is to be vice president. I think he knows that that is the zenith of what he can achieve. But I think his ambition is to be. But
you might think that immediate. You might think immediate. Yes, immediate might be vice at this moment, but he's angling to be president. That guy is not good at being subordinate to anybody. So whatever position he is angling for, he wants to be president. That's the thing. He wants to be president, and that's a long-term goal he has. But he needs the resources to pursue that ambition. And where is the resources? River State. Right now, that's why he's struggling for that structure. It's not for anybody, it's for himself, so that he can control who becomes governor and then kind of control how, the resources of the state. That's just what he's angling for. But my issue is there are so many River State governors that have come and gone. Why are you the one that will come and stay? That's my issue. And then you have to bring down everything because of
you're sounding like you don't especially rate him.
No, initially, yes, I was fan of him in terms of the way he was, fighting and making sure, especially fighting for Jonathan then. But and then even initially too, even when he took office, he now restored. I think Amici had suspended the activities of judiciary somehow, so he restored it right there. So those kind of things. But then, in that initial time, he was fine. But then when he started insulting people, then that's where I now started, drawing the line. Like, and then, like some kind of narcissist behavior where, you can't get any feedback from anybody. It must be the way you want it. Everybody, you're quarreling with everybody. Everybody is wrong. You're the only one that is right. There's nobody that he has not quarreled with. That's my issue. So I don't understand where that one came from. It used to be different before, initially. The Wike that was Obiakpor local government chairman is different from this Wike right now.
But it has to be now. The Wike is that guy is supremely rich. It's a very. I know people who made money. I know extremely wealthy people that made money off Yemsin Wike. Mm-hmm. So if they're as wealthy as I know them to be, and they made their money off Wike, then the mind just boggles how much money that guy controls. Oh, all right. Let me take you.
If it's that, he has made some good money.
Are you in the Dangote? Are you in the Dangote space? Are you watching that space? Dangote versus the oil marketers versus NNPC with the Nigerian citizenry as the football they are playing around.
So the risk that Dangote did anyway. When Dangote set up the refinery, it was a different president that was there. But regardless, Dangote took a very big risk because I don't know. And the funny thing is that he's aware somehow. Why did I say he's aware? The refineries, the Port Harcourt refineries, all those refineries, I think they were sold to him before Yaradua came and reversed it. But at least he should have had an idea. See, there's a reason why the Port Harcourt refinery, they knew there are two in Port Harcourt. There's a reason why those refineries are not functioning. They've spent money on it, but they are vested interests making sure that those refineries do not work because there's much more money doing this import and doing this subsidy stuff. Much more money coming from there. So refining it will scatter that business. Now you now build a refinery. Yes, successfully because it's private. You built it, but I come and operate now. That's the problem. They will give you. So it's those same set of people that are frustrating his refinery from operating. Forget this thing in the name of. Initially, they didn't want to buy from him, or they didn't want to give him crude. When he made noise, international community, because he's an international icon. If he makes noise too much, then it will be difficult for foreign investors to come. Because if Nigeria's own national is finding it difficult to operate what he has even built, then why would they come in and invest? So I think they now had a deal. Okay, maybe NNPC would be the one to buy from you. But even at that, why are you complaining that the diesel is cheap? Is that supposed to be a complaint? You're not supposed to be happy. So I'm telling you, so the marketers are complaining because that's not the system that is giving them money. They are not used to buying crude or refined products from our refineries. They want to go abroad and do it. There's so much money in that arrangement. That's the thing. So it's those same set of people. I don't want to call them cabal, but those same set of people are the ones frustrating. So at
they
every
are a
step,
cabal. They are a
yes.
cabal. We were discussing this. We've been discussing this particular topic over the last couple of days or so, and I think what we are concluding is that those people have stock from a higher price, which they need to get rid of first, and Dangote is coming to want to flood the market with a cheaper price.
Yeah, but I'm not sorry for them. Do you know why I'm not sorry for them? They have to. I mean, no, it's not even that. When Tinubu announced that subsidy is gone, they still have stock for a lower price, but they started selling it expensive then. They didn't wait till those stock finished before they increased the price of petrol. So that money they gained, that's what they're going to lose now. Do you understand? Because they had stock that was from subsidy that was paid, but they increased it. Everybody increased their price. Everything now increased immediately. So is that same? That's why I'm not pitying them. It's those same people. So
there's no subsidy. There's no subsidy on diesel. There's no subsidy on diesel.
But I'm not even talking of diesel. We're talking of the whole of the petroleum products too. Not just this. I know there's no subsidy on diesel, quite all right. But when they brought in
diesel, they're fighting him on. It's on diesel.
Yes, but at the same time, but everything has increased anyway. Whether the ones that have subsidy and the one that doesn't have subsidy.
They're also fighting him on petrol, by the way, based on what they came out with today.
Every PMS, they are fighting him on every single thing. It's not just diesel. I know I heard about diesel, but I heard also that they're fighting on everything.
Obina, what seems to be, if we are looking between the lines, because there's so many pockets of fight going on, NNPC versus Dangote, Dangote versus the oil importers, the marketers versus Dangote. So what somebody has to take a heavy loss, and they are trying to see where that loss, because for this Dangote to come through, somebody has to take a loss, and they are just passing
what if these guys have Nigerian interests at heart? I'll say, okay, meet with Dangote. How long will it take you to exhaust your current, what you have? Maybe 2 weeks. Okay, give him 2 weeks. Dangote, hold your product. After 2 weeks, Dangote, flood your product. If I were them, call these people together, have this arrangement. Okay, let's wait. Sell the other ones for that expensive price. After 2 weeks, boom, cheaper products come into the market. That kind of thing. I don't know why these people cannot sit down and have an agreement. Rather, they'll come outside and be fighting. It's just, it's not.
I'm curious to see what price point it comes in at.
Even the NNPC deal, sir. Okay, let NNPC be the one to buy from him. NNPC can afford to do it. Buy locally. Then you don't have to stress the, getting dollar or something. Buy it from him locally here, and then sell. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know why this people to me it's vested interest and that same corruption that is going on. They don't want, nobody wants to let go.
All right, let me take you to your friend and mine, Peter Obi, who seems to have been he seems to be ready to step down from his high horse. I am ready to be vice president, Obi declares, gives conditions. So I cannot see, I see being a vice president as the zenith of the possibilities for him, only because of the way politics works in Nigeria. So, unless, of course, they are able to break, if they are able to break Tinubu in 2027, then there is a possibility that he might succeed at Atiku Abubakar. But what are you making then of him wanting to come down from his high horses?
I wish he made this decision for the 2023 election, because to be frank, him and Peter Obi and Atiku actually won the 2019 election, but they did what they did. I wish he made this decision, but it's okay the way it played out. But I remember I was having an argument with my uncle. I was less an argument or so when Peter Obi was running, and then I was like, Peter Obi doesn't have structure. He said I'm sounding like the politicians. I'm like, No, I'm not talking of the kind of structure they're talking about. I'm talking of the structure that when you win election, because this is not a structure of, okay, come and campaign for me. No, I'm talking of the structure of you win, but you need to secure those votes. NMPP had some kind of structure in Kano State. Because they learned their lesson from the 2019 election.
Nobody is going to steal Kano State from NMPP now. They will
exactly.
Yeah.
They wanted to do the same thing they did in 2019, but they stood their ground. That's the structure that I'm talking about. That's the structure that Peter Obi does not really have. And I think that's why he has realized it, that it doesn't matter if he might win an election, but if you cannot secure your votes, then it's not by the time official result comes out, you're not the one that won the election. So I think he has realized that, and maybe he's trying to come back to PDP somehow. And he knows if he comes back to PDP, well, he has to be bound by whatever decision they take there. If they say it's Atiku again, then okay, he will have to run. But if it's not Atiku,
in this piece here, he's saying that he's going to stay with Labour Party. So if he's going to be vice president, I think what he has in mind is that if he's going to be vice president to anybody, it's going to be a cross-party sort of ticket. So the
Constitution doesn't support it. It's not like 1999 Constitution. I mean, made with 1999 didn't even support it, but they had that arrangement. And how did they do it? Was the person will have to decamp, but they know that person is still in, because it was AD-APP at that time, and AD was the one that had the upper hand in the ticket, which is Falaye. Then I think the vice was from APP then. That's yes, was it APP? Yes, before it became AMPP. So yes, it's possible, but you will have to officially decamp to PDP or whichever party that is going to hold the ticket, because the Constitution says that a person shall not be deemed to be validly nominated for the office of the president unless he nominates an associate from the same political party, whom would now occupy the office of the vice president if he's elected, who will be his running mate. So the person has to be from the same party. So unless maybe the person who will be president or will be in his party, will be in Labour or the other way. But with the way things are going on in Labour Party, I don't even see Peter Obi still staying in that Labour Party, because if let's say he becomes the presidential candidate, and with all the wahala going on now, and then court declares that it was invalid for stakeholders to come together and change the leadership.
Obina.
So yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Can I interject 1 minute? I don't know where this one man got this this story from. Obi did not say categorically that he want to be vice president to anybody.
I think we're just talking. We're just talking.
It was. I think it actually came out of that video you sent in yesterday. He didn't say categorically, but he said he was willing to entertain the possibility. Because
reality, reality condone, and it's also possible too that PDP might also make him. If PDP is able to get the control of national leadership back out of Wike's hands, they can still give it to him too, because I think Atiku is also open to letting Peter Obi have the ticket.
As the lead.
As a lead, and then maybe they will just do. Yeah, maybe they'll have an arrangement, do 1 term or something like that. But because that there's this sentiment about the South still having 1 term, to go. So I don't think so. There's that sentiment of a Northerner still coming back, even though after Buhari and then the South just did 4 years. So that sentiment is still there. So
that would mean Atiku having to give up his ambition completely now. Can you see that?
Maybe for one term. Remember, he said he will still run anytime, because it's possible that they can have an agreement and say, oh, Obi should go for one term. But again, if Obi goes, you can, whatever, the constitution supersedes whatever agreement he makes. So if the constitution allows him to run for 8 years, nobody can stop him. But I think that's the reason why there was a rumor.
I don't think Obi will get there and hand over after one term. Oh, that's not. Remember, Buhari said that even there is going to be a one.
Even Jonathan too. I think when the Jonathan ran after Buhari, I mean after President Yar'Adua left, I think he had that arrangement. But that's one of the things that caused problem. But I think it's talking of Jonathan, so that's why you were also hearing Jonathan's name, because in the North knows that Jonathan can only run one term, so they are open to him coming back to run. And then
I'm still insisting that it is only a Jonathan ticket that can unseat Tinubu in 2027.
Yes, Jonathan is still a very popular president of and then with what happened with Buhari and what is going on.
Sorry, Obina. And also for the reason that you said, because he only has one term left,
exactly.
The North will be willing to back him.
Yes, and so going by his tenure, people have opened their eyes. They've seen that most of the stuff were lies. Even the guys, Fayemi, even what's his name, the former CBN, the email now, Sanusi, they all said that yes, some of the things they said were not true. It was part of politics. So, so they've seen it and they've realized, because even Jonathan was trying to empower the North. He was building schools, is it the Marjorie schools, using this same wiki then. Well, anyway, so seeing that he's somebody that they can lean on, but the problem is the thing is, no matter the calculation, whether P2B is it one in charge of PDP ticket, whether it's Jonathan, whether it's Atiku and P2B, I don't see anybody unseating this guy. To be frank with you, because if this guy
I don't see it. We're just saying it as we're just talking as an academic.
We're just talking. They might even win the election. They might win the vote, but this guy is not going to agree. I don't see. Yes,
either by fair means or foul, he's going to compete.
Exactly. Yes, he's not going to give it to them.
Imagine for a moment. Imagine this guy's journey to Aso Rock.
Exactly.
Buhari, we could do fought Emefiele, fought Obi, fought Atiku, and then you say to come out.
Exactly.
He's not handing it to anybody. Don't worry about that.
No, I don't think so. After all this, no. If you could get it from outside, is it when you're sitting down? It would be like an insult to him that I'm sitting down here and they collected it from me. No, I don't. It's going to be difficult. And moreover, too, there's this sentiment of why is it that it's a Southerner now, and then it's only one term they're going to run. So, irrespective of how bad he's performing, there's that sentiment. I don't know what is wrong with us, but there's that sentiment. Let him do second term, then the next person can go. So that's the problem. And I think that's the reason why P2B and Atiku have been suggesting a single term. That's another thing, because the sitting president.
I think it was actually good luck Jonathan that came up with that idea.
Yes, he came up with the idea first, but they opposed him.
He won term 6 years, yeah.
Yes, they opposed him. Do you know why? Because they said he wanted to extend his tenure, that he wanted to do it now. So they opposed him on that, and it's these same people that opposed him. But I understand why they're saying 6 years, or is it 5 years? Because a sitting president, it will only take a sitting president that a decision that I don't want to remain in this office to leave. And the only sitting president that has done it is Jonathan. If Jonathan didn't want to leave that position, forget it. He wouldn't have left that position. He wouldn't have. There are so many reasons.
I still think he should not have. I think he should have.
Yes,
I think
he shouldn't.
We would have been a lot further ahead as a country.
Yes, because when he wanted to remove subsidy, how much would fuel have been? I think 150. That was what they were trying to increase it to. If they remove subsidy, then it would have been better now. He wanted to remove subsidy, but it's the same people that came and protested. Now look at where we are. Look at how much. Look at the you remove subsidy.
And more importantly, Obina, he would have broken the back of Buhari, because that was Buhari's just last chance.
That was his last chance.
He didn't even want to do it. It was the Tinubu and Co that pushed him. You know.
Yeah. Yes, there's no way he won't have run again. Well, because it's a lot of money to run national elections, so it's not beans, and it takes a lot. Then he now goes to the court. That's another set of money, and it goes all the way to Supreme Court. Then they do all the things that they do. The thing was frustrating for a general to cry. That thing is frustrating. That would have been the last time he would run for that position, and really Buhari didn't have like there was no reason for Buhari to be president this time.
No, I think that was the biggest mistake we've yet made.
That was the biggest, yes, because you came there, you got into the office.
Yeah.
Yes, you got into the office and you were not even interested. Like you are not even excited about the office that you've been angling for a long time. Like something happens, you don't come out, you don't talk. He was just not interested.
I think he wanted the title but not the work.
Not the work.
He wanted the title but not the work. You know.
So yes, that was a huge mistake that they made. You know.
All right, Obina, give us a little flavor on the Aisha Yesufu narrative, and then we'll. Have you been following that? She stands accused of helping herself to campaign fund to be that campaign. Have you been following that?
I think to be frank, I think that one, all those things now lie. See, the people that are coming out, that boldly comes out to oppose the powers that be, their hands are clean. That's I don't need to be told anything, because if their hands are not clean, these people that she's opposing have all the information that they need. Her husband has served, I think he was in one of these agencies before. They can bring up something and pin it on you. And once they pin it on you, you won't have mouth to come out and say anything again. So I listened to Abure. Abure is a fallen man and he's trying to bring everybody down with him. And the funny thing is that he's doing it the dirty way. Peter Obi them did a clean arrangement. They didn't even accuse him, oh, you stole this. They said, we just want peace. We're even putting a woman there because we don't want more quarrel. We don't want quarrel. They want to resolve it, but because this man is fallen, because he's wants to continue in the seat, then he now wants to. He even accused Peter Obi now of collecting campaign funds. Then what else did he even say?
There's so many things. Now we Afeni's area as well. I didn't quite know how they managed to get Afeni's name into that one, but he accused Afeni.
Oh, he does. Then he also. Then he now withdrew. They now withdrew the automatic presidential ticket and gubernatorial ticket for Abia. That those are things that they didn't even mention. That's already an illegal stuff. But you're trying to say, okay, we've taken what we've given you. I don't think those guys cared, because I don't think it would be a good thing to their credit that they are giving automatic tickets. That means they're not even promoting democracy, and they're expecting INEC to promote democracy, kind of. So yes, but
imagine for a moment if Peter Obi doesn't get Labour Party. Who is it? Is it part to Tommy? Is it part to Tommy?
Yeah. To be frank, nobody will contest with Peter Obi for that position. Nobody. I don't think anybody would contest with him for that ticket, unless they sent the person from another party to come and do it. Unless they do that, but nobody will. Because everybody knows that Peter Obi is the life of Labour Party. Everybody knows that. But the good thing is that
if Peter Obi doesn't get that ticket, that party is done.
Yes, and another thing too is the structure thing. And another thing that Peter Obi has now recognized that structure is important, and that's why they're now setting up like the obedient days, coordinator days, because they understand that structure is important. In developed countries, they have people who are there who not just campaign for them, but they help their agents. So it's yes, but at least he has what he can play. What I mean is, if PDP is calling him now, they're not going to be calling him like they're doing him a favor. He has votes
It's
to
not
bring
a boy. It's not a boy anymore.
exactly. So now he can negotiate to be the one on the ticket, not just the vice president, and he will have a valid say. They can talk and say, okay, let it be Peter Obi, So he has shown working. That's what in local language we say show working. He has shown working. So now they believe him. So
all right. Obina, just because you've not been around for such a long time, give us a little because you've not been. We've been chatting the journey of the Tinubu administration, and we've been trying to weigh it both pros and cons. But from what seems to be coming out, there are more cons than there are pros, and a lot of people cannot see light at the end of the tunnel. But some people can. So what are you making of it? This even power narrative and these excesses that people are accusing the government of. Do you have any thoughts in that direction?
To be frank, I'm not seeing any light at the end of any tunnel. It's not even really it's not because of his personality or because of his party. It's just that I've forgotten there's an adage. Like if you're going somewhere, you will see the preparation for somebody that is going somewhere. With all that is going on, the kind of thing that is their priority tells me that they're not interested in anybody. Like, okay, this stuff that happened in Bono, I had his abroad. Normally, you would, if the people are your priority, you will leave whatever you're doing and come back. Forget whatever business you're trying to discuss there. See, we've had president that has died in office. Did Nigeria stop? So it means that someone else can do that job. You can send somebody. You don't have to be the one there. There's Minister of Finance and Minister of Foreign Affairs Minister, even your VP. You can send her. You can consider high-powered delegation and do what that you're doing, and you don't have to be the one there. If you have to show the people that you're leading, the people that the engine room for. The reason for what Nigeria is today are your first priority. Something bad has happened. You leave whatever you're doing and you come back. That shows empathy. That shows that I value you. It's whatever even the person that you're dealing with, that you're doing business with, wherever you are, whatever discussion you're discussing, and you get that information, that person will understand. That person will understand something. There's a bomb blast in one of the states in my country. They will understand. They can reschedule if they really need to talk to you. But no, and this has been happening for a while. Then you're buying presidential jets. You're buying the optic doesn't look good. Even if, let's say, the purchase has started early, some time ago, or maybe there was a contract or something. Maybe you can delay it and say, okay, it's not the priority now. Or something. The kind of things that you're spending money on doesn't show that you have any plan, because the situation that Nigeria is now doesn't require living large. To be frank, you have to work before you eat. So that means first of all you let's say roll your collar or something, get Nigeria to a particular level. Then okay, if you want to buy all the Escalades or whatever, nobody is going to look at you. Everybody is eating, everybody is doing fine. They can afford Gary, they can afford this. Nobody will look at what you're driving. But your first priority is what you're driving. But meanwhile, you're not even a poor man. You're not. You have those vehicles, you have them already. You can do with them for some time. You don't have to start purchasing all those things. So those are the things that tell me that, okay, these guys, they're not serious. It's business as usual. And it's like, okay, since I spent money, I'm going to, I'm trying to recover. It's not, there's no, and another thing too is trial and error policy. You try this one, you remove subsidy, you still devalue the Naira. Nobody is saying don't listen to IMF, because to be frank, realistically, if you borrow money from somebody, you're kind of how will I put it? You're kind of tied to whatever condition that they give you. So when Obasanjo wanted to, I think when Obasanjo arranged for this loan forgiveness, there are some conditions that he had to meet before they do. They don't just give it to you like that. There are certain things. Okay, pay this in cash, do this, do that, do this measure, do that measure, then they will do it. So there are conditions, quite all right. But you, as a president that cares for your people, you're going to wait and say, okay, if this is the one that I must do, which one is priority? Okay, I will hold on this, hold off on this one. If this, maybe I'll retain subsidy, then I would devalue the naira, so that it's not going to be two heavy things at the same time. Then in addition to that, you're still you still increase tariff, increase VAT. So the thing is, you're collecting more money from people that are not even having enough money to live. So how is that a good policy? The important thing is you have to empower the people. The problem in Nigeria now is that even people that are working are finding it difficult to live daily life. I'm not even talking of people that are not working, which is a worst case scenario. The people that are working, that are earning a living, is difficult because the currency, the money doesn't make meaning anymore. By the time they spend, a friend of mine says 60 something thousand on how many liters of fuel, and salary is 170,000. So already something thousand. That is something thousand. It's that fuel is not going to last her for 1 month though. But that's already gone. That's somebody that is working. Now just imagine somebody that is not working. How is the person coping? Or maybe doing some jobs to survive. How is the person coping? So those are the things. It's not about giving rice or stuff. You need to do something, a policy that would affect everybody. And what will affect everybody? Nigeria's economy is dependent right now. It's only one export we do, oil, and it's dependent on oil. Everything that we do is tied to petrol. Everything. So transportation directly tied to petrol. Markets, the transportation of goods is still tied to petrol. So if the price of petrol is now 10 times what it used to be before, guess what? They've transferred that price to the goods, to onions, to salt, to whatever in the market. So it's still transferred to the same end user. It's still going to pay for petrol 10 times the amount. I'm just exaggerating it might be less. But let's say it was 10 times the amount. They pay that same amount. They pay that on goods. They pay that on every other services, because everything is tied to petrol. So if he can come back and say, let us look at a way to bring back this subsidy, but let's control it. In developed countries, because I always like to do that, because you have to learn from somebody. You don't give everybody subsidy. Somebody that a man that or a woman that is rich that drives 10 cars, 10-car convoy does not need subsidy. Yes, it's somebody that has a mansion, that drives, that's luxury. You don't need subsidy. That person don't need to be benefiting from subsidy. So it's not everybody that should be subsidized. They should have a system to get people who really deserve the subsidy.
So how do we ration it now?
That's the data.
They can subsidize public transport.
They can subsidize public transport.
Yes.
They can subsidize. They can even subsidize food. Do you know you can subsidize? You can subsidize food too. But this fuel too. Instead of removing this,
Obina, when they removed that fuel subsidy, my own recommendation was for them to have subsidized food, so that the people can make the recovery there.
Yes, even the fuel itself.
They didn't give them anything back. That's
nothing back. Even this, okay, you've collected money, you now gain money from removing subsidy. What are you using the money for? So,
Obina, what you are saying is that that person that is a middle class and is running small business, it does not deserve a subsidy.
No. Middle class will deserve some. I'm talking of somebody that has 5 cars. Like, you have to go out now. You're driving in 3 cars. Which kind of subsidy do you deserve?
Why doesn't that person deserve the subsidy? I'm just telling you, a person that is running. Hold on now. A person that owns a business. He owns a small scale business, and he has some vehicles that he uses to run his business. So
No,
because he has
that's
people
not
to
what.
occupy, he doesn't
No,
deserve
my
to.
brother, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking of someone who is driving convoy of vehicles. I'm not talking of
There is no
like
way you can rationalize it now.
that is it. If you are serious, you need to collect data. You need to collect data. You need to collect. You need to see this BVN and NIN. Those things you can use and determine how much at least these people make. You have access to all the accounts.
So if that person gets to gas station, if you get to petrol station, so the petrol meter or petrol pump will determine that this man doesn't deserve what do you call it?
It's not see, let me tell you something. It's not our jobs here to determine how they are going to do it. Remember that this thing no, just calm down. This same APC administration, remember that was it during Christmas? They said they are going to pay was it free transport? I've forgotten what they did for certain people. How did they do it? Do you understand? Whether they gave some people that you have to go to certain train station or something for free transport to your exactly. So they see, if you want to do this is government have access to a lot of things. So it's a matter for them to sit down and decide how they're going to do it. Are they going to give a card? Maybe there's going to be a card that will be given to people that have so income level. Those are the people that are okay to get 100% subsidy. Then maybe they have another category. Let's say they have another category that will have 50% subsidy, another category that has 20% subsidy. Maybe for all those big businesses that have several cars, maybe they deserve 50%. So whatever. I'm just making a suggestion. But what I'm saying is you can't just give blanket subsidy to everybody, because see where the problem is. It has brought corruption to the extent that they now something you subsidize for Nigeria. We use Nigeria's money. We pay subsidy on product that should be sold in Nigeria, but they take some of it. They go to Cameroon. They go to different countries. So that's the abuse. That's what I'm saying is what the government should have done. Do more work. Sit down. How can we curb these leakages? Do data and cut down on all these leakages. Then you can still retain subsidy and everything will be fine. You don't have to remove the subsidy or completely remove it.
All right, brilliant. So that's Obina. So thank you, Obina. So
thank
Obina,
you.
Stay with us just for as long as you can. Let me move the conversation around so that our other panelists can come in as well.
Thank you, my people.
Yes, that's Obina, of course. The OGs of this platform. You remember Obina, don't you? Prestige.
Yes, Prestige.
Yeah. So let's go on. We go Larry, and then we go Baba, and then we'll continue to move it around. So Larry, you're up next. I don't know where you want to come in from. Either you want to free flow. We're talking about Obi having a moment and reaching an epiphany that is opportunities for the deputy. We're talking about the marketers giving conditions to Dangote for refining. We're talking about Wike still maintaining a stranglehold on the PDP, and pardon me, and Omoyele Sowore lamenting that it's going higher up on the wanted list in Nigeria.
Okay. I think good evening, everybody. Good evening, one man, and good evening, fellow panel. And
good evening to you.
Yours. I think I'm going to start with Wike. I'm going to start with Wike. So for Wike, I think what I see is just a man that feels hot, that's kind of like broken. And why did I say that? If you look at everything he said, I think he felt betrayed. He felt betrayed, particularly by the PDP governors. And looking at what most of them actually did, I think this is just the first time that a lot of people are now beginning to hear what happened post that governorship election. If not that, I think it was just being smart. because I think they set a trap for him. If they had allowed PDP, the PDP lawyers at the national level to represent them, I'm very sure they will have basically cancelled that election. But it's good. But I just think the major thing is just I think it needs to pipe a little bit low, you know. I think it needs to. I know he's angry, but they could still resolve things themselves. And I think the PDP governors too, if they had wanted a good PDP, what they would have done is, look for a way to placate the two of, placate UK, placate Fubara, and see how to really bring them together rather than taking a stand. Because when you take a stand, it makes it so obvious, you want to support your fellow governor. But don't forget that state, it's a whole lot of things in that state, particularly how Fubara himself actually got there, right? There are a lot of political actors in that state, and it's a whole lot of things. I think PDP itself, right? They are not really managing the situation very well. Probably if they had managed the situation very well, it wouldn't have gotten to those points, but it's what it is, right? And I don't, and the way it is, right? I think the way it is, probably Fubara might leave PDP, and probably I have been hearing of AAP. I think there's a political party I've been hearing. It might probably leave PDP, right? Because it will be a little bit difficult to take that structure from Wike now, right? Because what's going to happen at the end of the day, if you try to force that structure from him, PDP might not have a candidate in the next election. What happened in Zamfara might eventually happen, right? Even when they win, and it might actually eventually happen to them. So probably I think the person that might actually lose out, with the structure and the Congress that they've done is actually Fubara. I think what he might actually do is to look for another political party. I don't know. I don't see him going to APC. He's going to be looking for probably that APP and see if he can actually on his own, get back to, win second term. That's what I think.
And they've given him the weapons to deal with Fubara, haven't they? Really, given the structures of River States to him.
Yeah, people just say it's the structure. I think the major thing is it that Congress they did, right? For that Congress, the Congress, if the Congress still holds, that means, he has his men back holding on to PDP in River State. And I know part of what he was saying, particularly the PDP governors, and he was kind of like challenging them that what are most of them actually done. At least he said he was not going to support Atiku, but at least PDP won every other seat in that state. So that's why I felt what they could have actually done was look for a way to bring the two of them together, and probably they can actually have a way of resolving it. I know Fubara, sometimes when people that were against you, right, they did everything to ensure that Fubara does not really get there. But I think Fubara, God just actually wanted him to get there, and Wike was able to help too. So, but for Wike, I think it just needs to pipe low a little bit, take it easy. Even if he's angry, there is limits to what you go on national TV to say, right? Because those are things, it's easy to say things, and some of those things that you say, it's always easy for the media people. They twist it, they say all sort of things to kind of like it's the polity. So you just need to pipe low, and people will still find way to come together and resolve issues. Probably they will still find a way to resolve it. Well, rather than everybody taking side. And if you look at what has been happening, Edwin Clark has been putting fuel, this and that. And, a lot of leaders in that side, I think, were supposed to have, managed the situation very well. A lot of them were kind of like taking side. And that has really gone beyond what most of them can manage. That's what I just think there. Yeah, so that's what I think about Wike. So which other thing do we have?
We were talking about the oil marketers giving conditions to Dangote as well, and Peter Obi stepping down from his high horse.
Yeah, I think the oil marketer, they are going to be fine. They are still negotiating. There's high level negotiation. I think they're still going to meet up with the September 15 deadline. The only thing is just that it's still going to be the status quo NNPC is going to buy from Dangote. I think at least the negotiation I'm seeing, it's very close. The negotiation is very close. You know, NNPC kind of like requested for some things. You know, they said they needed to have, I think, some permanent seats in Dangote refinery, have their staff.
Yeah. No, what are you making of that? Because a lot of people, I don't see any reason why they should not. In fact, I think they said they wanted an office space within the refinery premises.
Yeah, I think yes, they are shareholders in the company. So
yes,
they are shareholders in the company, and the fact that they are doing they don't. The thing is, it's issue of trust. NNPC, they don't trust Dangote. Dangote doesn't trust NNPC. It's just that, right? Because obviously they, in as much as they are selling to him, and Dangote also will also be making. You know, he has losses that he will be making buying and selling in naira, right? Because he doesn't have control over foreign exchange. Because when he wants to change that naira back to foreign exchange, he's still gonna, and they're still gonna have one or two losses, but it's still good. My own is, you know, they are negotiating. They should just focus on that negotiation, and you know, until we kind of like have them. But what I'm seeing this evening, I think they are very close. They are very close. I think at the point I was hearing from Grapevine, probably they took some of the marketers to get ready to go lift petrol from Dangote. Probably there'll still be some marathon meetings from both teams. I think they will definitely meet up with the September 15 deadline. So yeah, that should, they will be able to solve that. You know, they will be able to.
Is Tinubu able to resolve that from his hospital bed? Did you see that clip making the round of where it was coming? It actually looked like the Nigeria house in it looks like the Nigerian embassy where it seemed to be coming out of. I'm not sure that it was a hot. Did you see that clip?
Yeah, I saw that clip, but some people said it's an old clip. Some people said it's an old clip. But you know, there's limit to what you can actually trust on social media.
But what even if you want to see his doctor? He's a 70-something-year-old man. If he didn't have medical needs, then that would be the concern
it's
now.
a normal thing. But I think the problem, you see our media now, you know, they want to sell, they kind of like, you know, it's a normal thing. You can always go see your doctor. It's in as much as he went there himself and he could walk. So which is normal, right? So, but people kind of like take, oh, why he went to see his doctor as if it's a crime to see your doctor, you know. But I think they are really trying as much as possible to ensure that they have a deal with Dangote, which is really going to be good for him and good for people too. The only thing is just that the price is not going to go down. NFS is still going to maintain their price, and but at least it's going to cover supply.
You know, I think that may be the sticking point still. I just want to know what price, you know, they're going to.
No, I think it's going to be the same price, 895, right?
Because that price will maintain for a very long time if they come out at that price.
Yeah. I think it's still going to be the same price, right? And it's more of negotiation and negotiation. You know, I think as at yesterday, the negotiation was not really, you know, but I think as at today, this evening, they are very close. They are very close with what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing. They are very close. So hopefully, let's see what happens tomorrow, and probably hear a press statement. Probably if they are able to have a good agreement, probably they have a press statement and they will tell the marketers to go and start getting fuel from Dangote, which is good, which is good at least for now. You know, they can take care of supply, because a lot of people, I think what people are even saying is they don't even get to see to buy. So, but at least if they can actually cover that, you know, but the price is not going to go back to 600 and something. You know, it's going to be around 895, and some people will sell at nine something, which I think is still, you know, it's still fair.
You know, if they're able to keep it under the 800 mark, I'll be comfortable with 850. But if it's getting to that 900, man, I just feel for people in that country, you know.
Yeah, I feel for people, but the thing is, I feel for people. I wish the government can actually do a lot, right, with the subsidy, But the problem is the exchange rate. It's you can't put it on check, right? The exchange rate is, it's just moving and moving and moving, and everything depends on that exchange rate. It's only probably when they're able to at least get the exchange rate to stabilize a little bit, then you can negotiate. Even no matter there's no they can't do any long-term negotiation with all those things, right? Because Dangote will also be more like here. It's basically everything depends on the exchange rate. If the exchange rate has been a little bit normal with the reduction in the price of crude, I think we'll have one or two leeway. But with the way it is, that exchange rate cannot really. I don't know how they're going to do it. So, but if they can still maintain that, and probably if there are ways they can still come in, subsidize, you know, Dangote a little bit more, yeah, probably they can actually still do more. But 850, I'm not sure. Probably 850 from NNPC, but before it gets to those other guys, probably 900, 920, 950.
All right. Take us to the Peter Obi space. I know it's not especially your flavor, but he seems to be coming out with a new song, saying he's somewhat. It didn't actually come out to state categorically that he wants to be a vice president, but he says he's not averse to the idea anymore. But is it a moment of reality dawning? What are you making of that headline?
Yeah, you see, Peter Obi is just a politician, right? He needs to look at his options, right? And those options, he's been there before, right? He's been there in 2023. Does he have that what he had in 2023, in 2027, running on Labour Party, doing the same thing? No. So I think what he's just trying to do is to look for the options he has, right? Yeah, if we can strike a deal with PDP, which I'm not really sure that I can actually have that deal with PDP. But yeah, we never can tell. Anything can actually happen. If we can strike a deal with PDP, people will say, "Oh, probably they'll have this gentleman agreement, or you will do for 4 years." Those things don't even happen anymore. You understand what I'm saying? There is nobody they will tell, even if you give Peter Obi go and do 4 years, Peter Obi will do 8 years, right? So, it's more like when you're dealing with people and all of them they're just watching themselves. But still, it's politics. If he looks at the options and if he thinks he can go ahead with it, you know, yeah, it's good. It's good for him to take that option. So I don't have a problem with him, taking that option because obviously, if he goes as a president under Labour Party, it's still going to be the same thing. So probably he might want to look for other options and say, is he going to beat? Is it with their coalition? Are they going to beat Tinubu? I don't know, right? I don't know because it's also, it's a chess game. Tinubu is also a politician, right? And particularly when you're able to really read some of all those things. So it's a little bit difficult because it makes them prepare more. They look for ways of closing the gaps and everything. But yeah, nothing can actually happen. It's Nigeria, it's politics, you know. And it's also good for Tinubu to also know that this is a challenge for him to be more in terms of implementation of some of his policies, right? He needs to be deep into the implementation of some of the policies he's actually got. So yeah, so for me, it's if he thinks it's good for him, yeah, it's good. They can actually strike a good deal, they can. So I don't even want to, assume what will happen tomorrow, all right, about all those things. But it's just a politician like any other politician.
All right, brilliant. What else are you looking at in the news today?
No, I think you can go to Baba because at least let it decide to quickly go around.
All right, brilliant. So Baba, you're up next. So let me start you off with that question. What are you looking at in the news today?
Well, woman, how are you? Thank God it's Friday. Happy weekend to all the panelists and the people in the comment section. I salute you all. Happy weekend too. And discerning viewers, I hope you've clicked. Before I start saluting you, I don't think you've done enough. I'll come back to salute you if you've clicked more than enough. Thank you. But keep on listening. So, yes, one man, I think I will start with Wiki because it's somebody I always put my bias foot in front anytime I'm talking about Wiki. I like him and I support what he's doing. A man who stands uh, for something will always be my man. If you fall for if you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. So Wiki is not falling for anything because he's standing up for something. You don't tolerate or give a chance to anybody that betrayed you. And I enjoyed the interview, 58 minutes total. I listened with rapt attention. And it struck me though, it's like an open book. With all Obaseki's noise making, Wiki said Obaseki in this election cycle brought Asue Igodalo to his house in Abuja to plead for his support. Did that shock you? I mean, people come here and start drooling about one politician or the other, and I laugh at them. Who would believe that Obaseki will go under the cover of the night with Igodalo in tow to plead for the support of Wiki? And as far as I'm concerned, indirectly, he wants the support of Aso Rock. It's just not Wiki they came to meet. But he will come in the public and be foaming in the mouth and talking from the two sides of their mouth and making empty boasts. Most of them are like that, political midgets, I call them. And I think the only odd thing I find about that interview is the disrespect for Papa Wiki Clark. I didn't like that. I didn't like that because it was crass. And I wish he will make a U-turn somewhere along the line. Maybe next he grant an interview, he should correct that. No matter the shortcoming of Pa Edwin Clark, he should show some respect because he's a man that has served the country when Wiki was still in diaper or when his mother and father were still courting. So he has to show that respect. That is the only odd thing I find about that interview. But everything Wiki said is right. Very, very right. And of course, he's showing power. Politics without power. It's just a lame duck politics you are playing. It's a lame duck politics you are playing. And Fubara is a sitting duck, as far as I'm concerned, because by going by the explanation of Wiki, they are already removing the carpet under his feet. Because the local governments for which or from which Fubara came from, Opobo is also the same, I think, local government or senatorial district the Ogonis are from. And Fubara's people are in minority in that senatorial district. So the Ogonis rightfully were supposed to be there, but Wiki pleaded with them. Now they are trying to prop up the Ogonis to take their rightful position in the government house. And so Fubara's second term is not guaranteed. So where will he go? I heard Larry talking about ANPP or something like that. No. The only thing because I love the games the politicians play. The only avenue I see Fubara, the escape route here to counter Wiki, and that will be interesting, is Fubara to declare and cross carpet to APC. Wiki has said it's not APC. It's APC in body, but in soul is PDP. That's what Wiki claims. So if Fubara now pitches tent with APC, what happens? the politics of Rivers State will be a dead heat come 2027. So it's going to be very interesting. So it's a space I'm watching with keen interest. So let me go to the Dangote refinery thing. I think the way things are going now, I think everybody is knowing their strength, their power, and everything. I sympathize because there is nothing that is happening now I've not spoken about on this platform before. The IPMAN people, that is Independence Petroleum Marketing Association of Nigeria, they are going to take a hit. And I think Obina said something that struck a note with me that, okay, they've been making kills all along, mostly in recent times, where they held us by the barrel when the president said March 29, subsidy is gone, and overnight they recalibrated their pump, and of course the price doubled. So they made it. It's not today they've been making that kill. So if Dangote is squeezing them by the ball right now, let them take the hit. If I may look that way, it's not every time they will have to profit. But then I think for the PMS price, I think Dangote has to tone down. I suspect he has the ears of Mr. President, and I think by virtue of the last tour he took President around the refinery, he thanked the president. I could see a softer tone in him, and the lines on his brows has eased off. He has a smooth brow then. So I think he has the ears of the president, and I think the petrol price may not be more than 850, 900 per liter. Even at that, it won't be making much profit. But
that's Botox now. That line coming off his head is Botox now.
No, more man. When you are troubled, you will develop it. Even if you are 19-year-old, you don't know. We're talking about billions here. He didn't see he was green all over overnight. He himself talked about it when a reporter called his attention to it in one of his interviews. You understand? But he's easy enough. He's relaxing a little bit. So I think he will get back to his normal, usual weight. I think because he's buying in Naira, and I think he should be able to take the hit because other than the AGO, that's a diesel, and the PMS, I think Nigeria's interest in other byproducts of the crude, he will be buying in Naira. Nigeria is not that. We talk about the kerosene, we talk Jet A1, we talk about propylene, we talk about all that things. About immediate, you have about 7 byproducts that comes out immediately from the first line of production. You understand? So I think with exports, and nobody is going to query him that we sold the crude oil to you at Naira. Also with exports in dollars, I think he will be able to do his normal arithmetic, and it will not come up short. So I think he will do the presidency that favor to at least, but the guarantee I'm happy about now, and knowing Nigeria fully well, like we used to shout in those days, look, don't punish us. We hate this line, a disturbing national cohesion. Give us any price. As far as we have it steady to buy without any queue, we are okay. We sing that song, and I think some people are doing it right now. Is a steady supply, and I think if we come to an arrangement, we may never see lines on our petrol station forever and ever. That era will have gone, and thanks to Dangote for that. I think they will sort themselves out. Now coming
to people complain a lot about it, but we are at the final micro step of consigning to history forever and ever, never having sufficient fuel in that country anymore. If this thing goes to plan,
exactly,
it's a big moment in time for that country. I don't think people quite understand the size of what is about to happen.
Yeah, because it's cynics. The cynics, they have the loudest voice. You understand, but They will achieve the least.
There will never be queues in petrol stations again.
Never.
That's what we're talking about.
Never. Because if we conclude that we just use about 30 million liters of PMS every day, the capacity from 650, if it's working at optimum, that will be about 53 million Dangote will be producing every day. So it's more than even what we need. It's more than what we need. So he can supply to West Africa, for which he needs nothing. So
the Kenyans have already struck deals with him, apparently.
Don't mind them. If they have money anyway, they can come. It's cash and carry. Dangote is not going to let any African country owe him a dime. You let them come. The product will be there. There will be surplus, and things like so. Let's
imagine a dream as big as what this guy has. You know.
No, I think it should be commended.
It's quite a we just gloss over it and we lampoon it and we it's a big thing, you know. It's actually gone to the international space to take a stake, you know. I mean, it's a global event. The Dangote narrative that we're just kicking like football up and down Nigeria is a global event.
No, you know this funny thing we are not realizing. The European refineries, most of them are outdated, but it's the order they are getting from African countries, particularly West African and Central African countries, that is keeping them on. And in a few months, most of them will shut down. End of story for those European refineries. So that is all of the problem Dangote has been facing. So he has beaten those ones. So is the home crowd is facing now. Once he beats the home crowd, everything settles. That's all. It goes to him for free. And it's going to make, look, this time next year, the net worth of Dangote, Aliko, would be nothing, quote me, nothing less than 35 billion. Is net worth.
I think he wants to be I think he wants to be a trillionaire. I think he wants to be a trillionaire.
No. That's how many people have that? No, I think only one man or so.
Elon Musk, have he?
No,
he said he'll be a trillionaire in 5 years or something.
So I think that's a tall dream, but he will be among the big ones when it comes. And this time next year is a different ball game entirely. So that's why I refer to him as national treasure. And we are blessed because at times you don't value something.
The only thing that worries me slightly is that it's almost a national security thing, this Dangote something, that the whole country is beholden to one single man.
Yes.
It probably, if he puts this thing off, in the next 2-3 years, that guy will be more powerful than the president, whoever the president is.
No,
because
fortunately,
he can turn the country on and off at his whim.
No, fortunately, I've said it. I've said it on this platform, except maybe people are not paying attention. Political power is the ultimate power. After God, government. The man that wields political power can destroy the man with economic power with just one legislation. Just one legislation, and the man with economic power is ruined. So that is the essence of that. But in the case of this, all we have to do is fine-tune our laws or make new ones in the line of antitrust regulations. Antitrust, that is what they use to checkmate people like Apple and Microsoft in Europe particularly. They've been known to pay hundreds of millions of fines of late. So if we
or they could just nationalize him. You remember what they did to Shell and Mobil?
That era is gone. That can't happen again, because when we did it to Margaret Thatcher and all the rest, we were forced to pay. We were forced to pay cash upfront. We don't have that kind of money anymore. If you're going to take my property by force, then pay me. I'm not moving an inch until you pay me. Do we have that kind of money? No. So he's safe. And besides that, he's our own. He is our own. He's our person. All we have to do is the National Assembly should just proclaim some antitrust law to save us from the vagaries of monopoly. You understand? So that is it. But I think for the people of Nigeria, it's a win-win situation in my own calculation. World Peace, welcome. I have a word for you. I hope Ainzo will come. So let me go to Peter Obi, politics.
Can I interject you, sir?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Carry on.
I like what you said now concerning legislation, But I think if we want to do, I think Dangote, the petroleum law that was passed maybe 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
The PIA.
Yeah, PIA. I think they did that law, to favor him somehow.
Be safe, okay?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Aja, please.
Okay, so I think we have to take another look at the law. Because in that law, if I remember me right, I think it is there that if we run into energy crisis, the refinery that have maybe the leading refinery will be responsible or be given that responsibility, to import petroleum products, to the country. So there are a lot of things. At law that favor Dangote, among which is I think it can retail as well. So I think the retail aspect of it, I don't like it. That guy will own Nigeria the way it's going. If we don't have the right law in place, that we checkmate him in the sense that every one of them that own refineries should not own gas station. That is how we can spread the wealth of the country. So
I agree with you.
If this guy, yes, if this guy, Bua is on the way, other modular refinery are on the way. If Dangote continue like this in the next 1-2 years, that guy will be well stabilized, and it will frustrate others out of business if we are not careful.
But what do you mean if we are not careful? It will whether we are careful or not, because that's how we operate, isn't it? So that is going to bankrupt Bua. It's almost
bankrupt every one of them.
And
that will not be good for the economy. That will not be good for.
Before you come in, yes, it landed because what you were saying in that petroleum industry bill, they said if there is a shortfall in crude in petroleum in the country, that the refinery with the biggest capacity gets to import the majority of the shortfall. So it's like
you got it right, one man.
Yeah, it's like a pro rata something. It's a and he lobbied that into it, So it can. That guy, man.
You got it right. That's what I was trying to remember. That yes. So the way it's going now, this guy will take over the state. I'm talking about the country. He'll be more richer than the country, because the wealth of that country, everything that country, the economic well-being of that country is surrounded with this oil. This oil is the backbone of the economy of Nigeria. So if you have this guy organization controlling, I know we have regulatory body, but with this refinery, and at the moment he is the biggest taxpayer, in Nigeria, among all organizations in that country, I mean, he pay more taxes than 10 biggest banks in Nigeria combined. This guy will take over the state.
Let me shock you, Ajah. Do you know he has a power station and is only using 50% or 45% of that power station in that refinery? So Lagos State government is want to buy the rest from him to supply the whole of the island.
That's another source of revenue for this guy. He's been making killers of money. We have to make a law
Up to that's the plan. He thinks of it. He thought of everything. I don't know. I think all of Larry, come in. Don't let me disturb you.
I understand where Baba Janle Koko is coming from. But the thing is this. Dangote having that opportunity, I can tell you that we'll have more players coming on board. Now, with this Dangote refinery, there are a lot of things that are going to change, right? Those guys that you see that, in that particular petroleum sector that have been doing some other things, now you see a lot of them now looking into this other side. And what I see is that there's a market, right? It's not just Nigeria. There are markets, even in Africa, right? And Dangote, even if Boa comes today, there is still going to be markets for Boa. What is just going to happen is just the same thing that is happening with cement, right? That's just what Dangote might have that capacity, right? But it's still going to be the same thing. So, but I think at the end of the day, it's still going to be a win-win. Boa knows Dangote very well. He knows everything. Dangote was so fortunate; he was able to influence that PIAB. I've always said it that PIAB was basically done for Dangote. So he was so fortunate to at least pass that. But Boa will also sell. Because this one that we're saying, oh, Dangote can take care of everything, If Boa starts, there is market. Even within Africa, there is market. Even, it's not just Africa. If you see the likes of Kenya and all those people, they buy from Saudi Arabia. And most of them are now beginning to negotiate how to do normal direct currency purchase, which I think is also good for Africa. Like Kenya has been on this with Saudi Arabia. I think they just got through last month for them to be able to buy their petrol in shillings. So, and I'm going to see a lot of that coming in, other African countries also utilizing that opportunity. So it's at that point, at the end of the day, it's going to be more of, who strikes the better deal. And it's going to also help them because, most of them are not going to be looking for dollars everywhere because you're now beginning to see transactions that really favor Africa. So for me, Boa knows Dangote. He knows before he started. And I see more players coming in. And at the end of the day, fine, Dangote can, in the first 2-3 years, try to have a long chunk of the market in Nigeria. But with time, it's not be more of Nigeria, it's more of Africa, which is a bigger market for everybody to operate.
Well, I don't have problem with all of them. Competition between them. I don't have problem. But my problem is that they should not be allowed to own retail store. They should leave that for small businesses so that opportunity can be available for people that want to run small businesses, and the wealth of the nation can be spread. It can spread, and we can have that economic growth across the country. More business can strive, and then they will pay more taxes, and the economy will benefit it.
And Baba, do you know that with Dangote coming on board, it's even going to help the retail all these retail guys, right, to improve on what they do? Because there's a lot of shady deals that actually happen within that retail side, right? That even DPR that is supposed to be doing their work are not even doing it.
Don't mind those ones.
So yeah, I think what will happen, because it will get to a point that, you know, because if you are selling something, you also want to see how things are actually going. So it's going to help that retail side at least to you know, to put them back to line, right? A lot of all those things that happen in those sectors. I think even if DPR is doing a little bit, it's in Nigeria that you see. Right? I was watching one, you know, somebody was buying for almost 2 or 3 minutes. Nothing was even coming out from the nozzle. And you know, they change people, they do all sort of things, you know, on everything. So I think that NNPC and DPR should focus more on that side, so that, you know, all the things that we're saying, people change people, they do all sort of things. So I see that, you know, it's going to be more of, you know, things coming back to normal within that side. And what me I'm even interested in, because I want to see how he's able to really track. How is he able to really track? He said he's going to track the tankers. He's going to do this. I'm really interested in seeing how he's able to going to do that, because I don't know. Because
yeah, I saw that. I saw that as well. He said he's putting trackers on
yes,
the.
so I'm interested in seeing that, because smuggling can never stop. Smuggling can never stop. As of today in Naira, I think petrol in Niger Republic is being sold sometimes something around 1.5, right? So which means that, you know, you can put all the custom everywhere. People will still want to smuggle because it's a cheap way to make money. That money is as cheap as, you know, that money that people used to make doing a Mayfield, right? Just take it from here, get your cut, you know, on every liter. At least if you can make 300 naira on every liter. So if you can push 1 million liter across the border, that's huge.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's huge. So that's why for me, I'm really interested in that, if how he's able to do that. Because if we still believe in this traditional way of, oh, custom go and guard everywhere, because Nigeria is borderless as far as I'm concerned. Nigeria is borderless. Take for instance in Ogun State, there I can tell you that in Ogun State, from Ogun State to Benin Republic, there are over 1,000 ways to get into Benin Republic, not even passing through the main road. So, but still, I am interested in how he's able to do that, because if we're able to get that right, then it will be easier to plan. And then, you know, because all this subsidy that government is paying, if they can't plan that, it will still be in problem. You can pay subsidy, you know, today. Imagine at the point they will tell you we are 30 something, at 30 something million. Before you know, it's 40 something million. They said it's 50 something million. So, but if they're able to at least sit down on that, if we are within 25 to 30 million, and we can track where every of those tankers go, then it will be easier for us to really get ourselves out of the problem we have ourselves in.
Yeah, that's true, but that will only be problem of the north, because for the southern side, for instance, the coastal tankers will be very useful when you are delivering to the southern state or southern part of the country, because all those we have rivers all along.
Yeah.
So those ones also can be monitored, because they are going to discharge at specific places. Well, all in all, I just think it's a matter of few months now. Everything will peter out, and Nigeria will be better for it. At least the cost may be higher, but we will have constant petrol. And from one station to the other, there could be differentials of 3 naira, 10 naira here and there. So we'll learn the art of looking for where to, the station from where to buy. And because 3 naira in 30 liter places, you've gained something at least, that it will be enough to buy something other than maybe oil or grease or anything for your car. So that's a plus, the way I look at it. So now to
Baba, did you or everyone, did you hear about some people suing Dangote for the 100 million? Yes. And then they sent the DSS to go and arrest them or something.
No. What happened is there is this activist lawyer. Today is APC. Tomorrow you will see him come on TV blasting Tinubu and everything. The guy, I think when he had Dangote talk about that $100 million, he went to go and gather some more of those ballet and upgraded Obas and try to, like they say in street parlance, choke them to find out if they gain anything. And of course, I think they gaslight him to say, oh, we didn't get anything, but didn't he see them riding Rolls Royce, G-Wagon, and all the rest? Where did they get that money from? Where did they get those money from? Look at them if they wake in the morning, different crown they wear on their head. In the afternoon to eat lunch, different crown. They go to all the K1 parties, everything, spray money.
And they marry more wives.
More wives.
King Gucci. What the King Gucci?
Is that those not those Elegushi?
Not only him, there are so many, all those rural. You believe it.
Most of those prayer was just cooked up for them to have access to sell those land. Like Elegushi was never anything like Elegushi. It was just brought in from one place, making constable to there.
All of them are Tinubu's boys now.
Yeah, they're just making. At least, Baba, you know about Elegushi. Very good. Elegushi know very well. You all know his track. He started as a staff as a Lagos chief of this state. Before you knew it, they're making ballet. Before you know it, they're making Elegushi. Then he sold the land, 4 billion at that time.
It's about Yekon made all of them. He used the
nobody.
Is he a full Oba or a ballet?
Was a full Oba?
They're all ballet. As far as I'm concerned.
He was nobody before they started making ballet. He was
they are full of
Aja, Chomo Bawa to Waja, Baba. Oyekon, wọ́n ló ṣe kíní tó máa ń ṣe ìrọ̀lẹ́ yẹn máa ẹ lọ dé adé bàbá yín ẹ ṣe balẹ̀ mọ́ ọba nìyí. Ṣó ti yí ẹ? That's what happened.
And the man, he make one of his son Oba of where is that place?
Somewhere down after Badore ló ti lọ fi jẹ ọba.
It's a Legushi. There was one number that they said died recently, just a couple of days ago.
The Oshun, that's Oshun now.
That's Ilesha. That is
Obokun of Ijeshaland.
That's Kulata.
The economist.
Is he really dead or?
Oti Waja. But
they sent the DSS there for what reason?
A rich man, very humongously rich man. So they have to protect the property before they go and.
Baba, just to back to this Elegushi, is it the Oba for that Lekki area? Is it?
But why don't you put it straight to one so one man understand? There's not like a Elegushi. He was a staff, just like Lagos Secretariat for Chief State. He was
why won't drag me? I they go home.
That's not the truth, now, sure. He was promoted from staff to Abeg. That's the funniest
Mama Dalu,
he's a prince now, so
which prince?
Which prince?
Baba, you are the blame when you wanted the truth.
No. What is I beg.
There's something like a Legushi. Which family? For which Oduduwa family? Which family come from?
Hey, one man. Elderly person, no, they take more, they talk too much like that. Where did they find
out? Last days, me, I beg. One man.
Right,
now let me yield so that. Okay.
I was actually going to take you to or we can just free flow. I think it's feeling like a sort of a casual.
Okay. I'm cool with that.
Yes, but before I do that, let me signpost in the direction of our Sunday session. So we are having a Sunday session, but not with the host that you're used to. So the host name is still on the banner, of course. Keeping it real with Dupsy. The session will be straddled by Adama. So Adama will be hosting that session.
Yeah, I was looking to that Adama. She's very strong. I saw her
yes.
on the other side, so many Sundays back. I was impressed.
Yeah, so
I'll
she'll be
watch
able to
that
control. Yes,
after the
she'll be able to
Arsenal
control
match. I'll
it.
watch.
Yes. So yes, there's this Nigerian nurse woman. She went on a marathon shift, and then she left her baby. And this is a baby under 1, by the way. She left the baby at home with just wrapped the baby up in all manners of clothes, thinking she was keeping the baby warm. By the time she came back, of course, from an 8-9 hour shift, the baby was dead. And then she tried to make her escape. The authorities caught her. So that had to be the storyline that Adama would be straddling.
Yeah, and this particular story, right? One man, with what I heard, I was privy to some conversation. I think she intentionally did it.
You think so?
No, not that I think so. Because it was actually discussed. My wife is a nurse, right? And she's, they have a community of American nurses, and the issue was kind of like discussed. And
But this was in the UK, though.
Yeah, they are everywhere, right? From UK, most of them from UK come, look for ways to come to this place. So, but she was showing me some things. I think it was the in-law. It was the in-law that was kind of like narrating everything that actually happened. Like they tried to help her. She didn't like the baby. I think the baby is an albino. I can send you. I will tell her to send me a screenshot of that, and I will send it to you so that you can have more.
So there's more to it than because when I read the story, I didn't quite know where my sympathy should go.
There's same with me, right? It was when she now told me everything, and I think the in-law was trying to narrate everything, that even the parents didn't even know that she was pregnant before she got to the UK. So, and she doesn't like the baby. The baby's an albino, stuff like that. It's a whole lot. But I'll tell her to give me the screenshot. I'll send it to you so that you have more insight into it.
All right, brilliant. Please do. Countless people sent me that we have to do a session on it. So I've been putting it back and putting it back. But then Dutzy told me that she's working on that day. So, but I wanted to go out this Sunday, but Adam has offered to step into that space. So look out for that. So look out for that. I've sent the link to the comment section, by the way, so people can go bookmark it. So back to the session. Do you want to take us to Peter? We don't want to be talking about Peter Obi all the time, but he never gets off the headlines. Do you want to take us to Peter Obi, reaching that epiphany to say that he's going back to Daddy Atiku?
But like everything, PO is always leaving it too late. Too late in the sense that we all saw many weeks back, if not months, on this panel that the easiest way to the presidency for him is by being a vice president to Atiku. And also we counter ourselves by saying, look, the obedience will not agree to that kind of arrangement because they already see Obi as a presidential material in their head. So it will like you are diminishing the status of their icon. So now he wakes up and threw a red herring. But that's a red herring as far as I'm concerned. You know how he speaks? Because he has authoritatively turned down Atiku before. 2 approaches they've made to him. He turned it down. So it will be embarrassing for him now to go back. And he's becoming late because by this time next year, the polity will have hit up. to an extent.
But by this time next year, we should know who is in play or not. You know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now that he's throwing that red herring, look at PDP itself. Kwankwaso said the other day, PDP is dead. And true. PDP is dead. Believe me, one man. 3 factions, Wiki, Atiku, and the old PDP. And they all have their powerhouses. They all hold entrenched positions.
You might even say 4 because Bala Mohammed is slicing out a faction for himself, trying to use Goodluck Jonathan to seize hold of that party.
So at the end of the day, like Obina said in his opening lesson, for a presidential candidate, your vice presidential candidate has to come from the party and must be registered in that party for a certain length of time. So if Atiku remains in PDP and Obi goes to join in PDP, so he's leaving the LP structure behind, and is only going to a faction there. The Wiki faction will frustrate that thing. If it's Atiku now that is not beyond him anyway, to abandon PDP and register with LP, Atiku has to do it within 2024 to register with LP, and then they give him the presidential ticket. Obi becomes the vice presidential ticket. And in his head, Atiku will be like, it is something as a president. Let's dream with Obi here. Atiku will be so, it is something, and peradventure, he goes into the night. He becomes the president. It won't be beyond him or beyond the typical obedient to dream like that. But it won't work. One, Atiku is not going to leave PDP and come to LP.
But they could form a merger, though. I think that there's an undertone of that in what Obi is sort of saying, because he said he's not going to leave the Labour Party as well.
Yeah, he's saying he's not going to leave the Labour Party. You get my point. That's why I'm saying that Atiku too will not go to Labour Party. It's not going to happen. So stalemate in all of this. Because if when he was approached, he embraced that, they will have gone very far by now. Because for Kwankwaso, forget it. Kwankwaso is not going to collapse NNPP into that kind of structure. But Kwankwaso himself wants to be a president. And believe me, Obi, Kwankwaso, Atiku, I think Kwankwaso is more qualified.
Kwankwaso's pathway to the presidency has to be via the APC. You know, I can't see him coming. He can't be president with the PDP alliance.
But Ganduje has to be eclipsed first before Kwankwaso will think of coming into APC.
But Ganduje is dispensable now. He doesn't have a political cachet. He didn't deliver Kano State. Kwankwaso took it. So
I heard anyway that they are trying to push him out as an ambassador.
They're looking for ways to get rid of him.
Yeah,
if he doesn't deliver those states, then I think they'll just put him out.
For Edo State, I think, I don't know. I don't watch that space much. It's just I listened to Wiki today and I was surprised that Obaseki went under the cover of night and crawled to Wiki's house with Igodalo in tow. And Wiki will not lie with that kind of thing. So
Igodalo is the PDP candidate. I mean, the one that
is the PDP, yeah.
The one that can't speak English.
No, that is
no.
APC candidate is one that cannot speak English.
Is
But
the
that one
one
is the lady
Bohu, Abi? Bohu.
Monday, Monday Kobelo. Yeah,
So
but I'm
I
not
think
surprised about what you just said about Obaseki. Obaseki was in the palace with past governors, Gwan and rest. When they meet of the night to go and beg the revered king, kneel down with everything. But why are you doing it on the secret? Why don't you just do it on the open and let everything just for once and for all? It's like that. You like this kind of sneak. People doing one thing right now, here, now. You're
pride
doing
goes
it
before
hard.
fall now.
You know, I
Yeah.
cannot abide those sort of people that they will embarrass you in public, then try and come and beg you.
I don't like that kind of people. I don't like that kind of people or that kind of friendship. You understand? Own up to your mistake. Be man enough and beg the Oba. Now today that they go kneel down for Oba Palace under the cover of night after you abuse. And the Oba, this Oba is very wise. This Oba is very wise. He will talk less, but he will deal with him. And that's why I believe World Peace 2 days ago when he was saying that he doubts if Obaseki will win, Igodalo will win that governorship election. He doubts. So the thing is, I think Obi has left it too late as usual, and he's going to be in the cold. Whether they like it or not, he's going to be in the cold. But it's not the best candidate coming from the East. There are dozens of candidates from the East that will be acceptable to everybody in Nigeria when the time is right. If they choose to, if we all choose to embrace that idea of the 52 House of Rep members that are postulating a kind of rotational presidency for all the 6 geographical zone in the country for 6 years. So we know in a cycle of 36 years, everybody, all geopolitical zone will have tasted the presidency. I think that's another way for him to become, for everybody to become president in that country. That's a sure part. And if we have to start it, maybe after Tinubu's presidency.
Somebody is asking you to name one. I can name 2. I can name Charles Soludo, which is the obvious one. But
And
the
OT is there, Soludo is there.
Dave Umahi is probably the most likely.
Umahi is there.
He's playing the best politics.
And Ikemba's wife, your brother, is there also. Oh, there are a couple of them there that could fit into that. That has not caused offense for other geopolitical zone in the country. That has not caused offense, and I would cautiously.
Baba, I would love to see a President Dave Umahi. One, because I think he'll be as competent as any president that we've had, but equally importantly, it will end the southeastern narrative of never having been president once and for all. Because I don't think anybody objects to a Southeasterner being president, but they just don't want a conk or Koro type like Peter Obi. We want somebody, a civilized human being like Dave Umahi,
Your word, one man, not mine.
When the Southeast supports David Umahi, they won't now.
But that's the thing. The Southeasterner that the country would accept, the Southeast would not accept it. But the Southeasterner that the Southeast would accept, the country would not accept it. And Peter Obi is a prime example.
Umahi is a very, very competent technocrat. Forget that he's a politician.
We know his capacity, he's hardworking, is nationalistic. It's not at all ethnic, and
they are not seeing it because their love for their icon is blinding them. You understand? They don't want to acknowledge it. They don't want to see it. Just the way they are lampooning a Soludo. But if you look at the work that man is doing, the acceleration of that work,
there's a certain arrogance about Soludo, though, that is not. Oh, sorry, carry on. You were talking about
the coastal road is doing. That road is it's gone very, very far. And I think next year they are going to start the Calabar end also coming. And the following year, 2026, they will start also from the middle again. So before we know it, because those that have seen it, the concrete is solid. And I even wonder that, where are they seeing all this cement and this iron rod to use? They are progressing. They are really progressing on that road. And all thanks to Umahi.
So that should make him a president. I don't get, because I don't see the comparison between Obi and Umahi, right? But you saying this because of the road, coastal road. So what?
I didn't say coastal road alone. I said what is did in a state in terms of infrastructure, that you guys are not seeing it because of your icon Obi, who you put forward.
Can I interject? I didn't want to interject, Baba. Can I interject? I think you all are seeing this from the sentimental from sentimental point of view. Because of your myopic, about those. So you're coming here and telling us, who's the better candidate. That's the way I'm thinking you all are seeing it. You're not seeing it from a broad, stroke. Just very myopic in most of you Agbado people thinking. That's my opinion.
Yeah, but no. Expand that. Expand what you just said. Expand it.
Okay, you're looking at David Umahi, for example, and you don't know the person of that man because now he's an APC. He's gonna play on the angle of APC. Now he has become this messiah, but he wasn't that when he was before he defected in APC. When he was with PDP, he was like anybody from the South Easterners. If Soludo, you're praising right now, decide to contest, you're going to paint that narrative in order to disown him. So all this nonsense you're saying, I don't buy it.
I think you are making a mistake, Prestige.
I'm not making a mistake. I'm calling it the way I see it.
No. I didn't say you were making a mistake. I said I think you are making a mistake. And this is why. I think you are thinking the objection that people have to Peter Obi is because he's from the Southeast. And that is not the case. Even at the earlier stages of this platform, we were championing somebody like, even before Obi became a name that was known, we were championing Kingsley Moghalu. So more pieces here. Koko is here. They'll tell you.
If Moghalu came out too,
sincere championing? Is that a sincere championing?
It's going to be the same thing.
Koko is here, and I will tell you, even before Obi came out, before Obi.
Do you think I believe most of what everybody say? Yeah, no, I don't.
Well, you don't have to. But what I'm trying to get across to you is that the objection to Peter Obi is nothing to do with ethnicity. It's just because there's just something about him that it doesn't. It's like there's a particular spread in this country called Marmite. A lot of people love it, and an equal amount of the same people hate it. It's like a Marmite sort of thing.
It's just a political. You are coming from a political capital point of view. It's just a few people, particularly a party. Hold on. Let me interject. It's just a particular party. They don't like him because they're afraid of what he could become. So Obi is the most popular person in Nigeria right now. So let's take it. Go and vote and say who's the most popular person. So when you come here and say
we've already done that now. We've already done that. Now we've already voted.
He is the most popular. What did you do? You just did it on this platform.
The election results does not tell us that now.
Please.
The election results.
Okay, one man. When it comes to my turn, I just want to interject on that, Baba son. Thank you, one man.
All right,
one man. If I could say something, please. If I could say something, see, one man. Yeah. The issue is this. If I am coming to Yoruba land to ask you for something, or if I'm looking for something in Yoruba land, I will look for the people of Yoruba land and say, hey, this person, for instance, I want to get married. I will go to the village and say, nah, guy, please, this lady I want to get married to, how is she? Right? Because sometimes the country is so big, we don't even know people that in the next local government. It is the people It is the people that Obi led that will tell you about Obi, not you from London, from the UK, running on stuff you see on social media. No, the people there will tell you what they saw under Obi. So trying to bring Omahi or bring, who is Soludo? Somebody said what Soludo is doing, and what is Soludo in Anambra State? If we are to go by what he promised Anambra people, what has he done for Anambra people? Where is the Dubai? Where is the Japan? Japan, Taiwan. Where is it? The simplest of things he could not do. He's now building a farm park and all that. Who cares about that? We need real governance.
One more thing. Then I
now?
will shut up before my time. And I'm agreeing with what you will say. What am I saying is, about 90-something% of the people, like I said, I'm not preview during the governorship time, in Nigeria, but the politics that have been reviewed recently, because the people on the ground telling me what they believe about Obi, what can I believe? Why will I listen to you? About 98% or 97% of Anambra people has come here and testified in everywhere, in every space, that Obi was the best governor. Hold on, that Obi was the best governor they ever have. Why would they be lying for sentiment? Why would they be lying? I'm not talking about, look at that figure. 97%.
You know, can I take my floor back and yield for them to come?
Yes,
well, I want to say it here and now. If today we all settled it, that everyone, the other people outside of Southeast now say, Southeast, bring a presidential material for us to all vote for and make president. Obi will not take number 5. And I say that with my knowledge of the Southeast. Obi will not take number 5. I yield, woman.
All right, and let me concur with what Baba said. If the country insisted that the president must come from the Southeast, but then but it must be acceptable to the rest of the country, I don't think it will be Peter Obi. I think it will be somebody like Devu Mahi. You know, because people don't like Obi. I have to tell you that. It's just as simple as that.
One man. This is the thing, right? One man. If I can say something real quick, the issue here is this. This is another person. I don't know where Baba stays, and he or Remy. I don't know. They sound alike. He's not been to Southeast before, and he's here now.
Hello. It's me, Baba.
Okay.
I spoke
sorry.
last. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Baba. So, trying to, listen to Baba say that Peter Obi would not be first 5 in the Southeast. It's not sitting. It's not sitting. See, let me tell you something. The same bad governance that Nigeria has been suffering, be it in the Southwest, be it in the North, the Southeast has also had their own fair share. We've had our own fair share, like very bad government in the Southeast. So when we come out and tell you, someone that came in and gave us the belief that things could be done, the belief that we could have politicians that are sincere, that could tell us A, and it is A, that could go in there and, curb corruption, build us the way we ought to go, not believing in white elephant projects, building in the people. I mean, I don't know who else. I don't know who else in the Southeast. He said fetch 5. Who else in the Southeast? Omahi will not get started in Ebonyi State. Even if I'm telling you right now, Obi will beat Omahi in Ebonyi State. If it's a presidential election, that is no joke. Obi will beat him even with the security apparatus. Let's leave all this.
Joel, you are not listening. Look how I framed my question. My postulation. I said, if all of us gather, make I speak for broken. So yeah, our Igbo brothers, they gonna bring one person. Look, we take them to Asu Rock. Listen carefully how I put them. That's what I meant. It's not about vote or anything. Say, oh yeah, Southeast, bring one person. No, be not going match.
My brother, if you bring Southeast, make I put that for broken for you. If na Southeast, if all of una gather, talk say una come Southeast, mo could present somebody for una. No people go present.
Nah, lie.
If you don't like him, mo na carry the person wey be say, hold on now, hold on. Mo could carry the person wey be say if una carry, you go come, right? Come begin the do una, as people they do una. That is what you guys want. We are tired of it. We are tired of it. Let Nigeria move forward. Let Nigeria grow. Stop crying out loud.
Wait now, not be fight. Wait, Joel, not be
my
fight.
brother, Nigeria thing na fight. Nigeria thing na fight. Forget this.
No, me I not go fight. I not fit shout too. Go sleep on waiting I talk. When you come back tomorrow, give us the answer. I beg you. Not now, not be now. Go think waiting I talk.
Can I ask something?
So, Baba, does he have to drink water like we drink water yesterday and come back?
Exactly.
Ataya.
Can I ask something from my brother from the Southeast? Is Umahi a good man or a bad man?
Umahi is a wicked man.
Okay. So wicked man. What exactly are you looking at that make you think he's a wicked man? And are you from Ebonyi?
I am not from Ebonyi, but this is the issue, right? You see, when you see leaders, there are certain things you see in human beings, not just what they ask them to do, right? I mean, the other day they were going through the cost of things that were built in Ebonyi State. It's not meant for me to talk about, right? So you did all those things you did. Yeah, he tried in Ebonyi State. I mean, then he was under PDP. When he called the APC bug, he became me. Go and listen to what he did to all those what's her name again that used to be in the State House of Assembly. Umahi is mean. Look, let me tell you, for some of you who don't know, if Umahi succeeds someone like Tinubu, if Tinubu does not take time, he will lock Tinubu up. I'm telling you the kind of person Umahi is. Umahi is mean. A mean brat. It's not like Wike. You think that if Wike takes over from Tinubu, he will lock Tinubu up. You guys, I think, you look at people that are like comes out to grandstand as people that are that people that have good hearts. No, when you look at people that have good hearts and people that can perform, we can tell you who they are. Not these ones you are talking about. These guys are ragbags. They are mean.
Okay.
Just like Wike. No, come on now.
Okay, so why I actually asked that question, because I think this is something I've been watching. I've been in conversation with people from Ebonyi and people from other South East states, and I see this thing for Ebonyi people. And if you ask Ebonyi people too, they kind of like tell you that probably the other people from Southeast do not like them. And it even comes to when it comes to marrying people from Ebonyi, I've seen instances where I've got friends from Anambra. When you ask them where exactly is that place that you can marry from, they tell you probably Imo or Ebonyi. So, and if you have someone from Ebonyi, right, and they would rather tell you that they like doing their own thing differently from what other Southeasterners are actually doing. So that's why I ask you if he's actually a good man or a bad man, or everything is coming from that background that I just said.
No, my brother. See, let me tell you. You see, all these things, sometimes, whenever it happens with the Southeast, I'm sorry for whoever that has the floor. I'll make it short. Whatever that happens in the Southeast, people just tag it, oh, these people hate these people. Look, it's been a long time. These things had been going on in Southeast. Right? And if you go to the Yoruba land too, I am sure it is also there. Your parents will always want you to marry from your locality. There's no hard feelings about it. So why is it different? If you ask one man today, I mean, if the mom was really talking to him, or the mom had a choice, it would be like, please, marry from Oyo State. Is it something wrong? It's nothing wrong.
I think the South they see the Ebonyi people as poor relatives. You know
No.
the hierarchy in the Southeast is the supremacy is being fought between the Imolites and the Anambrarians. So they are the top dogs, and then Enugu is the naughty cousin, and places like Ebonyi, etc. They just see them as poverty people. So that's
but one man, they've been poor. There is nothing wrong in seeing someone that is poor and say they've been poor. LHG came in. That is part of what I was telling you when it comes to governance in the Southeast. LHG came, did a good job. The one after him, Sam Egu came, did a good job. If I hate them, I won't know their governors. But I monitor what's going on there. They have their own thing. They don't like going. They have their own personal thing. They don't like going to school. If it's as a result of opportunity or all that, I don't know what it is. But they don't like it. They've always been farmers. So do we hate them because of that? No. But if you tell people that they are poor, they look at it like, oh, you are castigating us. No. It is richer than Lagos. It's not richer than Lagos. It's a poor state. It is a poor state. It is not like trying to slap them in the face or trying to put them down. Is the northern region a poor place? Yes. Do they have billionaires? They do.
Joel.
I think we.
Now, academic exercise they do so. If politics start first, wait, listen. If we now politics we did talk about here, Okute go wrong. If we say, oh yeah, if we can bring somebody, Okute go wrong on Lagos. I tell you, forget them.
You know what they call Okute? What do you know? What is Okute?
Leave that thing. No worry.
No, hold on now.
It means a rock or a stone, isn't it?
A rock. You know the reason why they call him a rock? Because if you go to Anambra State to be a governor, and people tell you, no, hold on, let me land. And people tell you what it takes to be a governor in Anambra State. You just look at Anambra State, and this is a state that they kidnap the governor. If you are that powerful, if look, let me tell you, I lived in a state where a governor will be coming with his own convoy. A Mokofo will be coming with his own convoy, and the governor will have to turn back. It's a question of money.
Now they tell you so now.
Yes, now some people have
no. Tell you.
But those people you're talking about are not going to decide for us. Who's going to be our own destiny now?
Look, we talk on that topic. One man.
Okay, Baba, please, can you give me a minute? So I don't have to talk on this topic. I will go back. I will go straight to Dangote and Obi and the
Sure. Go ahead.
Let me make a statement on this. Okay. When you talk about the Southeast, we understand the Southeast. Maybe Baba, you say have lived in the Southeast, so you understand what I'm saying. Anambra State have the political heavyweight when it comes to the Southeast. No other state, I'm from Imo, no other state can rival the Dogidi in Anambra State in terms of politics wise. They have the heavyweight on arrival in any part of the 5 southeastern states. But having said that, somebody made a comment about people don't want to marry people from Imo and people don't want to marry people from Ebonyi. It's not as simple. It's not that straightforward like you said it. You can't say they don't want to marry people from Imo State. That's not true. People, it's always this fallacy that Imo State, their bride price, is too exorbitant. That's why people don't want to marry. Who will want to marry to Imo State? Imo State has the most beautiful women in the world. So let's talk about that. With that, everybody will want to marry about in Imo State. So it's just that perception that fiction that Imo State, their bride price is high. So
bro, and they're educated. They're educated. That is.
Particularly where I'm from,
that is the main thing for them. They're the most educated.
Yeah, particularly where I'm from, the western part of Imo State. In terms of education, we are high up there. But anyway, having said that, in terms of women, so everybody we are talking about marriage. Everybody will be luring to come to Imo. So there's no doubt about. But for the one of Ebonyi State, I don't know. This is my own opinion, okay? A lot of people always look at them as not the real Igbo. I don't know why. That's how. Just if I'm wrong, maybe Joe can correct me. But that's just, the narrative I get. We look at them as the lowest of evil, that's applicable in the West. Ijebu and some other things. I don't have the history to pen that here. Maybe one man can educate me in that. There's always that differences in that, but that doesn't mean they hate each other. But in that particular Bonny State, people always look them as the lowest. So having said that, let me come to this David Omahi. Everybody's praising here, and I will use two adjectives to qualify him. He's a sneaky and dubious politician. And do a hit on the nail. If the opportunity present to him, he can remove Tinubu and put him to jail. This is how dubious. He's an opportunist to the highest level. You can praise him here, the way you want, and whatever you want. I've studied David Omahi very well. Ebony State is one of the poorest states. I think the last time I checked, before they came to the fifth place, or I don't know where they are right now. They used to be the third poorest state until David Omahi came in. But he did okay. But all this praising, because how did he do okay? He bankrupted, the state to bring them to a more reasonable level. I mean, look at the airport. All those flowers or whatever decoration in his studio, all of them is falling apart. They don't have a
They're falling
runway.
apart.
They don't have
It's
a runway.
it's what I was telling one
People
man.
need to look inside the number, not just coming here. It's giving you a bracadabra narrative, all these projects, something. Of course, an APC. It's gonna promote whatever they believe. And one more thing: if election is held today in the southeast, and it's between between him and Obi, Obi will win 90-something%. Go and mark my word of a Bonny State. Even David Omahi is there. People in that part of the world, they know what they want. And whether it's good or bad, whether you like it or not, they know what they want. Because of that, some people are going to stay here because you don't know anything. That's why you're not going to be president, because you're not playing the right politics. It is what it is. And that's how it's going to be. You can't change the Southeasterners. That's the way they reason. I mean, you can call them, whatever, you can categorize them the way they want, but it is how it is. David Omahi is a very cunning person. So you're here, utilizing him as the next coming of Jesus Christ. Power to you. That's how I see that.
One man, can I ask you a question? You and Baba. I want to ask you just two questions. In the southwest, do you guys have like states that the Yorubas would be like, that's a poor state in the southwest?
Say that's a poor state.
Yeah, like say that's a poor state.
Osun is poor now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that is one, right? Okay, in terms of marriage, do your parents want you to marry from your place, or they want you to go? It doesn't matter if it's but at least they want you to marry in your own state, in your own local government, in your own villa.
For me, we are too cosmopolitans for.
You okay? Probably say Lagos. Probably I should ask Kulata that come from the bush.
Nobody interfere with me in my life. I can count the Yoruba women I've dated on one hand, on my 5 fingers in my life, and I think I don't rule small. So I'll be that kind.
You're not like local like a Babaja and one man. I mean, one man stayed in Lagos State, but I'm talking about people that stayed in like Kulata and all these guys. What's his name again? I've forgotten this one that always comes here. They comes from like Oshun Ekiti, right? Those ones that are still very, very local. If you ask them, I believe if they are truthful to themselves.
You right? Mean enigmatic?
Enigmatic, yeah. All those guys then. And when they talk, you know that they are from local places. You understand me? But this is the thing. If you ask them, they will tell you that their parents want them to marry from their locality. It is not something, even here in the United States, a white person wants them to marry a fellow white person. If they marry black, nobody would die, but their preference. So it happens everywhere. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Let's bring Ajale Koko into the conversation. Sort as it is, it's somewhat of we're not heavily loaded on our topics, but we're just gisting anyway. Let me play you this. Let me play you this clip from Chegun Showumi. Somebody sent it in. I've not seen it myself, but let's see what he has to say.
How can leaders of society be laying claims to things that will be offensive in other people's homestead? Tribes are controlling the directive principles of their politics. The Igbos control the directive principle of their Southeast politics. The House of Fulani, they control the directive principle of the South of their northern politics. Why would anybody, with all due respect, begin to disrespect the Yorubas and expect that the Yorubas don't have a right to control the directive principles of their own region, of their own space? And when people are operating in that space, whether as indigenous or settlers or owners or even joint owners or even the people who taught it into existence, the reality is that you must be sensitive to the tribal, or conclave of people. I won't come into the Southeast and start to speak to them in a manner that, especially when I'm living there, as though, oh, I'm the one. No, that's not it. And it's going at a speed that is getting too dangerous. I'm seeing that more and more people are sitting on it, and we need to tell young people enough.
Nigeria is more divided online than it is physically.
That's the painful thing. But you know the thing about,
and it's a dangerous trend.
Very dangerous, very dangerous. I've asked myself that, who are these people leading this country? Do they even understand what we're likely going to potentially deal with? Imagine if over a period of about 5 years, the narrative of tribal hate continues. Can you just imagine what an army of people that would not be hating themselves, not even loving their country? I get when you want to criticize the government, but you can't reduce it to a tribal issue, especially if you're even talking about President Bola Tinubu. What is in Bola Tinubu's profile, actions, cabinet?
So there it is. We've had that guy on this platform before. Do you remember?
Yes. Say greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think I totally agree with Shoimi with everything he said. That clips you just played now. You see, even though we call ourselves Nigerian, I think that name Nigerian is secondary. Our first identity is our region where we originated from. I am a Yoruba man first before Nigeria, and I will say it anywhere, because Nigeria is a name given to us by colonial master. I mean, my great-grandfather didn't know Nigeria. They were all Yoruba people. They called themselves Oyo, Ondo, Egba. That is what they call, and I mean, all of us together in our own region, Southwest, we call ourselves Yoruba. So I think I have said it here before. What that guy said in that clip, that look, people from other part of Nigeria, if you are in another part of Nigeria, you should respect those people, respect their culture, respect their tradition, and respect their politics. If possible, don't even participate in their politics. Let them run their politics the way they want to like. Stay back, leave them alone with their politics of their place, so that you will live in peace. Because we are tribal people. So I believe those that is referring to, he didn't mention him. I think he might be referring to the Southeasterner that take it cool, in particularly in Yoruba land. Don't get involved in the politics of Yoruba land. Leave Yoruba alone to fight it out among themselves, to compete among themselves. Don't take side.
There was something that Shewa Kimbaluye said that struck me, in that we're all seeing it together for the first time. There's something he said that struck me, that the tribal something is more online than anywhere else.
Oh yes. I mean, we are here too. We see the way it plays out on this platform, another platform. You see,
that's not true.
You don't think so, Zita?
No, I don't think so. See,
no.
Can I come in? Okay, sorry.
Okay, let me. I mean, it's taking a very dangerous trend And that is what got that lady in Canada into trouble. The tribal politics that is so toxic, and so we have taken it to very dangerous.
I think it's very difficult to be tribal face to face. I think people are braver behind screens and keyboards. Yeah,
yeah,
behind
right.
keyboards. Yeah,
yeah. So,
one man,
Ms. Zita,
particularly
you
the
can
judge.
come in. Ms. Zita, you can come in. You can come. Let's hear your own opinion.
I said saying that the hate or the division is online, not physically. That's not true. You can see somebody carry a loudspeaker walking in the streets, screwing division. It is something that is in there, but the online is a medium. It's just a tool that is being given to them, like a tool to showcase how they feel. So whatever is going on online is in the physical. That's not to say that it has gotten so bad that you will not buy from each other, no. But I can assure you there is so much, just as it is online, that's how it is physically. Online is just because that's where you see them say it. Obviously, you won't see somebody in the street screaming, I don't like this person, I don't, it would look like a madman. Although sometimes when you see what they write online, you will think they're mad. Sincerely speaking. You'll be wondering, why should somebody put out something like that?
Let me disagree with you. Because the level of division and ethnic, I don't like the word hate, but ethnic antagonism, let me use antagonism. The level of division and ethnic antagonism, I've never witnessed it before until I started to do more, come online more. And you see, even when I first saw it online, I thought it was just a trolling thing. Then I thought it was an election thing. But then it seemed to be getting a lot worse rather than better. And people feel that it is the online space that fuels it, and then people act it out in real life rather than real life fueling the online space.
Woman, you are talking about a country or a nation that even before the online came to place, people that are not of a particular tribe, living in a particular tribe, have been spied like as if there was a war zone. I can remember in the year 2021, it was, I think, is it Ojus Okalo or, yeah, it should be that same Ojus Okalo. He said they should start fighting them in the east too. It was a gory sight. So what I'm telling you is that online was just a new platform where they can now go and vomit what has been eating them up. Because you can't say it is an online thing. I don't know where, for those who love history, I don't know where Shehu, a journalist, got that one from. Looking at the history of Nigeria over the years, it's been a mayhem between tribes. And for somebody who calls himself a journalist, will come out to say it is, of course, online, they don't even kill themselves, but in physical, they do. So why would somebody who calls himself a journalist say it's more of an online thing than a physical thing? I don't get that.
I think you are not.
You can say she's wrong.
I think what you are saying is totally different from what he said. What he said strategically is that it's getting too dangerous online. He didn't say that we don't have it. He didn't say that.
Johnny Coco,
dangerous.
In,
And it's
in
not that
online,
we have it on the ground. We don't have it physically.
online,
Getting too dangerous. And we are seeing it too.
No. As I'm speaking with you now, if I don't like you as somebody who is from another tribe, I can just abuse you, exchange rude words with you, probably say terrible things about your tribe and your person, even when I don't know you. It doesn't really, you're not gonna die, will you? No. But in physical in Nigeria, people are being fired because they are doing business in another land and they are another tribe on several locations. So you cannot say it is getting worse in online. Getting worse in online, nobody has died online and nobody is going to die online.
But Zita, the issue is this. You see, that of physical antagonistic. Can be antagonistic. How do I say this? Physical tribal jingoism that we carry out against each other. You know, it only happened during the election time. When election is over, everything is over. People go about their businesses. They forget. They put it behind, and they move on. But the online is so dangerous now. Every day we come here every day, and we battling each other on tribal on tribal ground, on the other platform. On every day, they are re-echoing that tribal sentiment every day. That is why he said it's getting too dangerous online. But it's not like that.
Angelica, can you give me a minute, please? Now that we're on
Yes.
this trajectory, because when it comes to my turn, I want to talk on the main issue, the other three topics, but I just want to give my 2 pieces on this part of trajectory. Hopefully this doesn't consume it. We can go to other topic, which I find interesting. But my opinion about that, Madam Zika, I think you made some point, but I completely disagree with you. And Angelica, this come to you. If you disagree with somebody, just tell the person, be bold enough, a man, and say, I disagree. Don't try to be politically correct. So don't be playing that political incorrectness. Sometimes you do in order to please your opponent. No, I'm going to call Madam Zita the way I see that. I won't say totally wrong because I believe
Koko is a gentleman now.
No, forget about that gentility. Who cares about that? I don't believe in that gentility. Say it the way it is. Have your say.
And your toxic masculinity.
It doesn't matter. Have your say, but don't abuse people. Like I said, I disagree with Madam Zida. I'm not going to abuse her because I respect her. But I say certain point that she made, I disagree with her. That
no, hold on. She's not wrong. She's not totally wrong. But she was taking.
We are saying the same thing. I said she's not totally wrong. That's what I'm saying. We are saying the same thing. And I'm going to give you the place I thought she's wrong and the place I know she's right.
Hold on. She's not totally wrong. She was just.
I said the same thing.
Hold on, man. You take too much wine every day and you come.
Wow. Yeah, I need to give you San Francisco wine.
I don't want South Africa wine. It's too toxic. I don't want South Africa.
So, genetically modified grapes.
I don't want it. So she was just taking it in a wrong perspective, but she's not wrong. That it is what happened on the ground that we play online, So, but we are playing it too dangerous online. Unlike on the ground, only during the election, and after the election is over. But online, we come to do it every day. So she's not totally wrong.
Okay, thank you. Just a minute. Let me finish my own summation. I think you and I are pretty much saying the same thing about, the way we disagree with the Madam Zida. I never say she's totally wrong. I say she's right. And you just narrated I concur with you on that, but because that politics is being played for political capital, that's the only way. But in my own opinion, this is more perpetuated, it's more amplified from the online, then it descends, to ordinary people in the street, but up to what degree, I don't know. Okay, and I will use this example. I grew up in Lagos. I went to school in Lagos. I mean, to be honest, I'm not going to come here and say because I'm married to a white person, I'm not tribalist. I don't want to play that game. The whole total of my friends are from different tribes, from other tribes.
Are you married? Are you married to a white person?
That's not here for discussion. That's my private business. So just
No,
borrow it, man.
you just said it now.
We need
But carry
Mama,
on.
please leave my private business alone.
No,
We are not here to talk about me.
you just said it. You just said because I
No,
won't say because
I'm
I'm married to
saying
a married
if
person.
I'm married to a white person, I'm just using
All right.
tribal. You know how people are very.
All right, carry on.
You know how people are very racism. They will tell you that they're married to, they're married to white people will say they're married to a black woman, so they are not racist. So I'm just using that as an example, But let me finish my topic, so I leave the floor to Babaja. Okay, please. So the point I'm trying to make, when I grew up in Lagos, almost all my friends, it's not by selection, just because of the proximity or the people I went to school. They are from they're from other tribe, which I find, most beloved friend from. But we never witness all this kind of stuff, you know. But does this exist? Like Madam Zita said, yes, it does exist, But it depends on where. I didn't witness that. I can only speak for myself. I never know there's anything. It's not that I'm still naive. And I never even one day think about tribalism because maybe it hasn't been meted to me when I was growing up in Lagos. So I mean that's it. Yeah, that's why I said Madam Zita is right in certain area. But you can, the place that I disagree with her that this tribalism, started the genesis of this tribalism when it went to online. No, I think the online amplify it. But the other one is just something that is there. But the online people took it to a different generation, to a different narrative. And I will be very factual when I say online. It's all about political gain. That's all it is. So it's not people in Nigeria. People, different tribe. We are very tribal people. Yeah, like Ajali Koko said. He's from Southwest in Yoruba man before in Nigeria. And I will come here and I state it, whether you like it or not, because my father grew up in that era. I'm a Biafra before in Nigeria. So that's how I see it. Thank you.
Babaja, I would like to agree with you to an extent. I hardly do, but I will agree with you.
Sorry, Joel. You carry on, but just to acknowledge that's the first time Prestige has described himself as a Biafran. But carry on.
It's okay. I'm unable. Look, let me tell you. I am not going to say because other people are saying it, then I'll have to say it. I know who I am. I know where I belong. I don't need to restate it. I don't need to restate who I am. So it is what it is. Babaja, I think I agree with you. And the reason why I say this, because I made this point on this show. I said, why is it that this thing comes up every 4 years? Every 4 years, that is when we start that is when this tribal thing comes up to, every 4 years. So it means if it happens every 4 years, we know we are tribalists. I'm a Yoruba person. I'm an Igbo. Sometimes we even say it on the street, you don't come Igbo land, come do Christmas before. People will not say, if it's happening in your place, let me come to your place. We travel. I remember when my younger brother went to Ogun State to do his Christmas with his friend. We don't see all these things amongst us. The online thing heightened it because now, like one man said, we have many cowards, hiding behind the keyboard to say shit they cannot say in your face. They will just come on social media and just say that, and they keep, riding up people's emotions. So Baja, I think we are not as divided as people think. However, this thing is done by the politicians, and it occurs every 4 years. Now nobody is talking about anybody owning Lagos now. Wait till 2027. Now 2026. Now you now see somebody. In fact, they will use a name of somebody that has Igbo name and say Lagos is no man's land. They will go and picture it. You see, they are coming again to say Lagos is no man's land, and they will make that point and they start selling. I'm telling you what is going on. So it's right. Every 4 years. Right. I just hope we have the brain so that when this thing is coming again, like the Democrats do in the United States, every 4 years, racism. Every 4 years, racism. Every 4 years, police brutality. After the election, nothing again. Police brutality or whatever they call it will go on. Racism will go on, nothing. Every 4 years they come back. So it means that it is the construct of the politicians, those that are at the top. And that's the problem we have in Nigeria. But I think as time goes on that we have started to understand ourselves, especially with what happened. I heard you talk about the lady in Canada, which I think shouldn't be, she shouldn't be arrested. She had not said anything wrong. You understand what I'm saying? She should be released. She shouldn't even be taken to court. And the reason why I say this, Babaja, is based on what I just stated. Remember when Remi Tinubu made that statement she made, it was prior to 2020 election. Right? That was when she made that statement about Igbo. That was when Oba of Lagos said he was going to throw people, he was going to throw his family, not the Igbos, inside the lagoons. Inside the lagoon, sorry. So why is it that this narrative comes out every 4 years and we still fall for that beat? That is the question. Thank you.
Joel, I think I disagree with you that that lady in Canada did not say anything wrong. What she said was totally wrong. And that is why she got into trouble.
Hold on. Joel, why would you even condone such a statement, Joel?
Do you know why?
Tell me why.
My reason is simple. You see, like I always address different issues. We are so quick to react to outcomes. We are always fixated on outcomes, and that outcome is still dependent on who did it.
Okay.
The Oba of Lagos
I follow that space. I can educate you what happened and everything. So just
hold on. I am saying that whatever that lady said was preceded by certain words by other people. I shared it with one man. You go there, you see a guy that said that in Austria, this one is from Edo. That lady does not even stand Igbo, but she says she's Igbo. I will take it.
She's from Anambra. You need to get the fact.
Listen, man of prestige. This is my thing. If we want to address the issue of a speech, it has to be done holistically. There is no reason why Oba of Lagos should still be on the street after he made that statement. There is no reason why Remi Tinubu shouldn't have apologized if it was here. She's not going to make that statement. So what I'm saying is that even if you go to those social media, there were other people talking, and Abike Dabiri was deaf. But when it came to Amaka, you have to talk. They have to go to arrest. No. What you are treating is the symptom. There will be many Amaka that will come out tomorrow to speak, as long as we have this kind of people speaking the way they are speaking. We have the like of FC Olomo that did what he said during the election. And what do we do? If you hear, they say, no, let's come out. That's a Iyachukudi. Who is Iyachukudi? Iyachukudi is an Igbo woman. If we must address it, we must address it holistically. If you have found one thing, you go to jail.
Iyachukudi came out now.
No, but because she has been bought. You know what happened? Does she have a choice?
Joel,
does she have a choice?
Don't be cherry picking things. Okay?
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Let me land now. I was talking before you came in. These Democrats, you guys don't have boundaries. Hold on, please.
Well, I'm trying to not to be biased.
Let me just land. Can I just land? Let me land. I was heading somewhere, and it won't be more than 1 minute. So my thing, Babaja, is that the issue of tribalism, the issue of the way we talk to each other, the issue of the threats we give to each other in that country is enough for any person in that country to make any statement. So for me, it's going to be, Amaka said something. Well, what happened to Eddie Solomon? What happened? We remember the guy that even said the one he said in Lagos State. He's still in jail, the king. He's still in jail. But Eddie Solomon is working freely. Where is the justice? there is no justice in Nigeria. Until we have justice in Nigeria, until we have people that speak the truth, until we have people that condemn even their own whenever they say something wrong, we are not going to head anywhere. We are head. We are just sitting on a keg of gunpowder. Thank you.
Okay, just a minute, Ajali Coca, please. Give me this space.
All right.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah, hold on. Just hold on. I want us to move away from all this ethnic sort of stuff.
Right. That's why I don't want to
word.
repeat it during my time. I just want to head and finish it right now.
Yeah. Have that last
okay.
word. And then we'll
Let me begin my addition, my narrative that an injustice for one is an injustice for all. So I believe I believe most of I agree with I agree with you and most of what he said, but we need to broaden it, more than that, because it's done by both sides, okay? But some people are paying the penalty while some people are not paying the penalty. And let me give you the genesis of this Amaka stuff, because I've been on, I've seen the platform when she got that abortion, the reason why what propelled her to get that abortion. But that's not an excuse, I mean, just because somebody says something wrong, then you're gonna go and say, you have to control your emotion, It can't just be spooning that bigotry stuff because somebody spooned that bigotry stuff. She went to that platform. The name of the guy is Kingsley Obuano. I've forgotten the last name. She's from Edo State. That's the one that said it, that they're gonna quiet all the whole Igbos. I know. He even used more derogatory statement than this Amaka. So Amaka was on that space. That's when she reacted, and made that. But that does not excuse what she said. That's what I'm saying. There's a pastor in an church in Anambra that made the same statement. So a lot of people in both sides are very wrong. But everybody's not having the same justice. Like Dewey properly said, people will come here and say maybe what's his name started it, what's the name of this guy? This guy in jail right now. One man remind me, I lost my thought. Yeah, they're going to say Kano started in 2015. Yeah, he has doing some bigotry statement to that. But where is he right now? Is he not in jail? Where is the SD? Whatever they say, people don't like it. He's in jail. But tell me another part of the country that has been in jail. Even after it's equally, if both tribe, both tribe has been doing it. But it can't just be, punishing one tribe and leave the other tribe, alone. That's my problem. Punish everybody. That's the way I see it. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Back to Ajan Lekoko. Let me play this clip. I promised Ja and Zola. Let me. It's only about 30 seconds. You may like it as well, Ajan Lekoko. Just for the novelty of it. I thought I had it ready just now. Just for the novelty.
Well, they're taking over your culture.
When I saw it, it really struck me. She really got into it, but
one man, what's the title of that? I love it. I need to get into that. I need to listen to it more, please.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is. I just saw it on Instagram, and it struck me. There's this lady called Soma Aku that I follow somewhat. She's moved back to Nigeria, and she was reciting an encounter that I might even play it. She was reciting an encounter that she had with an Indian person in Lagos. So she was in some establishment waiting to be attended to, and then this bank of Indian people came in. They came in as a group, maybe about 3 of them thereabouts, and she was sat down, and then the lady just went up to her, and then she flicked her hand. When you are trying to shoo somebody away, asking her to move herself from that seat so that she can sit. And she felt so. But what she was reciting was that the whole of Lagos State now is turning into some sort of multicultural, not even multicultural, multiracial experience. Just the average white person walking down some random road in flip-flops. Those slippers that we call them in the rubber ones, so not even proper ones. Just casually, without any care in the world, you just bump into. Did you have that experience when you went, Joe?
One man, let me tell you something. You're totally correct. Let me tell you what your favorite girl just posted last week. And Summer Echo, right? I know you followed her.
Yes.
She posted something how she was being discriminated, how she was, how she was insulted by somebody from China. So she was mad about that. Say, how can I be insulted like this from when I'm in my father's land?
From India. That's what
Yeah,
I just
okay, you
said.
saw it. Yeah, I'm just going by, I'm
Uh-huh.
just seconding what he said. How they are
Yes.
coming, how they have influenced Lagos. Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Well,
do we like it though? Is the thing? Is that what we want? I'm not sure, but carry on.
it's good that if truly she's the one singing that song, I think
No, I don't think she's the one singing it. Though I think she was just
dance.
No. But from the accent, you could probably guess that she was the one. Yes.
Maybe, but it's good. This is not the first time to see Oyinbo singing in Yoruba. Singing.
Yeah, but she really got into it. Is the thing, most times when you see Oyinbo doing this sort of things, they're almost clowning around, but she was really, into it.
Yes, it's nice. I mean, eh, we just have to appreciate ourselves that we are doing something good. That is why we see them accepting it and try to do it with us. So our culture is rich, our tradition is very rich, and our music.
Dale Coco, when I said a few months ago that the world is about to enter a Nigerian, not an African age, but a Nigerian age, people laughed. But I'm still holding on to that thought. The world is about to enter into a Nigerian age.
Well, they are entering it in
I
Lagos.
agree with you, one man.
Yes.
They're entering it in Lagos. They want to capture Baba and all of them. All these.
Hey, Baba, I want to ask you a question. When I go home, where can I go and see them? Is it like a Atlantic area? Because I'm going home on Christmas, so I want to see where I can go and see them, see exactly what people are talking about, whether they cling to their own area like Chinese do over here.
Pulata is the plug for that. He knows.
Okay. No, I'm going to try to explore that. When I go home.
No, I didn't see the clip actually. I was busy. I was eating actually. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Who is Shannon Sharp? I don't know.
Shannon Sharp, that's a former American football third end that used to that play football, but right now he's number one podcast in the world.
So what has he done that Kulata is asking if we've talked about Shannon Sharp?
I don't know what he done recently, but remember he's the one that broadcast the news about what's the name of that comedian, that little big little guy. Well, man, we talk about it now. What's the name of that little man, or I don't want to call him a boy, a comedian, a black comedian, that came on his podcast and blew his.
Yes. Oh, I know him. The one that I know who the face is in my head, but not the name.
I mean, the podcast has been good. I mean, he just signed a new contract with ESPN. He used to work for Fox News before. The Fox News that he was in, it was what they call Skip and Belly, sports. It used to be with he used to be on ESPN before, but now he has been. But the podcast, right? According to what he said the podcast has generated more revenue than he made, playing football for maybe 10 years or 6 years. I've forgotten how long, but he was a very good tight end in football, so he made a lot of money. But according to him right now, the podcast is generating more revenue. I mean, that's what he said. I don't know, but yeah, he's big now.
Sorry, just to digress, just a microsecond. I've actually clipped this thing out to put it out tomorrow. But did anybody hear Baba T's take on American politics yesterday?
I was there now. Remember the one that brought it up?
It was probably the most brilliant thing I've heard in a long time on this platform.
No, I told you, Baba. I told you, one man. I like to conversate with Baba T.
It was an inspired speech by him.
Yes, it was. I told you I like to conversate with Baba T. I mean, he's very conservative, but he's not a MAGA like King's Daddy.
I've clipped it. I'm putting it out tomorrow.
No, he's a very rational,
Okay.
intelligent man. I'll give that to him. I like to conversate with him. You know, I don't agree with him 100% of the time.
One man. Whenever you see a man of
Oh,
prestige,
I don't like to conversate with you. He's not a rational man.
praise. Whenever you see man of prestige praise any person, you know that person maybe have given in a little bit to to his beliefs.
If he praises somebody, that person is a dumbass.
Exactly, you know that the person has said something good about Kamala. But you know what? One man, it was a disgrace of a show. Just 1 minute, and I will just summarize what I want to tell you. It was a disgrace of a show. I see no reason why America should be dictating to the world what they should and should not do. It was crass indiscipline, unprofessionalism, stupidity displayed on stage. One man, none of us on the debate.
Oh no, okay, the
on the debate. Yes. Okay. Yes. One man, none of us on this show, including man of prestige, can walk into such environment and succeed. So the winner remains Trump. You cannot tell me that you are having a debate, a presidential debate, and you were there fact-checking one of the moderators, one of the debaters, and it was just like glaring, 3 against 1. The main issue in the United States has to do with economy, immigration. She was not pushed on those things. Inflation, she was not pushed on those things. But they were more interested in what Trump said or what happened in January 6th and all that of last year. That is not the time to ask those questions. You guys have eaten those questions like whatever you want to call it, like for the past 3.5 years. Even while he was in office, this man is your topic. You wake up, you sleep with this man in your mouth. And you have to organize a debate. And the 2 moderators, including Kamala Harris, was not answering the question, sidetracking the question. If I ask any of you right now,
even
what is Kamala's...
voters did not buy it.
The voters did not buy it, right? So even at that one man, she could not...
Joel,
go ahead.
Babati actually made the argument, and I think Rational Mind supported it, that Trump actually won that debate. And if you listen to how he presented it, it was I thought Kamala won it, and I still think that, but when he made his submission, I paused to reflect on what he said, you know.
One man,
can you give me a minute to interject on you?
One man. Let me just 30 seconds, please. I will hand over to you, please. So one man, the issue is this: if we are going into a fight, let it be fair. We have called for such in Nigeria. We cannot be calling for election, free and fair elections in Nigeria, and we come here and we are supporting manipulated elections. You cannot manipulate. One man, 42 days. Kamala Harris has not paid no press conference. The least she did was 60 seconds. She never spoke. Today she cannot defend the administration. And what is going on is that she keeps hiding from the press. Nobody is saying Kamala. But this man you call Trump keeps talking to the people. In fact, today, he made mention, and for those of you who are still working, that he is going to remove taxes on overtime. One man, if he does that, these are real issues. These are things that are going to go the average Nigerian, because Nigerians here work like donkeys, but they don't have brains. They want to work and you just follow. They cannot even think and say, oh my goodness, okay, what are the policies that are available? And I keep telling them that was how Tinubu got into power, because we are this dumb. Because I see many of them here talking about the Democrats, but it's very unfortunate that it's not based on issues, but based on vibes. Because none of them can even tell you what the economic policy or immigration policy is. in
Man
the
of
United States.
Nashville, I
Thank
don't
you.
even know where you're portraying
Okay,
yourself.
thank you.
Cool.
Madam Zita, please give me my time if you don't mind. Let me report because you and Jewel are coming from the same narrative, so we need to balance the equation. So let me start this. People here, because when I speak, I bring fact. I want everybody here to go and Google somebody, Laura Loomer, Loomer. People just Google it as we're talking. This is that lady. She's kind of decent looking. She's the worst conspiracy theory. Concord everything that I've ever seen in my lifetime. Google Laura Loomer and see all the whole conspiracy theory. And this is the person. Trump is hanging himself around everywhere Trump travel. This lady will be with him. There's a saying that goes, show me who you are for the first time, I believe you. Because once you show me who you are for the first time, believe them. That's who you are. And that's who Trump is. Whatever is perpetuating like that. So Joel came here, and proclaim all those nonsense, without any fact to back up, whatever he's saying.
It's on
So we
TV, my
come
brother.
here
It's
to
on
say about
TV. It's not,
well,
I'm not going back and
I
forth
didn't
with
interject
you.
now. Can you just back out, please?
Go ahead.
And said about who won and all that kind of conspiracy theory. Like I said, I listened to Baba T yesterday, and I would like to listen to Baba T. Did I agree with what he said? But the way he narrated makes sense. If you want to buy into that, power to you. Like I listened to him, I'm the one that brought the subject. They say, why are you changing the subject? I say, I've not spoken to Baba T, so I would like to hear. So he made a very good submission, but that's on his own narrative because he's a conservative, but he's not MAGA like Prince Daddy. But let's go back to the debate. So we have a Trump mayor on steroid last night. Forget my voice, need water. Trump night mayor
You
on
need water. Take
steroid
water.
at night.
But you need to
A
lie.
guy who came on national TV. Hold on. A
Yeah,
guy
they
who
tell you,
came on
no,
national
you know
TV.
they want to lie like
Hold
this.
on.
That's somebody too.
Can you be
Hold
quiet?
on. Yeah, hold on. Prestige, you're getting a bit angsty these days, man. Just bring it. You're amongst
Okay,
friends.
just slow down, right? Okay.
Yeah, you slow down. Give me 1 microsecond. Adam, if you are listening, check your DM. Carry on.
Okay. This is a guy, in that particular night, he was a nightmare on steroid. Let's call it what it is. He was. This is a guy on a national debate, the most watched, the most consequential debate in my lifetime in American history. And you come on national TV where, about 67 million or 70 million people to be approximately that is watching the debate and proclaim that the Haitians, you see the racism I'm saying, people don't read the context. You need to read the fine
But
line.
it's not
And
racism. It's not racism.
can I finish speaking?
The locals are
When people come here,
complaining.
they talk about
That's what
racism,
you guys
small
like.
racism.
You guys like to
You need the
lie.
context. This is a guy who come to national TV and proclaim. He has nothing to say. He has been
But
buried.
it's true. It's
And
true.
he has been
It's true.
buried. Hold on. During the first 5 minutes of that debate, Trump was making sense. He was making sense. And we, Democrat, I'm a Democrat, we telegraphed the Republicans, said, we're going to bet Trump. We're going to bet him, we're going to bet him to see if he's going to take the bet. And that's exactly what happened. Because of he's somebody, who's out of control, cannot control his mind. That's why he took the bet. He changed the narrative from what the advisor asked him to do and lost his mind. Once Kamara said about the cross size, she did that deliberately. That's how you know somebody that is very smart. She did that in deliberate by telling Trump about cross size because that man is,
No, those are your talking points.
that one
Those are
is
your talking
infatuated
points.
about Krista.
It's
That
a
was
talking
when he
point
lost.
every night. You say
Hold
that.
on. That was when he lost his mind. From there, he become a wire and come and spooning this, this racial attitude that he hates in Springfield, Illinois. Those people he was saying, they are not here illegal. Go and find out. They are, the Ohio State the Ohio State invited them to come and work, and a lot of them reside in Springfield, in Springfield, Ohio. So they work. They came here legitimately, but he claimed they are eating pest and pest and dog. Who says something like that?
15,000,
Can anybody here?
15,000.
Can anybody here?
Baba Prestige.
Can any hold on?
That is
Can
how
you
you
let me
guys want
talk?
to win the election. Hold on.
Can
Hold on.
anybody here
You
let
said
that make
15.
sense to me? Forget about can win
Oh,
election because
hold on. Oh my
winning
goodness.
election is not about. Maybe
I
you don't
can
know
make
about
it make
American
sense to you,
politics.
Prestige, if you
It's not
want
just
to.
about. It's
Baba
not just
Prestige,
about
stop
economy.
lying. It's getting
It's not about the
irritating.
economy only.
How
There are
can you
there are
invite
many
15,000 people?
Okay, hold on.
Hold on. Let me make one more point. Did
You've made
anybody
the point.
watch
Can you
Romney?
hold on? Let Choma come in. Just bring it down.
What
Bring
is
it down a
Chioma going to
little.
say? Chioma is part of that mega. So what's she going to say that makes sense?
She doesn't come often, so when she does come, let her have a moment. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't talk too much on politics. I'm not even here to engage with you guys. I just want to really appreciate my friends in the comment section. They're like the best friends in the whole wide world in my head, even though I've not met some of them before. So I want to give a shout out to Ayo, the big fish of this platform, for always contributing. I want to give a shout out to Prince, my friend, so sweet. He contributed earlier. I want to give a shout out to my personal person, Kulata. I want to give a shout out to
How
Ja.
personal. Expatiate.
No, he's my favorite person. That's why. And Ja, I want to give a shout out to you. You're awesome. God bless you and replenish your pockets. And this is what I mean by let's lit up the comment section. I mean, you guys were so busy talking. Did you see how we were like firing up the comment section with?
Yeah, but you've not taken it. You've not taken it to $1,000 yet. So don't give the Oscar
But
speech.
just be
Take
grateful.
it to
Just be
$1,000,
grateful for
and then
what
you
we
can give the
have. We're
Oscar.
almost there, though. We're almost there.
And then you can give the Oscar speech. Yeah.
But one man, we're almost there, though. We're almost there.
No. Well done. I am noticing it. Of course, I'll acknowledge it as I'm about to.
I really, it's not even about towards the end. It's just that I'm so happy that you guys are really
you seem to be having fun with your wallet. Yes.
Yes, they're really on fire in the comment section. I'm just so impressed by you guys, and I really.
Choma, we inspired them to open their zip.
Yes.
We inspire them. They will fire them with what we are saying here. So thanks to us too. I thank you, panelists, AI, Jewel of Now.
I have to thank God. I have to thank God, my mom, and I have to thank God, my mom.
Thank you, one man. I said earlier that if I read as often as you read, I'll go mad. I don't know how you read every single day. All those headlines. You're awesome. So I really want to appreciate everybody, including myself. God bless all of us in Jesus' name. Amen.
Yeah, we're there for a moment. Who said? Do you remember when you turned up on Kaizo's stream? And somebody said I was simping for some random. Was it not Ja that said that, Ja and Zola? That.
Yeah, I saw Ike. Yeah, I saw Ike after a long time, and I was wondering why he was MIA. But I don't think it was Ja. I think it's one of those other boys. It was a bunch of boys on the panel.
Yes, I think it was Ja that said that why am I said I insisted that you must speak, and then he would say, "Oh, one man, you are simping for some random woman."
I don't think it's Ja though, because
I think it is Ja. It must be Ja. I know his accent. You know that.
Really?
Yes. Was it not you, Ja? Oh, all right. Okay. He says it's not him. So we'll believe him, I guess.
Well, thank you, Ja. I'm glad I inspire you to come back on here. It worked out, right, woman? It worked out.
Oh yeah, but it always works out. But who is Shannon Sharp? Do you know?
I don't know anything about that. But I'm not always on social media. I only go to check my inbox.
All right, brilliant.
But one man, I've already educated you who is Shannon Sharp. What else you want to know? You asked me, I'm a sports guru in America. What do you want?
No, because Kulata is hinting that there's some storyline there that we need to.
Yeah, he may have come up with another storyline. I've not followed him on his podcast recently. I just told you his beginning and where he is right now.
We don't
he's
trust.
number
We
one
don't trust
podcast in the
anything
world. Go
that
and
comes
find
from
out.
San Francisco. We don't trust anything that comes from San
Well,
Francisco.
when I say something, you Google it. Don't you have a computer? The facts speak for itself. I'm telling you where he is right now. He just signed a new contract with ESPN. But his podcast, he claimed that his podcast made him more money than he ever made when he was playing football. One of the best football players in America. He played football for 7 to 8 years. He played tight end, to be specific. For you to know, I know what I'm talking about. I just don't come here and babble like everybody say because of the way my voice sounds.
Man of
People think
prestige. Man of
I'm just
prestige.
making noise.
It's a
No, I have
breaking
my
news.
facts. So
It's
let
a
me go back
breaking
so I will
news.
finish
It's a
bashing
man of
Dwayne.
prestige. Man of prestige. It's a
It's my
breaking
turn
news.
now.
If you can, I say it's a breaking news. Can you understand what you mean by breaking news? You know,
Okay,
this
go ahead. I
Democrat,
give you
you guys
that.
think the word is everything is about right. Sometimes you just use your brain. Understand? Breaking news.
Okay.
He has sex on what they call it. He say he admits to having sex on Instagram Live. Obviously, I am embarrassed. Then they say he apologized after audio sex tape goes viral. So that's Shannon Sharp.
Oh man, he's done.
That's not a big deal now.
No.
No, hold on. Etinosa did that 2 years ago. Do you remember that
But
Nigerian
one man,
Etinosa? She did that on
one
Instagram
man.
Live.
I can assure you, the guy just signed a very lucrative contract to be one of the commentators on ESPN. The contract is going to cancel by this weekend or next week. I'm telling you that contract, maybe his podcast is going to be going on because people like serious statement. So that may not affect his podcast, which is the one a passive income that generated him more money than his normal job. Yeah, he still have a life. Of course, he's rich. He already made a lot of money. But the ESPN contract, I don't know how much it is. That's going to be cancelled. Don't say it's not going to affect him. When we come back here next week, we bring it up whether actually affect him because I'm going to read more about it. But it's going to affect his contract. I think they're going to terminate his contract because I've seen them terminate people contract for something less than this. Yes, but one more minute.
But I mean, look, I agree with you on that part. That because they hold men to higher standard than female. If it was a female that had this, they won't do anything to her.
I don't know about that. Don't
No,
be showing your masculinity here.
I'm being honest with you.
Joel, do you know a Nigerian? I think she's a C-class celebrity called Etinosa.
Etinosa.
Yeah, I'll look her up because I'm pretty certain she's done that on her Instagram live stream, which was quite controversial about 2-3 years ago. About
Okay. Yeah, so the issue there is this, right? Why I said that it is not about being masculine, it's just the way it is. When you want to make, there's nothing logical when it comes to the Democratic Party, right? It is always either extreme ends. It's either this or this. No, there could be a middle, right? If I say Niger people are the ones, 90% of the people coming in from the northern border, is it being racist or am I being a tribalist? It's the facts. So that's the issue.
But
one man,
somebody
this is the thing.
On the chat, I think it was Kulata, say it was incidental. So can anybody elaborate what you mean by that, by whatever we are talking about?
So what it means that it was accidentally leaked or something, yeah. So for him, he may lose the contract. If it's accidental, they might forgive him. I don't think they're going to do anything to him. I mean, we have a VP candidate that put tampon in boys' bathroom. What could be more scandalous than that? So they should leave him alone.
I don't think that accidental is going to exonerate him. The contract part will be gone. I can assure you here.
All right, let's bring the conversation back to some sort of coherence.
Can I please 1 more minute to finish responding to Joel? Just a minute.
Yeah, just hold on 1 second. That's the Etinosa right there. There she is. The one that she went wild on Instagram a few years ago. But yeah, carry on. Make the point.
Is she an actress, Mama? Is she an actress?
She's an actress. Yes.
I hope
should say
while I'm
acting, right?
talking, everybody, about how many people watching this? You know, it's a lot of people watching this right now. You
One
only
man,
you only need to
you know
go
Tiwa Savage had
118
hard
watches.
last year.
Hold
You know
on.
Tiwa Savage
Go
had
and
hard
Google
last year.
the name I gave you and see the kind of person Trump associated, Laura Loomer, and see the kind of person, you know, he's associating with him. But having said that, let me pivot to the debate. Okay, I think the problem, I mean, Trump was completely destroyed at that debate. And why was he destroyed? Because this is a man who cannot control his mind. And you expect a man who cannot control his mind to rule this country. You know, is that not a shame on you, Joe? And people talk about
He was there
economy.
for 4 years. He didn't lose his
Hold on.
Mind.
Go and look
Biden
Obama.
did.
Go
Biden
and
did
look
lose his
Obama.
mind. He didn't
Go
lose his
and look
mind.
Obama and don't make me lose my thought. Go and look Obama and Mitt Romney debate. Mitt Romney beat up Obama like anything, and because of the economy, even the second debate,
Prestige,
he has the best.
you're walking,
Come on now,
you're walking
can you just back up,
soapbox.
please?
Hold on, you're walking soapbox opera. You know, you don't. I mean, you just talk what you
They
hear
don't
on
do
CNN. You can't distinguish
normal,
facts from
normal
So
fiction.
Democrat.
anyway, let me finish. On economy, you know, about American debate or American politics, it's not all about economy. You know, economy is even better right now, but the Republicans are deceiving.
Trump
Go and look
was the
at the
president
inflation
for
rate.
4 years.
One
You
man.
say, can he be a
I'm not going to
president?
talk to you, Prince
What are you
Daddy.
talking about?
Will you stop? Go and look at the inflation rate today.
Trump.
It's
What's the
2.5
inflation
as
rate
I'm
today?
talking to
It's
you.
a lie. It's 9%.
Hold
9%.
on.
What is they talking
One
about?
man, Google it.
All right. Hold on. I'm not Googling it. I don't want us to get locked into that American
Okay,
something.
I'm done because now, Prince Daddy is here, so I'm done. I'm not. They didn't allow me to say.
Okay,
I'm not going to
I
say
know
anymore. I'm done.
one man also wants to be done. See, Prestige, everything you say should be just taken with a grain of salt because you don't live in the reality of anything. You don't. But you keep repeating. Last time was 3% inflation. Now it's 2.5% inflation. Are you serious?
I said
You live under
2.5. 2.5 as of
no,
today.
you listen. You live under a rock. You don't even have a clue what is going on. I can't even respect your
I'm
analysis
telling you.
any way,
I'm
shape, or
telling
form.
you.
Nobody can respect you. See, any common person will tell you minimum, not even the official 9%. The inflation in America is roughly around 13% to 18%. It's very simple. Where do you live? What do you do? I mean, do you not walk around, go to the store, buy
I don't know
gas,
what you're
and
talking
do
about.
simple things?
All I can tell you, I'm living well.
No, you just a talking head. You don't have a woman. Go ahead. I don't want to stop your show. Go ahead.
All right, back to you, Ajaneko, if you remember where you were. You Americans, man, you should come with the associating with Americans. You come with the prescription pills. You need to take pills to hang around Americans.
All of them are gun owner. That's why that gun.
Yeah.
that right to own gun. That right get it to their head.
Do you own one, or is this something you rather not?
No, me, I don't own gun. No. I'm a gentleman. I don't have problem with anybody. But I'm my own, yeah, one day. But I'm not.
I wouldn't object to owning a gun, but maybe I'm not sure I'm responsible enough to own a gun, though.
Yeah, you see, you know the temptation, the psychological empowerment that you get when you own gun. That look, you can go to anywhere. You have something on you. You have something with you that you can use for your defense. You know, that I don't want that to get into my head. That's why I don't want to own it. And I just, and particularly with my children, I don't want them now. I want them when they get, on their own to live the life they want to live. I don't want to influence them by my own, owning a gun and showing it to them that I own it. And for that reason, they will want to own one, our children.
Because daddy had one.
Yeah, because daddy had one. So I don't want to give them that mental right to own gun. I want them to, do it on their own, and let me live my own life.
Hey, Baba Ja, Kamala owns the gun. You better own the gun too, and tell your children too.
I'm not a Democrat. I lean more to the conservative. I'm not a liberal, but I'm not.
Well, that's my point. If Kamala can own a gun, she said it on the debate. You heard we all heard her. She owns a gun. She said so. If she can own a gun, you better own the gun too.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it's just someone's choice to own it or not to
Why
own it.
didn't you be Prince Daddy? Why not MTG? Why did you say Kamala?
It's someone's right to own it. If you don't want to own it, I mean, it's your. You just do whatever you want to do. So, but I don't want to. I don't want to live a lifestyle to influence them. To influence the kind of lifestyle they should live. So, we are from a culture where owning a gun is even a taboo. Why do you want to own a gun? From where we came from. So we are in a foreign land that is their culture. So why should I allow their culture to influence me and then pass it on to my children? So that is why I don't want to own it. I might own it in the future, but for now, I don't want to. And I hope God will continue to.
I wouldn't mind owning hunting like a rifle, because I love things like hunting, and I'm intending to go to France to go and hunt pigs or something. Maybe later in the year.
Your own interest. I don't like it. So why should I even carry gun to say I want to go and hunt? I don't like it.
You don't like hunting?
No, I don't like it.
You don't?
No, I don't like it.
Wow, I'm surprised. Well, not surprised. But,
yeah.
Woman, where do you hunt in London that you live?
No. I know. I said in France. So there's no hunting in London.
So you have to go all the way to France to what do you guys do? I think I asked you this question before. What do you do for fun? I mean, what outdoor activities? What do you do in England or where?
We go to the pub and we get drunk. That's what we do here. We go.
I mean, that's such a boring life.
We play snooker, which I think you guys call cool. That's what we do. We play snooker. We get drunk. If you see a Friday night here in the UK, it can be an ugliness. So people go out and people they go to the off license. Is it the same system? I think you call it a liquor store where you are. So they go to the off license and get really drunk on cheap drinks, because the drinks at the nightclub are a lot more expensive. So they go and get drunk there. So they're already half caught by the time they get to the nightclubs, and then they pile it on a lot more at the nightclubs. Then by the time they come out, they have this takeaway things that they call kebab shops. I'm not sure if you have that culture. It's like a Turkish sort of meat bread thing. Then they go into the kebab shop, already stone drunk, have a bit of a fight in there, buy the kebab, and then as they are making their way home, they are eating the kebab and throwing up all over the street. And that's a Friday night in the UK. Any city is the same. All over this country is the same.
For real. You know that stuff. That stuff.
You know what they say? They say Friday night is for fighting. That's what they say. Friday night is for fighting.
Real. It's weird over there, one man. You know, we did that in the university, right? Before we go to the club, we go to a bacha, one of the bachas on the roadside. We'll go there and we just drink our beer, maybe like 3-4 beers. So By the time we get into the club, we just have only one bottle in our hand and we just dance through the night. So it's funny that, I mean, people do it in the UK. Like, it's funny.
So Ja joins us. Have you come here to profess your love for Chioma? Is that what it says, Ja?
No. I just wanted to join the conversation. Seems like you have a panel full of Kamala Harris supporters.
So where are you positioned? No. Prince Daddy is an ardent. I'm not even sure you can get more Trumpite than Prince Daddy. So he's full Trump.
Yeah, I've heard.
Yes. So how are you positioned? Where are you positioned in the American politics?
So for me personally, I think the American politics is mostly like charades, but I mean, all politics is really, right? But I think for me, I think edging more to vote for Trump, and it's more so not necessarily because of domestic issues, but more so because of like the foreign policy. I like his stance as far as like being America first in a way, and kind of reeling back from like the war with Ukraine. I think that that's pretty much my main reason of voting for Trump. It's the foreign policy. He promised that he would stop the war with Ukraine, between Russia and Ukraine, which is really a war between America and Russia, and Ukraine is obviously the proxy.
But that would be a mistake. Now, if he stopped that war, then he doesn't understand at all what is going on in the world.
One man, can I just a second? Can you tell us how he's going to stop the war?
No.
Tell us how he's going to stop the war.
Guy, don't do that. Let's just bring it down. Go on, but answer the question that Prestige put, though.
Yeah, so I mean, for Trump, he seems very confident about him being able to stop the war. He has a pretty close relationship with Vladimir Putin, so I actually believe him. He says like not even before he touches the Oval Office that he will stop the war in Ukraine, and literally the reason why this war is even prolonged is because of America's support, with armament and ammunition and things of that nature. So I mean, America can stop this war if they wanted to. But what I think is that certain corporations, as far as like Blackstone and the military industrial complex, they want to prolong the war. Obviously, they benefit from the war, right? So they want to stop the war, and even in a sense of even in the sense of like the assassination attempt on his life, right? The individual actually have some ties to Blackstone. It was a part of like a Blackstone commercial. Blackstone is pretty much like the father company to like what is the is the father Blackstone is the father company to the manufacturers, right? What is the name of the manufacturers? There's two big ones. Someone help me. Prince Daddy, help me if you can.
Lockheed Martin.
Lockheed Martin.
Lockheed Martin and Raytheon.
Raytheon, Boeing. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. So that's pretty much the fault. So that individual has some sort of. It seems like he has some sort of ties. But again, that's pretty much my position. I think the war with the Ukraine is actually having some effect to the American economy, and I feel like under Trump's presidency, life wasn't so expensive as it is now. Like obviously the gas prices and even the cost of like buying groceries and things of that nature is seemingly becoming more in these present times. So if anybody wants to chime in, go ahead.
Yeah, can I chime in? Just be civil about it.
Hold on.
No, I'm going to be civil about it.
No, hold on, Prestige now. Just hold on. What do you think the war is about, John? That war in the Ukraine. What do you think it's about? Actually, let me give you my theory.
It's about NATO. It's about NATO expansion, if you ask me.
Well, exactly. I feel that war is what they are essentially what I feel they are doing is they are testing just what level of armament the Russians have. So they are using Ukraine to test. They know that Russia has nuclear weapons, but outside of that nuclear weapons, what else do they have? And I think that's
One
what
man,
the Americans are
none of
doing.
the above.
So
None of the
can I
above.
respond to that? Can I respond to that? So
Yeah, go on.
I think so. When we look at Trump and Kamala and the last 2 or 3, 4 presidents in the American office, right? I think they're pretty much like a symbolic sort of like face, but they're actually people behind the government that have been put in certain plans and have certain certain ideas and agendas when it comes to like the world in a sense, right? So I think the U.S. is kind of stance, a globalist stance, is kind of they want to implement a unipolar sort of like system or American hegemony, U.S. hegemony, that's centered around like liberalism and things of that nature. This is why they're trying to spread democracy and liberal ideas in places in the world, including Africa, right? So yeah, so I think that's the idea. So the idea of like a multipolar like world, I think America's against it, and this is why they are attempting to weaken Russia and China with trade tariffs and sanctions, and even this war, Ukraine and Taiwan situation. These are avenues where the American system or government, the military industrial complex can sort of like weaken Russia. But the plans, I think this whole situation, I don't think this whole Russian-Ukraine situation is something that happened like overnight. I think it was actually like a 15 to 20 year plan. And it is. If you listen to like certain economists like Jeffrey Sachs, that has, relationships with Putin and a lot of world leaders. He says this, it started with Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton pretty much signed off on, laws to enlarge, NATO, past the east of Berlin. And all of Russia has been asking was to, for America not to kind of surround it with its military bases and things of that nature. And America has pretty much reneged on a lot of their promises and agreements and continue to expand NATO, which is an open enemy to Russia. Like NATO's an enemy to Russia. So Russia is pretty much protecting its kind of territorial integrity, if you will. The same way how America pretty much, was willing to annihilate Cuba, for similar reasons.
Do you think
and Venezuela?
Do you think
in Venezuela, exactly? Yeah.
Do you think we're going to see a mad moment from Putin in the course of this war?
No doubt.
I think it's edging towards a mad moment. I think it might do something crazy.
Well, I don't think Putin is like some mad, emotionally, I don't think he's like. I think he's super calculated. He's very smart as well, and he understands world history. Like if you listen to his interview with Tucker Carlson, like he understands world history better than a lot of like American politicians and Americans in general. We tend to look at some of the things that are the conflicts that are happening in the world and don't understand or know what's happening, but he knows, and the people in power or behind the scenes, they know what's going on. So I think if the war continues to be prolonged, and as we see now, Ukraine is starting to make some offensive attacks inside of Russia. I think if this continues to happen, Putin might have no choice but to actually lead to some sort of using nuclear warheads and to protect his country really from collapsing. So yeah, I think Russia, if the war continues to prolong, Russia or Putin will have to, use nuclear weapons. And
that's what
seems to be the trajectory
was talking about. That's what Trump was talking about, right?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He could lead to a third world war, and people are looking at it because it's Trump, because you just hate Trump. But a man is out there telling you the facts, telling you what is going on. But you prefer someone that is just laughing, no knowledge of the economy, no knowledge of the border, no knowledge of even international politics. This is a lady that donated $60 million to Ghana about last year. towards they say in the name of human rights, but we know it was to the LGBTQ. So the issue there is this: look, we can make anything we want to make out of these two people, but we know where they stand. And one man, let me tell you, these two people, Kamala and Tim, when you talk about the far left, when you talk about the far left, look, Tim put tampon in boys' bathroom. He spent millions as governor. I'm not telling you what you cannot see on the internet. So what do you think is going to happen when they come to government?
Why does that rankle you so? I'm sure there would have been a need for it. You know, you Americans and your peculiarities.
What peculiarity? That's so. But that is what we are saying, right? Okay, if you're going to tell me a man can be a woman, some of us that are sensible should say no. And I think that is what this election is all about. Have you taken the time to look at those supporting the Democratic Party?
Is it a referendum on wokeness?
It should be a referendum on wokeness, a referendum on the economy, a referendum on immigration. One man, I'm not from here, but I have seen what illegal immigration have done to Nigeria. I cannot wish it on them. If not, I would just be like, oh, what's my business? But I know it is wrong.
Yeah, it shouldn't be promoted in the schools and things of that like that. That's
you understand?
Like what you do in the confidence in what you do in your bedroom, like it means nothing to me, right? But when you start to promote it, like to the children, to the schools, and you're teaching it, you having like transformers literally in school, promoting this lifestyle. I mean, I think it's against Americans' values, or once was, But so I've heard some people on the panel that said, Kamala won the debate, and I disagree. I think when the 3 points that Trump made that pretty much knocked Kamala out, if you ask me, was when he mentioned obviously the Ukraine and Russia war, how he wants to stop it, and Kamala pretty much like laughed at it and seems to want to prolong it, right? We know that she's backed by like a lot of globalists and things of that nature. So he mentioned that. He mentioned the Nord Stream pipeline, which I'm not sure if anyone knows this, but before the Nord Stream pipeline was destroyed, Biden pretty much made a threat, to Putin, saying that if he was to invade Ukraine, that the Nord Stream pipeline something would happen to it. And then mysteriously, ironically, it it just kind of got destroyed, right? And no one knows who did it, right? So the Nord Stream pipeline, Ukraine war, and obviously the Israel and Gaza war. Trump said if he would have been in office, this would have never happened because Biden, gave Iran, right, the $7 billion, and from that, I think Iran was emboldened to
exactly
support, the Hamas, and we know what happened after that. So yeah, those 3 points, I think.
Yeah,
pretty much
quickly, yeah. I'd like you to talk about what is your sense of the inflation rate in America? Because this man called Prestige doesn't have a clue about what is going on in this country. He said inflation is about 2.5%. From your
no, don't misquote me. I said 2.5. 2.5 as of today.
That's what I said.
Inflation rate is 2.5. Hey,
that's what it's saying.
God, 2.5. In fact, some products here have gone even up to like 50% for some products. If we're going to make it product by product, Babaja, you're here now. When was the last time you went to the shop?
I said I was specific. I said inflation rate.
Food inflation
rate.
Inflation.
That's what I said.
I think probably we're talking about no. We're talking about interest rates. I think you were mixing it up.
I said inflation rate.
Are you talking about if you're talking inflation yes. Is not 2.5%.
Okay. What is it then? Educate me.
You don't have a clue, Prestige. You don't have a clue what is going on.
What is the inflation rate today? Can anybody tell me what it is?
Without looking at the government data, if you go about town and live a normal life, I can tell you easily that inflation is about 30% to 18%. 13 to 18% easily.
Just concord with me. So it's not like I'm coming here to make up things. I don't know where we're arguing the fact, whether you like it, where it is. Yeah, food inflation and everything is going to be a little bit higher compared to inflation.
All right. I think we're now locked into the American something, whether we like it or not, aren't we? So there it is.
Yeah, fact check.
No, I think Kulata has already done that, hasn't he?
Okay, well, I'll raise my case.
And what did Kulata say?
2.5.
What is 2.5?
The inflation rate, the inflation as of today is 2.5.
It's true. It's true. One man. Look, let me tell you, this is pure lie. Look, just
maybe Kulata also live under a rock. If you talk about we're talking about cumulative inflation for the past freaking 18 months. Who's talking about this is so annoying. Well, because what I'm talking about is very simple. I'm not making anything up. Just go around town and see the price of commodities or products. 2.5% for what?
I want us to make it conversational. Okay, what is the inflation rate of Nigeria? Is it not close to
food
is it not close to
inflation
30%?
in the US
and what
is
is the food inflation? Is it not 40?
Food
It's within
inflation.
that parallel. What am I saying that is wrong?
But Baba, even if we want to go and look at that food inflation, they said 5.7. In practicality, it's not true.
It's not true.
It's not true. That's God.
That's garbage.
Because of let's make it conversational. So I'm not gonna. I don't want to be emotional.
Look,
Babaja, try to spin the narrative for their own advantage.
Babaja,
I know what I used to pay. I know what I used to pay for grocery before, and I know how much I'm paying now. And they're showing me receipts.
It's a lot more now.
Tell me, it's not.
It's a lot more now, honestly.
One man. Ask them what is the gas? What is the gas?
I don't know the parameter.
Hold on. What is the gas? What is the gas in Texas today?
Prestige. You have to let other voices.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to give them, interject in that narrative while we continue.
Hold on now. Just hold on. I think Ja wanted to comment. Ajale Koko, do you remember when I played the clip? It's just that I don't have enough space, so I always delete clips. And then
the white guy, right?
Yes, it just within 2 years, the food bill is a grocery shopping bill went up nearly 300%.
Yes, it was using 120 or maybe 120 something or 150 to buy grocery like 2 years.
Walmart, the guy was shopping at a Walmart.
Today
I think it was
over
Walmart.
400. Now over like 450. How do you want to tell me that is 5%?
Babaja,
I think it misses its math class in primary school or something.
You're letting the conversation go one sided.
Hold on, let me land.
You can overstep, but don't overwhelm. That's just it.
An organic egg 2 years ago was like maybe $3 or something like that.
$4.
$4. It's over $9 now.
$9.
How is that 5%?
Orange juice, Babaja.
What are you telling me?
3.25 because I know my kids. That's what I buy it for them all the time. 3.2. Today, the other day I went there, I was like, because my wife is the one that used to go to buy these things. So I just let me go in the other day. I picked up orange juice, $7 something. How is that 5%? What are we talking about? One man before I will go to groceries with $200. One man, my cart will be so full. I mean, is this something that is hidden? Your cart will be full. One man, if you go to Walmart today with $200, you'll be surprised.
When I realized inflation was eating, was when I went to Taco Bell. I normally order that chilupa, that small chilupa. Usually like $2.50. I didn't even notice. I don't ask. I usually just pay and move on. At one point, when I listened to the lady, she said it was $9. I said, yeah, for what? This small sandwich, this small thing. Oh boy, oh inflation.
And, 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 and precision is not mine. Say it's
It
two
seems
two and
like
a half
we have
percent. Go ahead.
one-sided information. It's not fair. You know,
And
you need to have an opposition. That's what make it enjoyable. It can't just be one-sided because it seems like everybody, most of the people that have been speaking here, it's pretty much on
Okay,
one-sided.
talk now. Go ahead and talk.
Okay, okay. There's people keep on talking. I'm not saying there's no inflation. If you look at the parallel compared to Nigeria, the same philosophy applied to Nigeria because the food and some of that, is higher than the regular inflation rate as of today.
American
Inflation.
inflation is higher than Nigerian inflation by far.
Is it not my turn, please? One man, can I have the space without interjection? I respect
no,
everybody, and I believe
yeah,
I should be respected too.
carry on, Prestige.
Okay. So if you look at the parallel in Nigeria, it's the same thing. The food and other things in that rate compared to the regular inflation rate is higher. Now, America is not immune from that. Today, the inflation rate, was higher before, but because of the policy, Biden government is doing, everything is coming down. If you follow the world economy, the way things, work, it doesn't stay at the same rate. Inflation always come every decade or more than every decade. It happen at the same time. So people coming here talking about Trump, have the lowest this. But what is the genesis of that Trump, that he inherited? We know what Obama inherited in the first 3 years of his thing, when Bush was in power. So Obama was able to succeed and bring the economy to a very good level for the last 4 years. And this is what Trump inherited. So when he came in the first 1.5 years before the pandemic kicked in, everything was good. The gas price wasn't as low as it was during the pandemic. Okay, people check about the pandemic. Who was driving during the pandemic? It's not a matter of supply and demand. When there's a surplus of supply with less demand, is the price not going to go down? That's exactly what happened during the Trump. People keep on talking about talking about gas price. It's because nobody was driving. That's why the gas price went down. So because of the pandemic, which is the doing of nobody, I don't blame Trump for that. That's pandemic. It's a world issue, So when Biden came in, he already inherited the problem of the last 2.5 years or 3 years because of the pandemic effect, and he's trying to resolve it. And inflation kicking, which is a normal occurrence every decade or so. It just happened to happen during the Biden era. And this guy is trying to control it. Everybody's coming here giving their own point of view, why Biden is bad and everything is bad. And going to that geopoliticalism. American policy is American policy. There's more war hawk in the Republican Party. People go and find out. The Republicans are more war hawk than the Democrat, or they are all the
It
same.
seems
American
like the
policy is
opposite
West.
now.
Can I land, please?
I guess I'm sorry.
American policy is well set to stone. It doesn't matter who's going to be the president; it's still going to work. If Trump come in and says he's going to stop this war, it's not easy, like he said, to stop it, because Trump is a friend of Russia. Russia will not say
Oh my God.
Trump will not say Russia stop the war because of the strategic position of what they want, because of what um, part of Russia that Ukraine took. I think it's called. So that's part of the genesis of this war. And of course, the NATO. They want to. Ukraine want to belong to NATO, and Russia, because of their nearest to them. They don't want that. That's a very strategic position. I don't blame Russia for that. So people keep on talking about Trump is going to stop it. No, Trump is not going to stop it. America is doing what agreement they have with NATO. They have no other choice but to support them. And if Biden thereby say he's not going to supply it, the Republican will be the more vocal. Go and look at it. People like Lindsey Graham is probably the number one war hawk. They're going to kill, they're going to kill Biden if he try to stop the war.
They're going to kill Biden.
Well, I don't mean kill him literally. I mean they're going to oppose it to the highest level.
So
And Trump can't come in.
tell us why is it going to be difficult for Trump to stop the war? Tell us what you think.
Trump can't stop the war.
Ukraine is not even a part of NATO.
Trump can't stop the war.
Why?
We are not in Nigeria where we practice banana republic.
Why is it going to be difficult
Why
for him?
now?
Tell
Why
us
would it be difficult for him to stop the war?
Tell us factors that
practice of
make
government in America. Trump cannot unilaterally stop the war. Executive order doesn't work in that way. The only thing he can do is to stop sending them ammunition.
But people
But do
said
you
the
think
same thing
he's
about
Republican that
America
is war
and
hawk?
North Korea, and
Wait a
Trump was
minute.
the
Do you
first
think that he's
president to.
Republican that is war hawk just going to lie down?
You have to be opening the window for people. Jazz, repeat what you just said there, Jazz.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, so he was making it seem like it was almost an impossible thing to, I guess, stop the war or reel back on a war with Russia and Ukraine. I mean, I don't see how that would be a problem. Literally, if America stops funding and arming Ukraine, Ukraine stops, it collapses, right? So Ukraine is dependent upon America to continue this war. This is why President Zelensky is constantly coming to America begging for dollars, begging for armament.
Okay. Yeah, that's
a good point. Another thing, real quick. Another thing. People said that it was impossible to see an American president in North Korea, and Trump was the first to step foot in there, shook hands with Kim Jong-un, and literally prevented a nuclear crisis at that point. So he can do it again, I believe.
That part was it was a showman masquerade. Yeah, so let's not go on that part.
Your own
let's stick
person
with
did
the
not
issue
even
we are
go
talking about right
anywhere.
now.
Your own did not go anywhere.
Hold on, let's stick with this Ukraine war we are talking about right now.
Oh
so
my God.
you say Trump is going to stop
Man
the
of
war.
Brazil, can I say something to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you know that in the United States, it's usually the president that takes the country to war? Do you know that?
But wait a minute.
Hold
No. You cannot just unilaterally. They have to vote. 2/3 of the Congress.
Hold on, no.
He might start it. He might want to start it. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
it is by president initiative.
Okay.
Go to
The
war.
president may initiate
another
it.
country.
If the Congress doesn't approve.
Hold on, no, now.
Okay.
Let's have conversation.
Yeah,
it's
thank you very much. I agree with you.
Initiative that the country go to war.
Okay.
And the president as well can stop the war.
Exactly.
What are you talking about, man?
Exactly. The
you live too long in this country and you want to be talking as
yeah, he asked me a question. Can I give him my own opinion?
You don't know
about that war
about America.
Prestige, give a condensed opinion and then open it for that so that.
Okay, I will do that more, man. I promise.
So that there's a flow to it.
Yeah,
yes.
No, I completely. I will do that. Respect you. Okay, when you said a president can start war, he can initiate a war. Say I want to go to war, but he has no constitutional right under the American Constitution because he has to take the two branches of government, 2/3 of the two government to approve the money. Are you going to go to war with broke? If Congress don't approve the money, he's not going to war. People tend to be missing about what. If Congress don't approve the money, even Biden that's asking for money right now, the Congress has to approve the money. He can use executive order to give them money.
So if president say, this war must stop, so the Congress will say no, the war must continue.
You're talking about initiating a war. So
hold on.
Go to that part right now.
Hold on. No, that is where we are.
You are talking about stopping the war.
Okay, let's
that
go
is
to
where
that.
we are in this conversation.
Okay.
You are saying that Trump cannot stop the war. Hold on.
Everybody, hold on. We have to bring it down and then we have to have one voice. But carry on.
Go ahead, Angelico.
Let's have one voice at a time.
You see, where we are in this conversation is that the president cannot stop the war. That Trump, rather, cannot stop the war. And I'm telling you that it's by president initiative that this country always go to war with another country. And the president as well can initiate the stop of war anytime. And the government will, and the Congress will agree with him.
Yes.
Okay, good point.
So what are you talking about?
Okay, now let me say my own view and let the people decide, and people who can go and fight check and decide. I'm not quarreling what he said. We are talking about ending war, so we're not talking about starting war. So let's stick with that. Let's stick with that angle. Yeah, Trump we initiate because is the president that shaped the American foreign policy, but he does not control it. That is the two different. A president of America shaped the world. And the American foreign policy.
The American president is the commander in chief.
He doesn't. He shaped it. That's what I just said. But he does not control it because the Congress can stop him for not funding it. That's the part I'm saying. He can ask them for funding. Then, if he have control of the two Congress, and it's not just. He has to take 1/3. It's not majority. He has to take 1/3 of the Congress of both chambers. And nobody in both chambers have. He has to take 2/3. Nobody in both chambers has two-thirds of control of the House. And one chamber control
Man of
is
President, we
Democrat
know
control
all
the
this
Senate.
now. Man of President, we know all this. But the
Oh, okay.
president
I'm trying to
can
educate people who
stop,
are like one man, who are from a different
the
area.
president.
They don't
One
always
man,
have to
see,
watch your step.
one man.
I'm trying to.
Let me say something real quick. Let me
Prestige,
say
One man, let
something
me
real
make
quick.
this point, and I will stop. Let me make this point.
It's not me that will let you make the point. If Prestige lets you make the point, you can
Yeah,
make it.
Go ahead,
Prestige, let me make this point. Let me make this point
Go
to
ahead,
you.
Babaja. Go ahead,
Let me
Babaja.
make this point to you. Look, recently, the president stopped the war in Afghanistan. So every president, as commander-in-chief, can stop any war at any time if the war is not going right for America. And it happened recently in Afghanistan. America stopped the war. They said we are not doing anymore. We are not fighting any this war in Afghanistan, and they quit and they left. So what are you talking? Trump can stop it immediately from
Okay,
day
can I
one.
come in
Just
now, or
as
do I want to come in
Tinubu
first?
announced, this thing, he can assume office that very first day. If you just issue executive order, he called all the generals, hey, stop this war, and we stop immediately. That's the
Okay,
power of
Ajali
president.
Koka. Ajali Koka, you are right, but you're half right. So let you come in before I come in.
Okay. Let me say this. Let me say this real quick. You see, Trump's position on stopping that war had to do with his way of doing things. You see, the tag that he has, when people call him Hitler and all that, it's just to scare. Even those saying it do not believe it. For crying out loud, this man has been in power for 4 years. They told us all these lines then. They said America is going to crash. America is going to burn. The women will not have no right. That gay people will die. Everything will happen. What happened? They found out that Trump was not about them. Trump was about the country progressing. And one man, look, see, if any of you can go and listen to Jack, the owner of Alibaba, Jack somebody, I think Jack something.
Is it Chang or something?
Yeah. There was an interview he granted. That was about 7 years ago. And he was asked, he said, America had made so much money. Why is America in debt? And he told them that America made about 20 trillion he gave a range, I think from the 80s, to when he did that interview. And he said, but what happened? That America engaged in 14 wars. That is a businessman talking. The politician is out there trying to, massage his ego. During Trump's time, one man, we had no single war. The world was peaceful. Nobody even came to Africa to tell us about LGBTQ. The world was peaceful. Everybody was doing their thing. Everybody was progressing. The oil, the gas, then I remember under Trump, I bought gas $1.39. I was screaming because I haven't seen that in 6-7 years. Under Trump, he made it happen. And that is the force that drove most of the prices down. Because the energy cost. Today, a month, if you live in a house, your light bill is about $300-400 a month. $500, $600. And yet we have money you're going to give to Ukraine. You have about $150,000 to give to illegal immigrants to own a home. You have interest-free loans, about $50,000 you give to immigrants. Every month you give them about $3,000-4,000 for food. Look, one man, see, some people will be like, oh, bro, you're an immigrant and all that. Look, let me tell you something. Wherever you are, speak the truth.
Do you know what fortress mentality is? Fortress mentality.
I don't know. You can tell me.
They call it pull up the drawbridge after me. Have you watched those old, maybe it's the Mongolian style romance something, where they have a moat around a castle or something, and then the enemies are chasing you, and then you are running, you are like the prince or something, and then as soon as you
Are
get
you
over the
feeling?
moat, you tell them
Okay.
pull up the drawbridge. That's what you are
No,
doing
no,
now.
no, 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 no. One
Now
man,
you are
it
in
is not.
now you are in America. You want them to pull up the drawbridge
No, no, no,
and
no. One man,
knock everybody else out. Eh?
one man on God, on God. It is not. It is not my. It has never been my intention. And but one man, when you have about 15 million people coming through the borders of any country, it's not right. And for me, I came in legally. Nobody said anybody shouldn't come into the United States. You can come into the airport. You can come into the ship. You can come in legally. You can drive in legally. Get your visa like every other person, like you're going to every other country. And if you're going to troop in, at least troop in like 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. You have thousands. These are people. One man, the problem I'm having is this, right? When I look at the foundational Black Americans, they push these people to their neighborhoods. Most times. This one we had about Springfield that they pushed about 15,000. Okay, one man, look, just take it out. A town of 58,000 people. You pushed in you pushed in about 18,000 immigrants into that community. What have you done? You have changed the power play. If it happens in Yoruba land, you will revolt. If it happens anywhere in Yoruba land where you take 15,000 people and you dump them in one place, come on, imagine on the street, you guys are complaining. Talk less of people. Come on. So one man, that is the issue. Nobody is saying anybody should not come in. I'm not putting up any bridge. But I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of all these things that we see. If it is wrong, it is wrong. Say it the way it is. If we have homeless people on the streets, take care of them.
All
That's
right.
my point.
I know what you mean. Actually, there was a time that there was a real influx of Romanians and Polish people into the UK, and I resented it somewhat because I only resented it because of how it impacts on the especially Black population, because they then place them above the Blacks, and then it's just the dynamic.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
One man. And that is what I'm preaching to African Americans. I said to them, I said, do you know the reason why they're still talking to you? Because you're relevant during the election. With these people, when you bring about 15 million people into this country, at least 9 million of them are Hispanics. And one man, oh my God, they can have babies. They can have 5, 6. Today, over here, you hardly see Black women even giving birth to 5 kids. If everybody's looking for shape. In the focus is there. In the next 20, 30 years, their population will even more than the whites. So they are quietly replacing them. They are quietly making them irrelevant. But these ones, they don't know.
I
These ones
disagree.
that
I disagree.
Well,
Can I come in
go
now?
ahead.
Okay.
As an African American, I kind of disagree with that part.
So I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
stop. I'm going to start from the last narrative about inflation.
No, don't let Ja go first, and then you come after. Sorry, Prestige. It's just you sound like you're going to go on a long stretch, so let him come in first. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So for me personally, as I'm African American here, right? Not an FBA. There's no such thing as FBA, just African American, right? But I don't think, for me personally, immigration is not affecting me. That's why it's not a sort of priority it's not like the major priority that I like, for the reason that I'm voting for Trump. I mean, it is a problem. Illegal immigration, it is a problem, right? But I think it's a certain demographic of Black Americans that it's affecting. Mostly like the ones that are in somewhat low income kind of circumstances, right? Those are the ones who have to compete with these, immigrants, illegal immigrants, right? Because we have regular immigrants and we have illegal immigrants. But yeah, so I don't think it's personally affecting me and I guess the neighborhood that I'm from. I'm from Boston. It's not affecting us here. So maybe like in California or maybe like southern Florida, New York City, in certain areas, but not. I don't think all African Americans.
Are you not being
I don't think all African Americans are
are you not
affected
being
by this.
selfish? Are you not being selfish?
No, I'm not being selfish. I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know because the way you framed it was that it's affecting all African Americans, which is
No,
not
no,
true.
it is
I think it's
because
affecting a
this
certain
is the thing.
demographic of African Americans that are, kind of below the poverty line. That
But I mean, but they are still part of the numbers. Whether
yeah,
they are
no, of
whether
course,
you are
I'm
rich,
not negating that part.
that's my
I'm not
point.
negating that. I'm just saying that it's
Yeah.
not the whole of.
I
When you look at
don't think you know American history.
Hold on, when you look at African Americans in general, we make up most of the middle class. So I think again, it's a certain demographic of African Americans. I'm not being insensitive to that. No, obviously I don't want. I want them to have. Obviously, I want opportunities for them as well.
I don't even think Joe knows American history.
All right, Mike. Let me bail out and hand over to you. But it's looking like a wild one. So you have to make sure that the voices are not cascading over each other and it's pressed round so that have we lost Prestige? Okay, so when Prestige comes back, don't let him strangle anybody. Stranglehold the conversation. I mean, so that's Choma kicking off the super chat. That's Prince coming in to the super chat. That's still Prince, and then of course the CEO of the super chat space, there is right there, claiming his crown. So that's Ayo Brightling. Sorry, I need to mute some. There's a driving sound coming through.
That is Mike.
No, I think it's Ja. Ja is driving. So stay there, Ja. I think people want you in this conversation. So that's Chioma. Like I said, and that's Prince. Back in Chioma up. So that's Prince not once but twice, and Ayo of course. As you know, always. So that's Ayo, and he doesn't do it once. He does it twice. He does it 3 times. He does it 4 times. He does it 5 times, and then is that a home run? Is what you call that in America? That's Chioma right there. Somewhat irked by Ayo showing off according to himself. That's so now you see a flash of this. These are different ones. So that's Ja and Zola right there. That's still Ja and Zola still. That's still Ja and Zola still. That is Ja and Zola again. And that is Ja and Zola still. So Kulata are fed up with all these rascally kids.
Yeah, I think you're missing the home run.
Don't worry, we're getting there. So that's Kulata getting fed up with all these rascally kids. He shows them who the daddy is. But Ja and Zola taps him on the shoulder and tell him that he is indeed the daddy. So there it is. Still more room for that, especially that sort of goings on to continue to go on. So let's see where we can take it tonight. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Mike, you're in charge. Try and hold on to it. Yes.
One more before you leave. What is the idea behind Choma as the marketing manager? She seems to be pulling
it. You know, there's something they do in the UK, in pubs and clubs. They'll put a pretty girl behind the bar. So if you want to go and buy a half pint, the girl is so pretty, you buy a full pint. So I think it's that sort of philosophy. Put a pretty girl behind the bar. So that's sort of it. So well done, Chioma, as well. Chioma, the CEO of the the live wire, the queen bee of the comment section. So that's Chioma, the queen bee of the comment section. So thank you, everyone.
So Kulata said, Ja, are you still there? Oh, Ja is out. Kulata said
what's name? Joe, what I'm trying to tell you is I don't think you understand American history. You're acting as
No,
if
go
America
ahead.
is a country of indigenous people and a bunch of people from non-indigenous are just coming in to occupy. You know, America is a country of immigrants, right?
Mike, I understand that the country is a country of immigrants, but no country, no economy would have an open border like the way we do. It is too much. 15 million people in 4 years.
My brother,
Come on
let me
now.
tell you,
That I mean,
Joe. Okay,
see.
I get your point. I know
Mike,
what you're saying. But hold
Mike,
on.
see, within no matter what the history of America is, America also has an economy. They have an economy.
Bro,
They have
Joel,
an
let me tell
economy.
you
So
something.
I am not
Calm down now.
saying
Let me just say
no.
this. Before you continue, hold on.
Go ahead.
Here's the deal. What you and I need to understand is this. You don't know better than the people that run this country. They are too advanced, man. This is a very advanced country.
No. I know what's going on in that
Wait.
one.
Hold on. There's nothing that America doesn't want that will happen. If all of a sudden 4 million people cross that border, it's because the government really want them. This country is so advanced for them for you to tell me that they don't have control of anything that's happening. They know everything they do, they know why they're doing it. If they need this, the same way they go do visa lottery in countries. Say, okay, play for visa. By the time you play, you get that visa, you come here. Average American citizens also know how you guide. They will think, you just pack your load from your country, come here. They don't know that your government is behind it. You understand? They don't know that their government is behind it. That they know what they are doing. When anything that happens, they know what they are doing. They don't tell me this is a very advanced country.
I agree.
They have, listen, man. If US can be monitoring what's going in the Ukraine war via space, can know when a Russian soldier is crossing the border, right? And they will call Ukraine, okay, the Russian soldiers are crossing the border.
I
right
understand
now.
that part, Mike.
And they are sitting here telling
I understand that
hold on,
part.
now, brother, wait now. And they are sitting here telling you, oh, we have no control. This guy crossing the border right now. Oh, they are lying to you. But go ahead, Sean.
Can I say something real quick?
The issue is this, right?
Everybody's on one side,
And
Mike. Can I come in?
Kolata, hold on. We're just having a conversation.
Let's just land the point. You come at time.
Let me land. You come in. Let me just land. So this is the thing, Mike. See, I have never been against the culture of the land of anybody. But the issue is this. Why are they doing it? What is the philosophy behind it? Now, the philosophy, like Kulata said in the comment section, that they're pushing them to the swing states. There's some fact to it. Secondly, it is not just the swing state, because I'm seeing them in Tennessee too. They're all over the streets. And Tennessee is not a swing state. So I get that part. I know they're going to, because I mean, if you're going to push 15,000 people into a community, you're trying to change the voting strength of that community. You've changed it already. So whether you're doing it for vote and all that, do it with sense. You have a local economy to protect. That is my own thing. You have a local economy to protect. Do not shit on those people that actually pay those taxes. You come in, okay, you say you're an illegal immigrant. You get like $3,000 to $4,000 in EBT cards. You have about 25,000 to 50,000 interest-free loan. What are you telling to those? Hold on now. These are facts. These are make a land. These are facts, because there was a lady in New York that wanted to sell her food truck. I don't know if you guys saw the video. She was crying. She said she spent 5 years to buy that food truck, and she served in the army. Only for someone that does not speak English come to her and tell her, hey, I want to buy your food truck, because she put it up for sale. And she was like, you don't speak English. Okay, how are you going to pay me the money? That was when then she was not telling her that they're expecting money, that they're going, and that when you look at the confidence, if you look at the arrogance between, they were saying, They were going to no. See. I'm not trying to beautify it. I'm just telling you someone's story. And these are the things I'm talking about. I go to Atlanta. Okay, if you say it's a swing state, Atlanta is a swing state. I go to Atlanta. If you go to downtown Atlanta, it's a lot of people on the streets. It's a lot of people on the streets.
Lazy people.
No, don't call them
My
lazy.
brother, there's
Don't
job
call
and
them,
opportunity
no.
in
Why would
America.
you call them
Anybody
lazy?
that's complaining is just lazy. If you have if you live in this country, you're legally here, you have a document, you're a citizen, and you're not doing well. It's because you're lazy or you just don't have a plan
Exactly.
your mind. The
You're on
American
drugs
economy
or
is so
something.
robust. They are begging. There's so much jobs that they are looking for people to do.
This
There's
is
so
my
many
thing.
opportunity.
Listen, Mike.
Anybody that's telling
That's why the
you
Portland.
something's not working for me because of somebody else is just lying. It's just a failure.
I agree.
See, and Mike, the thing there is that if you are the government, your government for the progressive or the successful and also the failure. And do not make it look like we do not take care of those that don't have money in this town. We give them EBT cards, they have free insurance. We do. What we're saying is that it's not enough. If you have enough to give to these people that just came in through the borders, you can also have enough to do for your own people. In Igbo land, we say, it happen you cannot just be doing out there. People are looking at you. Oh, America, you go there, you give money. Your own people are hungry. I don't care what those people are
But
going
Joy, I
through.
don't want you to go too long. You have to let other people come in. You know me, I don't like when people stray.
Thank you.
I
No,
like
go
people to
ahead.
keep
Go
this
ahead.
thing short. You know?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Prestige wanted to come in. He's been waiting.
Okay. There's 2 points I want to talk. One is inflation. One is about stopping the war, not beginning of the war. So I'm going to tackle the first part of it. And Jalokoko was very eloquent in that stopping the war. So I'm going to start from there. When we talk about stop the war, that Trump can just come and flip his finger, war is going to stop, according to the narrative that is being perpetuated here. Like it's just that easy. But they are forgetting about the dimension that the war between Ukraine and Russia, and of course NATO, being supporting them because America being the magnified, the omega of that NATO. So everybody says everybody's America. Okay, let's leave it, let's leave it like that. And we talk about what just happened in Afghanistan. America can easily withdraw. We know about what happened in Iraq. America can the commander in chief, who shaped the foreign policy of any war, can easily withdraw. But that's not the same thing like going to war. That's why I was making the comment about funding, that he may not get it if the Congress say no. So let it be. Having said that, you are talking about three-way war, which is the NATO, or you can call it USA, Ukraine, and the Russia. That's a three-way war. America cannot easily withdraw. I mean, Trump cannot easily withdraw his support. And let me make my statement. In Afghanistan, America can easily withdraw. Withdraw their support, led by the president. That's his prerogative as the commander in chief. He can say, "Yeah, we're withdrawing." Even at all, Congress can complain all they want. He can do it by himself. And the same thing with in Iraq. But this is a three-way war we are talking about. The only way Trump can be able to do anything, because it's his own prerogative, because he's the commander in chief, he can stop supplying ammunition to ammunition to Ukraine. Of course, other NATO people, they may do it because they like to, because they want NATO to become part of their alliance. I'm not supporting about I'm not supporting the war, the bilateral war between Ukraine and the this in Hutan is afford. But we know the genesis of that war. It's a long, long way when this war started, and we know about what happened. Ukraine annexed one of the states. So that's where the genesis of this war and the geopolitical, the geopolitical narrative that come to this. Ukraine, the NATO want Ukraine to align with them, but this is a country close with the former Soviet Union, and you go there, how will he feel? I don't blame Russia for that, but the point I'm trying to make, he can't just unilaterally say stop the war because he has no right. It's other people that is fighting it. The only thing he can do is say, I'm not going to supply weapon. I'm not going to supply weapon to Ukraine again. What's going to happen? Are you thinking Putin? I know Putin like Trump. Putin know what he wants is for his betterment of his country. He's not going to stop there. So because I'm going to stop there because Trump tell me to stop. I don't know how your people think that he can just say Putin stop the war and Putin is going to stop the war. It doesn't work that way because of the political advantage of the geopolitical advantage of Russia foreign policy. They want to announce Ukraine or whatever or make them irrelevant before they align themselves with NATO. That's the main goal. But he can do that by only not supplying them weapon. Remember, say it's like a three-way war right now. He can do that by only not supplying the weapon. But in my own opinion, he may not do that because he's part of Republican. If you look at what's happening in the Congress, the Republican Party is the one who are war hawk. People like Lindsey Graham, they can't fathom, they can't fathom you not supplying Ukraine. But if Trump can do that, that's what you said. I don't think it's possible because Republican is part of his party. He's going to listen to them. He's going to listen to them because when Biden tried to limit the weapon, it's more Republican that went against him. Of course, a lot of Democrats do, but the largest speaker about that is more Republican. People like Lindsey Graham, all those war hawk. So it's not easy for you to say just going to stop it. It's not war between America and the other people that he's going to easily withdraw. This is a two-way law. Then America or whatever NATO come in. That's like a three-way war because we are sustaining Ukraine's ability to fight the war. If America or Ukraine this thing withdraw right now, they just say America because America tell NATO most of the time what to do. If America withdraw supply the weapon right now, Russia will dismantle them. It's not even going to take a week for Russia to go and annex the whole country, an independent country. So that's my point I'm trying to make. When we say something like Trump is just going to stop the war, it's not easy like that. Yeah, I just want to make that point in order not to prolong, my comment. Let other people see. But that's the angle I'm seeing it. It's not easy, but he can stop the war. He withdraw from it. Whatever happened, he can withdraw from Afghanistan. Like they did, or stop the war in Iran. But in this case, it's not just as straightforward like your thing. So that's all I say. On the part of Israel, okay, let me pivot to the part of Israel because people think that Democrat is the one perpetuating the Israel something. Trump is and Netanyahu are like this. So you're going to stay here that when Trump become president, then he's going to stop the war going on in right now, or he's going to tell Netanyahu to stop the war, and Netanyahu is going to stop the war. You know about Netanyahu because his life depends on this war going on right now. He doesn't want to stop the war because there's a criminal case against him. Immediately he stop the war, he's going to lose. He's going to lose the election. But he want to continue this war in order to help him stay on power. There's a lot of criminal cases against him, so he want to use this war to continue being in power. So there's no way Trump is going to say stop the war, and Trump is even going to give him more ammunition, and he's going to go there, and completely destroy destroy the Palestinians. See, just what you're like. I'm curious how that's going to happen. So I'll let the expert tell me, how that's going to happen. Then I will listen. Thank you.
Who wants to push back? Prince Daddy, is Prince Daddy? Prince Daddy, the problem. You just got your ass kicked, Prince Daddy.
You see, man of prestige.
No, prestige is just
Hold on, Prince Daddy, this someone else.
nonsense.
Someone wanted it. I
Go
think
ahead.
I was trying to go for this song.
Man of can I say something? Or Prince
Yeah,
Daddy, you want
I'm
to say
done.
something?
I'm done now.
Prince Daddy, you want to say something? Then I can come after you.
No, go ahead, Aja, go ahead first.
Okay. You see, let me tell you this. Your point that Republicans are war mongers, and I see you repeating the name of what's the name of that North
Lindsey
Carolina?
Graham.
Lindsey Graham. You've been repeating. You've been saying, "Oh, Lindsey Graham is changing." Look, as far as the Republican Party is concerned, Trump is the leader of that party, and not just ordinary leader. He's a leader that the base, the base of the party, he controls it, and what he says and what he wants is what is going to happen. And you'll be shocked. If he's elected, if he say from day one, this war must stop, you will see everybody will come around. That is what you are going to see. So he didn't hide it. He has been saying it that this is senseless war. It's going to stop this war. It's not just because of the debate. He's been saying it over and over and over. And the same thing he did in 2016, that North Korea, he was strongly opposed this country, you know, how do I say it? The foreign policy of this country against North Korea. He stood against it in 2016, and when he was elected, he make it. I mean, he showed to Americans that he can stand by his word, and he traveled to that country to meet with the leader Kim Jong-un, whose past leaders have, portrayed as evil, number one evil in this world. And we saw what happened during this time. 4 years. That guy fire. That guy never. That guy never fired a shot. One shot. Never fired one missile up the sky during this time. So look, he doesn't cost president a dime to say, you know what, this war must stop, and it is going to stop because by the constitution of this country, it is the president that usually initiates, for this country to go to war. I know that the Congress, we always go to Congress for approval, and most of the time, Congress always approve the president to go to war. So when the president said, this war to me, I want to stop this war. The Congress cannot say no, that we must continue to fight that war. They cannot do it. And like I said earlier, it happened. The Afghanistan, the president Biden said, "Oh, everybody move out," and that's what happened. And that's what made him the commander-in-chief of armed forces. So I don't know why you are saying, "Oh, he cannot do it. He cannot do it," when he has done it before. He stood strongly against the foreign policy that described North Korea as the devil. He said, "No, I want to meet with this guy, and I want us to be friends." No other president in the history of this country, after the Korean War, no president in this country has been so courageous to do what he did. After the Korean War, no president. So you have to look at the history, the personality, what he has done in the past to determine what he can do in the future. He demonstrated in 2016, and he can do it again. I believe he can do it again. If you say he's been saying it, that it is a senseless war, and a lot of Republicans are even saying that this war is a senseless. Even if you go to their station, the Fox, you see most contributors are saying this is a useless war. So that will tell you where the core conservatives are not in support of this Ukraine war. And I can tell you for a fact that this Ukraine war is responsible for the food inflation that we have in this country.
Thank you.
And in many Western world, the energy crisis that we have in the Western world, particularly in the Europe, is this Ukraine war that caused it. The economy of the Europe that is in serious bad shape now is the Ukraine war that wants it. And that is why you see the opposition in Ukraine, in the Europe, winning election after election. It's because of Ukraine war that has caused a setback on their economy. That is why that Macron lost in France recently. That is why the British, the conservative, after how many years? Is it not 24 years? How many years did they rule? Have they ruled? Maybe 16 years. It's because of the bad economy that they suffer recently. Seriously, they have to pay every Briton, every household money, a stimulus money for energy costs in Britain to help them. Did you get such money in America? They pay them because it was too expensive. They cannot pay. So the government have a usual house check for every household in
Papa Kuko. Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what you are saying now, so let us now extrapolate it to Nigeria, where you are preaching subsidy about energy crisis that we have. We talk about food inflation. You know, yesterday I said it. I said this is not the best time for any president anywhere in the world contesting for an election, because the whole world are facing economic crisis, food inflation, everything is not unique to a country, and America is also not immune to this. All these things that people have been saying, we all know that even in the history of America, it's always the Republican that normally take America to war, and they will destroy the economy. The Democrat will come, bring back the economy, and they will enjoy it. And that was what Trump actually enjoyed, because we knew how they handed over to Obama at that time, the kind of economy they handed to Obama by Bush. Now, Obama restructured the economy, brought back American economy. He enjoyed it, and you people are giving him the praise that is not actually the one that actually
This
deserved
Remy
it.
again. Remy, you
This is not
again.
Remy, this is Simba.
Simba, you again.
Okay.
What do you mean by me again? They about talk about this thing.
When am I going to speak?
Welcome, Simbad. At least I have one person on my side. Not about 5 against 1. Thank you,
When
Simbad.
am I going to
So,
speak?
whether let me tell you, if it is Trump that is there today, all these things that people are saying that inflation, food inflation, whatever in America, everybody will experience it. It's not about Biden. It's about the world, the whole world in general. So it's
But
not
he
about
was there
any.
for 4 years. There was no war.
Mr. AI,
Can we reference to that?
Mr. AI, can
You
I
people
tell you
are
the
not just
genesis
doing
of this
things here.
inflation we have right now? There's two parallel to the inflation. One, we are just coming out of the pandemic. That was part of it. And the Ukraine war contributed to the inflation we have right now. Go and look at the world inflation rate. It was 6.8. I'm talking about the Western world. It was 6.8. But it's projected to be at 5.8, maybe next year or whatever. So everybody's having, forget about Nigeria being 40 or something like that. I'm not talking about third world country. I'm talking about Western country. The world inflation rate is 6.8. Only China has the lowest inflation rate in the whole world. I think it's 0.2 or 2 point something. No, it's not even 2 point something, but less than 1%. So only China that is faring well inflation. Everybody is having, is having the same burden, and it has to. I gave you the two genesis that caused the inflation: pandemic and this war, Ukraine war. Yeah, I said it. Ukraine war contributed to the inflation. So it's not just the war. Inflation. I mean, the pandemic contributed to it. So it's not just one-sided. That contribute, but things are moving in the right direction. Today, I know food price is higher than
Man of
2.5.
prestige, you don't mind them. They are liars. All of them are
Today,
liars.
yeah, Simba, go look. American inflation today is 2.5. I think it was last Thursday when it was reviewed. Was it on Tuesday? 2.5. But
Man
everybody's
of
heading in the
prestige,
right trajectory.
man of prestige. Don't bring what do you call it? The pandemic. We passed pandemic.
Oh
Economy
my God.
recovered. Hold on. Economy recovered. It is this Ukraine war that
Exactly. It's the war,
it is
So
man.
this Ukraine war.
Nigeria economy
It is
recover from the
it.
pandemic.
Hold on. And we are
No, no,
talking
no.
about
Let it make
America.
sense to me.
Don't let us model things or don't model things up. Nigeria, no, forget about Nigeria. Let Nigeria stand on its own. We are talking American issue. The current inflation rate and the current state of the economy, which, as we know it today, the food inflation is so bad now in America, and we are telling you that the Ukraine war, contributed immensely to it. If we have not gone to that Ukraine war, if we have not gone to that war in Ukraine,
Is Ukraine war an
situation.
American war? Is Ukraine war an American
Good
war?
point. Did
Yes,
America start the
it's
war?
an American war. Ukraine
It's
is merely a
American war.
proxy.
It's American war.
But did they
It's
start the
American NATO war. It's American NATO war. So if we have not gone to that war, the economy would not have suffered a setback as it is today. In terms of food inflation, we wouldn't have been going through the hard time. I told you, I told you earlier that the eggs, organic egg, that like 2 years ago that was around $3 plus, is now $9 plus. So it's not good. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that look, Trump, as he said, that he put an end. The president of the United States, as the commander in chief, have that power without consulting any other arms of government to stop war at any time. So, Prince, Mark, I think your position to the point that where Trump cannot stop the war. I think
mute yourself.
I think you don't understand the power of the president in the country where you live. You don't know the nitty-gritty of that power that the president of the United States carry when it comes to, declaration of war, and when it comes to, stopping war, put a stop to war, rather. So you need to go and get it right. So another person, I think Zita was trying to talk. He can talk, or Prince Daddy, whoever.
You see, most times when I want to say something, I will say I talk nonsense. But after some time, my nonsense go make sense. When Tinubu won the election in Nigeria, and up till now, the economic situation, let's talk about Nigeria now, was so bad. People were suffering, and they are still suffering. I came to this platform and I said, globally, things are not good. I made a comment. I said, coming out from the pandemic, then the war, I got a lot of abuse in this platform. They called me Tinubu's wife, called me Tinubu's supporter. I made references to the krone. I made references to the dollar. I talked about the Chinese money. I said, it is bad everywhere. I even went as far as talking about $3 that I used to go and buy biscuits. I said, $3 is no longer $3. It's now 5 below. I was attacked in this platform.
No, I remember that day. I was on the platform.
And after so many
in fact, you was one of the persons that attacked you that day.
No. It wasn't Joel. I don't know about Joel. Let's call it a spade. I'm the one that attacked her. I have to call it her seat. But Madam Zita, I was wrong. Okay? It was 50 cents more. I don't go to grocery, so I don't know. I'm the one that attacked you that you don't know what you're talking about. So I'm saying how it is. But I was wrong, and I'm taking it back.
Look, when I talk, I don't really do care what people say. But I always come back to tell the whole world that I was right. That's all I do. Abuse me, don't abuse me, I don't care. Because I'm somebody who is on the grassroots. I'm a grassroots person. So, and I told you people when I came to this platform, that I'm a social scientist. That's what I love doing part-time. But even at that, they abuse me. I have 2 friends, they do documentary. So wherever I go, I try to get something for them to help them in their documentary. I said that the war and pandemic, it was a wrong time to fight that war. Extremely wrong. We were just coming out of pandemic. People have been locked down. Countries that were struggling to stand. The pandemic came, they were knocked out. And what did we get at the end of the day? Putin woke up one morning and decide who is an enemy and who is not an enemy. And people were clapping for him. 3 years down the line, they're still fighting a war people thought we end in 2 weeks. You see our life? Now, back to the talk. Yes, the economy is bad. But when you come out as a politician seeking for a position, it's just like going for an interview and they interviewed you. You said beautiful thing. Oh, the way Joe Biden never said anything anyway. Let me talk about Tinubu because he said a lot of things. Joe Biden was honking horn in 2020, so he never said anything he's going to do. So for the fact he didn't do anything, it doesn't really matter. Tinubu said they called you for an interview because contesting for an election is like going for an interview. They called you for an interview and you said lovely, beautiful things that you are going to do to change and make people's life better. It's like going for a walk and they give you said, I'm going to do this and get the work done. They gave you the job. You start telling me that actually why you cannot do it is that the situation you met is very bad. I'm not going to take that. So that's why anything that is happening in Nigeria, they want to blame Tinubu. I don't mind. Because if you are going for an interview, you should be able, when they throw that job description to you, you should be able to know, digest it, investigate it, and know whether you can do it. Saying you can do it and we put you there, you are collecting money, you are living big, you are flying private jet, you are flying executive jet, you are being given everything that will make you do the job well, and all of a sudden you say, there are reasons why you cannot do it. As long as I'm concerned, that's a no, but that's by the way. Mike, what are you people discussing about? That's what I just wanted to say. I said the war.
You discussing American politics. John was
American
supposed to say
politics.
something.
Let me
The
ask
moment
Madam
he took us
Zita
to
something.
Nigeria, John ran away, man.
Okay.
Let me ask Madam
The
Zita
guy is not
something.
Nigerian.
Let me ask Madam Zita something. And I told you, that I was wrong on that. But nobody can be right on everything. So having said that, I'm going to ask you a question. You predicted Nigeria election. I was here during that time, and and you're right. When I was in Nigeria, I never thought Obi was going to win, but I still Obi has a chance of winning. And I supported Obi, still support him today. So your prediction is easy to predict Nigeria election if you're in power. But in American politics, there's nobody. Okay, let me ask you something. How many elections, you say you're a social scientist, okay? Because you write in something because you can't be right in everything. So how many
Nobody's
elections in
right in
America?
everything. Where did
Hold
you
on.
get
Did you
that
say
one?
you
How many
predict Obi
elections in
was going
America
to
have you
lose?
predicted that went your way?
You
As
said you
long as
predict
I
Obi was
did.
going to lose?
As
Huh?
long as I did.
You said Nigerian politics is easy to predict. You predicted Obi was going to lose?
No.
As
I
long
didn't say
as
Obi.
I did.
I never said Obi was going to win. You can play back what I said.
So
I
you
said
predicted he was going to lose.
Obi was my candidate, and I want him to win because I look at the Nigerian landscape. Knowing what normally transpires. If your structure is not that strong,
Let me
your chance of
But
winning
you
was very
predict he
slow.
was going to lose.
It's not what I think, but okay. Let me use it. I had hope. It's better than what I think. I had hope. So, but
tell
anyway, let
you
Madam Zita
asked me
answer my
what's the
question, please, if you
question
don't
you
mind.
asked me.
Yeah.
You said you were asking me a question. What is the question you asked me?
I said, I said the Nigerian election is easy to predict. I mean,
I
you say
said no. I said all over the world.
Okay, tell me, let's stick with America because that's the subject today. How
As
many
long as I
elections in America
did,
have
I
you
have
predicted?
answered you. As long as I did, even when I voted for Hillary Clinton, I knew she's going to lose, and I told my in-law that she's going to lose.
So
I have to leave his house that day because I know he will not be in a good mood if the woman loses.
Okay, let me tell you something. I mean, you don't have the data to give it to me. So for me to believe what you said, I mean, I'm not saying you're lying, but I believe in data. And I will tell you who has predicted the last 10 election. Only one of them was wrong. And we know why it was wrong, because he predicted Gore to be the president. But we know what happened, the Chad or whatever in Florida. So hold on now. That's subject to be debate. So in American politics, only one person has predicted the last election. When I say the last election, dating back to Reagan time up to date, only one human being on earth, and that is Alan Lippman. Go and Google it.
The
There's no
philosopher.
other
I know
person.
him.
So if you're gonna say you have predicted, you can. If you give me your data, then we can talk about it. But for now,
No. Hey, calm down.
no. I'm coming down. But I'm just saying, if
Hold
you give
on,
me your data, then we can talk about it. Because right now,
Hold on.
I just take it as a heartbreak.
Calm down. Your body they hot.
My body is not hot. That's the way my voice.
You are doing it as if I'm making money out of it, or I'm somebody, a professor, because we are talking about a professor. That guy is a professor.
Okay, but I'm going by your narrative.
And even, hold on now, in 2020, he still said Trump will win. But what he said, they asked him a question. To tell you, I follow it very well. They asked him a question. He said, you use all he said 15 points. That's what he uses. He said, they asked him, did you fathom the COVID, pandemic? He said no. That's the area that is difficult for him. That he has not predicted under that situation. But he said Trump will win.
You're talking about the re-election of Trump in 2020, right?
No. 2020.
Okay. 2020 when he ran against Biden. Okay, go ahead. Because I have that data, so I will interject on that.
The man you were talking about, it was only that 2020 that he lost, and he said he will win. That everything is going for him. Then they asked him a very important question.
Okay.
In your what does he call that? 15 something. They asked him, did you?
You are right.
I follow these things. They asked him, did you put pandemic? He said no. That he did not put the pandemic because that he has not predicted election under a pandemic before. So the statistics, he couldn't work it out.
Okay.
And that pandemic crashed the man. He lost. That's the only election he has lost. He predicted
No. Mr. AI, Mrs. Zita, I respect your point of view. So let's make it a conversational. Forget about my voice. I just have high octave voice. It's not that I'm being so hyper, it's just the way my voice sounds. Even my wife, they tell me that I talk so loud. I'm trying to let everybody know. When I'm speaking like that, it's not that I'm too hyper, it's just the way. I can't help it. That's who I am. I just have a loud voice. It's not that I'm very snobbish or whatever. Okay, but anyway. But let me tell you, you are wrong. I'm watching it. Mike, go and Google it. The only election, let me give you the narrative about that pandemic. Yeah, he said it. But that was before he said, because initially he says he's unable to determine right now because he has not factored the pandemic factor in his life. It's not part of the 15, it's not part of the 15 parameter he used. So the pandemic will be a different point to narrate. But at the end, 2 weeks, I think about 3 weeks before the election. No, about a month. I'm sorry. About a month before the election, then he predicted that Biden is gonna win. Go and Google it, Mike. Can anybody Google it?
No,
the only time he has lost a prediction was Gore versus Bush.
Never mind. Where am I? No, he didn't.
Can anybody find out? Can anybody fact check us?
If you read his
no. Fact check, Mike. Please do us a favor.
If you read his predictions,
I think man of message is right.
It seems like I'm making something. We have to go with the data.
No, if you count his predictions, they're not counting 2020 for him.
Yes, they did.
Who are you guys talking about? Who's this?
They did.
Anyway, never mind. Okay, fine.
He predicted. He predicted that Biden will
let's
win.
not brood on it.
I'm telling you what is
I
in the
follow him
book.
It's
too. I
okay
follow that
now.
guy
It's
too.
okay. Let's not brood on that.
Who's this
But
person you're talking about?
Mike, you said
Mike,
you
the
guys
name is
discussing
Alan
2020
Littman.
election.
Google it. AAIAN. Then Littman. Google it. The man
We've
who
done
has
that
predicted the
one.
last 10
I've told
election,
you that now
except
counting
one failure
2020
because
for
our
him.
God was Bush. Because of the charge in
Man of
Florida.
repeat, we have noted today. We all see it's November now. We all see that day. God's fearing our
No,
life.
but I'm not coming here and say that Harris is going to win. That's not
What
even the
did he
point.
predict?
Huh?
What did he predict now?
He predicted that Biden going to win. And Biden won. It's there.
You people, hold on.
Data
It's
doesn't
okay
lie.
now. Can we leave that stage? Let's leave it. But let me say this.
Why you want to leave it? Because you know you're wrong. Just say you're wrong, then we move on.
Let me say this. So, una no say as I be talk nonsense. When
Wow.
they give the man data from the time he has started predicting that they didn't give him 2020. But if you say they gave him 2020, no problem. I rest my case. Maybe
it's not about giving. It's what actually happened. He predicted that Biden is going to win. Initially, hold on. Initially, he was equivocating. He wasn't sure because he has not been able to factor the pandemic. But in the final analysis, like this election, he has been equivocating in the last 2 months or 3 months. But last week, he came out. I'm not saying that's what is going to happen, but I'm giving you the prediction of this year. How many more months? About 5 more months we have, which is the earliest. He already made his prediction, but we see what's going to happen on November the 5th. And he said Harris. It's not because he said it that I'm going to put my money on it that Harris is going to win. He already said Harris is going to win on this. He already came out and said, I'm not saying he's God, but I'm saying the man is good.
Okay.
The man is good at what he does.
No wahala.
Okay, so let us just put a fact there.
Back to American election. Mike, you know, say I sabi talk nonsense. Let me say this. What I saw in 2020 election in the United States was shocking. I couldn't believe what I saw, that America run an election like that, but that's by the way. But let me say this in this platform, as I've been handed over.
Madam Zita, explain yourself. What did you mean by it? What are those things that you saw?
Wait first. Let me finish what I want to talk before you say I should explain myself. You know I sabi talk nonsense. But let me say
I want to hear the nonsense now. Explain that nonsense.
Now the nonsense I want to talk now. We are talking about American election. Let me say this. Kamala Harris is not a good candidate. When they listen to me, no say I sabi talk nonsense. He's not a good candidate. If you watch closely, the Democrats, they own the media. They own the media. If you watch in 2016...
What do you mean by head? What do you mean by that?
If you watch in 20 over the time anyway, continuously, but let me say the one that was really, because somebody who contested in 2016 is contesting now. So let me talk about 2016. If you watch in 2016, they were padding Hillary. They were padding him, padding her. And her numbers were going up. In fact, that night, nobody believed that she would lose the election. But this woman called Kamala Harris. Look, let me tell you people something. You see, when the media tell you on Donald Trump that he's too close to call, he's winning. Mark my word. If they're still telling you by now that he's in the margin of error, that means there is a big problem. Because they don't like the man. They don't like the man. All these names that are calling him, talking about him, The only thing why they're doing this is because he came to contest for president. He's been in the hood with them over the years. Go and do your research. He's been a hood man. He's been in the hood. They wine and die with him. The crime he committed is to come out to contest for president. All hell was let loose. For him to still be tying with Kamala is what I cannot make my brain out of. The media still saying he's winning with 1 point. Some area, Kamala is winning with 1 point. That means Ehebehe is doing Ehebehe somewhere. Because if Kamala is doing well, they're going to blow it. The woman is not doing well. She's not a good candidate. That's just the truth. If she's a good candidate, this election will be over. Because all the arsenals are ready. But the funny aspect of the whole show is that all of a sudden, American voters are not buying it. Mike, do you know why? Ajani Koko, do you know why?
Why?
Let me tell you why American voters are not buying the Kuchin Kamala Harris. You see,
Tell us. We want to know.
every human being, wherever you are, we are the same. We are the same. You can tell us a story about something that does not concern us. We can buy it. You can fool us. But when it concerns me, I am the one feeling it. You can't fool me. The same thing that is happening in Nigeria, that's the same thing that is happening in the United States. Beautiful policies. Some people come and tell you how wonderful that policy is. It is working. What about the humans in question? How are they feeling? That's exactly what is happening in America. The voters are not buying it. Trust me. You go to the store, it is very high. You park your car to fill your tank, it is extremely high. Your source of revenue is not going high. You earned $10,000 last month. This month you are earning $10,000. What that money bought for you last month is not buying it for you this month. And there is no extra cash you are getting. And for somebody to come and tell you, I did so well, everything is working, is by the means, look at, I did this one very well, I did this one very well, but my pocket is dry. Nobody can buy that. They were able to escape it in 2020 because those people's pockets were wet. And Biden stood at the basement, honking phone, and won an election. Kamala Harris is not a good candidate, not even with what is happening in America now. Look, Ajani Koko, you people live in the United States. You understand what I'm talking about. Americans have never had it this bad in recent years. Never. Not even in the last 40 years. They have never had it this bad. They are angry.
I don't know how people with children like 3 or 4 or so, I don't know how they are feeding their children.
I
don't know. I don't know.
I am telling
It's too expensive now.
You know,
Food is
when
too
I came to
expensive.
this platform early
So,
this year,
Madam Zeta,
let me finish before I lose my thought. I came to this platform early this year.
Wait, hold on. What's the name of that person? Man, the person was talking about.
Alan. Professor
Alan. Spell it. ALAN.
Yes.
No.
Alan, Professor Alan.
IAN. Alan Littman. Littman.
That is pronounced Ian now. Alan.
Okay. Littman. Ligtman. Littman. Yeah. Google it, Mike.
LIGT what?
Liebman. Alan Liebman.
When you say Alan,
Or you can pronounce it Alan Liebman. Google it.
you have to spell it, man.
Okay.
You can. Okay, never mind. Let me finish.
I don't know
what
if
I'm
it's
saying.
Alan or Iron or because I'm typing.
Iron now. Alan. It's pronounced Iron. AIAN.
Okay, IAN, and then the last.
Right, that's what I said. Liebman. LOICHTMAN. Liebman.
LICH.
TMN.
Oh, Litterman.
Yeah, Liebman or whatever. There's no A there, but Liebman. Yeah, you can pronounce it anyhow. Alan Liebman.
He's
Yeah.
a professor of political science or psychology. I don't know. Okay. Now, let me continue with what I'm saying. By the end, early this year, I came here. And they said, hungry in Nigeria. I said, it's bad everywhere. In as much as you feel in Nigeria that people are suffering, I said, people in the United States are suffering. They've never had it this bad. More especially those that are 30, 40. They have never seen their country like this before. So all these nice words and all these kado and all these things are not working. But let me end by saying this. People are talking about that debate. But let me say this. I've said it before and I'm going to say it again because I like talking nonsense. Trump gave what they call knockout. Go and check it. It has 44 million likes today. Her own 21 million 600 and something thousand like. I'm talking about in viewership of their last closing remark. Trump said something, and as long as I'm concerned, that's the end game. You are still in the office. Please, you go to Washington. Get this thing done now. And he concluded by saying, she will not do it because they don't want to do it. I don't even understand this idea of vote for me. I will. You've already been voted in. Do the damn thing.
Madam Zita, you are not being fair. As a vice president, what can you do?
Okay,
vice president.
Let me tell you what she can do. Now listen carefully. Every president who, should I say this? Let me say it because I like talking nonsense. Every president who wants his vice to win an election, to take over from him, most times it's very difficult because they don't get on somehow.
Okay, can I ask my question now?
You are asking me, you asked me how can she do it?
No, this is Remy. I want to ask you a question before, but you said I should let you finish.
Let me answer this one now so that you ask me. You know, you people like asking me a question. The sitting president endorsed her. Endorsement. And you people glory in endorsement. So those things that can be done now to boost her, the man can do it. I think I've answered your question. Ask my own.
You didn't answer because this endorsement was how many? Just maybe one of it's not up to 2 months now.
That's what
and
I'm
say
saying.
you think that is a miracle, knowing fully well. Why no, Madam Sita? Why are you not being fair? Is it something that can just turn around like a miracle?
Remy,
as if it is your family?
Remy,
let me give you an example.
Remy, you and I are on the same narrative. Madam Zita, can you give us? I don't want to go to sleep without rebursing you. You're gonna
I don't know.
I'm not trying to disrespect.
Man of prestige. I don't know why people confuse our voice. Me and Remy, I don't think we have the same voice. I don't know why people confuse us
Oh,
together.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I'm
Hold
sorry.
on,
I'm
hold
sorry.
on. You
I'm sorry, Simbad.
asked a very interesting question. Can I answer you? Because I like being very detailed and straightforward. You
Sorry,
said
Simbad.
he just endorsed him a month ago. Now, if you look at what is on the top list of concerns of Americans in the United States of America, is the immigration and the economy. Are you getting me? You are talking about he endorsed him 1 month ago. Immigration and the economy. Let me tell you something. If Joe Biden ordered for deportation today and announced that the border is totally shut down and gave a reason that he wanted them to come in to find a living, but from what is going on now, that he noticed that some of them are not here to find a living, that the ICE should go fish them out and start it, it's going to give her a boost. Have I given you
Alan
one?
Lichtman. He's an author, historian, and a distinguished professor of history at American University. But his biggest claim to fame, correctly predicting presidential elections. He's been dubbed the Nostradamus of elections and has a nearly perfect track record. Since 1984, Lichtman has correctly predicted the past 9 out of 10 U.S. presidential elections. And if you're wondering what he got wrong, well, it's complicated. That was because it was 2000 when he picked Al Gore, but we know that ended up at the Supreme Court and George W. Bush winning. But he was one of the few to accurately predict Trump's victory in 2016. So how does he do it? He doesn't listen to polls or political pundits. He follows his own list of 13 true or false questions, which he developed in 1981. Get this, with a geophysicist friend, Vladimir Kailas Barak. And it's based on 120 years of presidential election outcomes before then. Here are the 13 keys that he uses. Everything from the economy and policy change to scandals and charisma. It might seem like a lot, but he joins us now to explain it all. And Alan, so you know our viewers here at Top Story, we love politics, so we're going to break this down. So first, let's get to the headline, right? Let me stop talking. Who do you
Oh, Mike, what happened? Okay.
I don't know. I don't know why you stopped talking. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Ah. The volume just disappeared.
But we can get the genesis of the topic. He has
But the
predicted the
guy
last 10
predicted,
elections.
what do you call, I watched it. He predicted Kamala Harris.
Yes, that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not saying I'm an expert. So let's get some points straight about this American politics. Everybody has their own sentiment. I do have my own sentiment. I always give a disclaimer. I'm a Democrat, and I will always come with that angle. But when I speak, sometimes I have to speak with a data to back up my point. What we are talking about, rather, because nobody, Mr. Zit, as much as I respect you, everybody has their own sentiment, but there's nobody can come on unequivocally make your own assertion like your fact is always gonna be true. When I make my statement, I always have to give a room for error. That's what politician does. In case it didn't work, you're wrong. There has to be a room error. You can't just say here that America is gonna vote for Trump.
Nobody
Hold
is
on now, it's my
going
turn.
to.
That America don't know what they are doing.
Nobody is
Hold on.
100%
That the
correct.
American doesn't know, that the poll doesn't know what they're doing. So let me start from where you started about media, from media space. You said the Democrat own the media. Yes, I will give you that. Democrat own maybe 70% or 60% of the media because you have Fox News, which is a spokesman for the Republican, and you have the blog. When it comes to blog, oh my, you can't even debate that. About 80% of
Republican don't
blogging
own
is owned by
Fox.
Republican.
The
Then you have
Republicans
the
don't own
network, the three
Fox.
network, ABC, CBS, and something like that. Yeah, they tend to pivot center left. Let's call it what it is. They pivot center left. That means they are more center. Then they tend to support Democrat. Then when it comes to CNN, I mean, people can have their own perception about how they feel. In my own opinion, CNN is kind of center left. It depends on who is there. And Fox is left left. MSNBC is left left. So you can say they own the media. That is true. But the media does not shape the election. Even at all, when the poll came out that Hillary was leading by 5 points, she was going to win. Trump won. An election of poll is a prediction. It's not a fact. It's just a snapshot, a prediction. Right now, Kamala Harris is leading by 1 point on average, which is very slim, with a margin of error almost about four points. So I'm not going to come here and say Kamala Harris is going to win. In as far as I want her to win, but I like where Kamala Harris stand right now. Trump has as 50% of winning as Kamala Harris has as winning as of today. So nobody can just come here and say American people, they
No,
don't know what they're
Trump
talking
has
about. Let's talk about the.
63%.
Hold on now. I'm talking now. I didn't interrupt you.
Trump
Let's talk
has
about the poll after
63%
the debate.
chances of winning.
Let's talk about the debate after the poll. It was 63%. It's not by CNN or whatever. The poll after the debate. We're going to talk about the debate who won, but that's not important. Just because he won debate doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. Hillary Clinton won the two debate. Where did that get him? She lost. Trump won election. So now it's not a matter of winning the debate. That means you won. But we need to set the facts straight. It doesn't just go from A to B. It's not a straightforward thing. Okay, the poll that just came out after this election is 63 to Kamala Harris. I mean, when people talk, let's be factual. When Biden lost, I was the first person to come here. I said that was a catastrophic debate. It wasn't
63
even
on
close. I
what?
don't even know who was giving
63
Biden
on
1%.
what?
Hold on now.
63 on
In my
what?
own opinion, I would have given Trump. I would have
63
given
on
Trump
what?
100% on that debate that he beat Biden hand down. It's not because of the substance, just because of looking presidential and all that is. In my own opinion, I'm going to say substance-wise, the little word that Biden was able to utter, it makes sense. But overall, it's not just because of he said something about the economy. That's how election is won. Election is not won based on who has a better narrative about economy. No, it doesn't go that way. The poll came out, it says 63 for Kamala Harris, 37 for 37 for this thing, for Trump. That's what the poll said. It's not a CNN, it's not a left-wing poll. This is ordinary people that watch the debate, about 70 million people that watch debate. But they took a very good sample size, and that's what it is. Trump was very dismal at that debate. Like I said, he was making a good point in the first 5 minutes until Kamala Harris started baiting him. And he took the bet. And Democrat telegraphed to Trump that Kamala Harris is going to try to bait you. And the man, because he can't control his mind, he took the bait and lost his mind. Then he go from there, black people eating cat and dog. And that was where everything went into a wall. So on that part of he may have some good economical, this thing. Kamala Harris dodged a lot of the question. But that's part of the politics. All you people complaining, we didn't have debate in Nigeria. So you're talking about debate. Yeah, she dodged some of the debate about fracking and some of that things. But that's what a good politician does. If they know they can't answer it, they tend to dodge it. Trump did it too when it comes to abortion and everything. So economy-wise, Trump has a better, point on economy. But it doesn't. It's not one factor that win election. You have to look presidential. You have to be the kind of person that will be able to guide us. In a global form, you have to look like that's what I'm telling you. It's different factors that will make you win an election. It's not just because you have a better economy or immigration or whatever. I mean, after all, Kamala Harris has an abortion. Women vote more than men in election. So we have to put the whole factor and say it's close. Right now, I can't put my money, not even a dollar. Who's going to win? Who do I want to win? Kamala Harris. So I'm not going to
Bros,
come here and become like a political naive and
can
say,
I say something? Nobody is 100%. I never told you
but
I'm
the way you're
100%.
saying it, making like Americans that the
No,
poll is
hold
wrong.
on.
America don't know what they're talking
I'm
about.
making
That the
my
poll is
point.
wrong. I mean, that's
I'm
their
making.
narrative.
Oh, anyway, never mind.
Man of Prestige, it's not only Madam Zita narrative. Most of the American guys that came in, they're all as if the poll is only about them. They always
Yes.
they are the one that they are the one that is Trump when the whole America. I think it's just our mentality, man of Prestige. Believe me,
Simba,
it's
you
just
see
our
what's happening in
mentality.
American politics right
I'm
now.
happy you said
Hold on.
that.
See what's happening in American
I'm
politics.
happy you said that.
Men,
But let me
Trump
say
is
this.
leading on men. Trump
Let me
has
say this.
plus 11 for men.
We are
Kamala Harris
behaving
has
as if we
plus
know better
11
than
for women.
others.
That's the gender gap we have.
Man,
Let
Prestige,
me
you're talking too much, man. Just
let me
spreading
say
I'm giving
this.
you
propaganda.
the
You
data.
talk too
I'm not
much,
just
man.
coming here. Come and
Listen,
What
let
blab,
me
blab.
what
tell
damn
you.
data are you
I
talking
lay
I
about?
mean, I
What
come
data?
here and speak. I give you the
Litman,
data.
Hold on.
the Litman you're talking about, it's all subjective. There's no damn data backing
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Okay?
I rest my case. Mike
What
already
data
played
did
the tape.
what data did it present? Look, listen, you're just excited. You're excited that you just few days ago you were jumping on Biden's you know what. Today you're jumping on Kamala. You like you don't really have a direction. You just go by whatever
How come I
goes.
don't have a direction? Am I not a Democrat?
Because
Why
no,
wouldn't I support
you don't have
Biden
a
even I thought he's
direction
gonna
because
lose?
just few weeks ago, you were jumping on how great Biden was. How the economy was great under Biden. Inflation is low. The stock market is great. There's jobs everywhere. So a president has done so well that everybody loves. All of a
Hey, Prince
sudden, you
Daddy.
don't want him anymore.
Prince
You don't
Daddy,
want him anymore.
what do you think about the prediction of that professor that always predict correct? I think
No.
Man of Plenty might come here and laugh at you in 2 months. So you better be careful how
No,
you
no,
talk.
it's not. See, no. You see, it's not going to. See, the guy may be getting it right. I mean, the guy is a brilliant guy. I guess he knows what
The
I
he's
guy has
doing.
been,
But
he
this
left
has
time
been
around,
getting
most of
it
my
correct. I mean,
points.
he hasn't.
well,
I mean,
correct. He's not. No. This okay.
Wow.
No
People
problem.
see white and call it black.
This
Wow.
one is going to
2020, he
say, "Hold
wasn't
on,
right.
prestige."
this
Nobody's
This
voting for
one is
2020.
this
I
one
don't, I
That's
is
don't,
an
going
I
to
don't, I
say.
election.
don't think so, Prince Daddy. I don't think so. Honestly, I want Trump to win, but I think Kamala will be the president.
No.
Like I feel like
But see,
all of the
but is
mainstream media are supporting
no.
her.
even me, I've always wanted Trump to win, but
No. Let me tell you. See,
somewhere in
I
my
don't think
gut,
I
I
don't
just like
gotta
think he's
feel
gonna
Trump.
like
win this
Allah
one.
might win it.
Just like Trump, okay, we're going to come back here and we're going to talk. Just like Trump won the 2020 election. The 2020 election was the most corrupt election, not in America,
In the
but in the
history of
entire
America.
world. In the
In the
Wow.
forget
history
about
of
America, in the
America.
entire world, in the entire
Facts.
world. I can guarantee.
According to Trump
Hold on,
supporters,
you be
according to
talking
Trump
too
Simba,
much. Let me
supporters,
talk.
listen
Hey,
to them.
allow
Including
Prince to finish.
Zimbabwe,
Allow Prince to finish.
I mean,
Corrupt than Nigeria.
including
Okay.
Uganda. No,
Yes,
Nigeria,
Wow.
Nigeria
so
is better.
Including Uganda.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm telling you.
yes, including God.
No, see, because the corruption, election corruption or malfeasance that goes on in Africa is very simple. It just they just buy votes and do. But if you see the machination behind this past 2020 election, you will blow your mind. I'm telling you, the most corrupt election in the world happened in 2020.
Definitely.
A minimum of 10 million votes came from nowhere. Unaccounted for.
Prince
Yeah.
Daddy, can I
Unaccounted for.
come
One
in?
second, people.
Can I come in,
Unaccounted for.
please?
Let me land.
Unaccountable. Yeah.
Prince
Yeah.
Daddy,
Just a minute,
Prince Daddy, I
please.
want to ask you a simple question. Please, sorry, please, no, Madam Zita. When you look at Trump, in 2016, in which there was a lot of people said that the Russian helped him during the election. Maybe I don't know.
Shit.
The question I want to ask you is this: simple. It's very simple. First, Americans have voted for Trump before, and they have also voted against him. So
No, they did not, but whatever.
No. Please forget all those conspiracy theories you always say. Just let us face the fact. The fact is that
Okay.
they voted for him to be a president in 2016, and 4 years later they voted against him. So that means that
Okay.
his chances is already reduced. If the
Okay,
people that
okay, let
voted
me answer
for
you.
him,
Can I come in?
I think I'm asking Chris that because when I want to ask this question, don't allow me to ask you a question.
No, let me answer you, please.
Okay, go ahead. Anybody is
You
fine.
see,
Guys, we got to let Jack come in.
you
Too.
see, let me tell you something about elections. And I will have to be honest. When I say some certain things, you think I'm saying it because I'm 100% correct. Nobody is 100% correct. Nobody is even 90% correct. But sometimes when you are sure of your facts, you push it, you stress it. I stress my points. That doesn't make me 100% correct. But let me say this. You see, in an election, an incumbent don't usually get more vote than he did at the first time. He might win, but he will not get as much vote as he got the first time. You know why? Because after 4 years or 2 years of ruling, he's going to have some issues. Either with some of the things he said he's going to do, he did not do it, or some of the things he did that some people didn't like, thereby his support base will reduce. But when you come to Donald J. Trump, saying that Americans has voted him before and Americans has rejected him before, I don't think you are completely right.
And based on your
Let me
analysis,
finish now. When I finish, you attack me again.
okay.
That somebody lost an election does not mean rejection. Because if you said that 72 million people is not enough for you to see love and wanting, then I wonder what will make you. The first election the man had, he had a lower vote. In 2016, his vote, his electoral college, his what is it called? Popular vote was very low. Hillary, according to the media, I keep mentioning the media. You see this media? I will keep hammering on it. They said Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, and therefore that he wasn't even the winner. In 2020, 12 extra million people that did not believe in him in 2016, after he finished working for 4 years, he won the heart of extra 12 million people. If that doesn't make meaning to you, for somebody like me that watched things closely, it made a lot of sense to me. And that's why Democrats are scared of him. They don't hate him. They're just simply scared of him. Because listen to them speak. I don't know if you're watching. Even when they come, they will tell you his support base is unwavering. Some of the people supporting him now will tell you he did
let us
a good
chime in
job
if you online.
4 years ago.
Okay,
So for
let
you
me
to use the
quickly
word
from
reject,
your
Hold on,
analysis.
guys. Ja, do you want to comment? You know, we gotta get people.
Okay.
Ja, do you want to comment? You got something you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, so we'll put which points that I want to address. Yeah, I think I agree with Brother Aja and Prince Daddy that obviously the last election there was it was a lot of it was corrupt, honestly. Like it was a lot of voter fraud suspected of happening, and a lot of unaccounted for votes that were happening. So I think there were many factors that played into the last election, as far as like you had a lot of protests happening, COVID, everything. So yeah, I think that also played. But I think this next coming election, I think more people are going to vote for Trump than all of the previous times, right? And because I think the last election,
Are you residing in America?
Yeah, I think the
Sorry,
last
Jack.
election. Excuse me.
Are you residing in America?
Yes. I'm American. Yeah.
And who are you leaning towards to vote?
Trump. I want
It's
to. I'm
Trump,
voting for
man.
Trump, but I think Kamala's going to
You know, it's unfortunate. All these black guys, I don't know why all of them are
So
supporting
if
Trump. I
somebody
don't even
is
know.
voting for Trump, he
Yeah,
can
because
never
we don't.
speak his
Because, you know
mind.
why? You know why a lot of black people are voting for Trump now? Because we're not falling for this racist victim narrative that the
Hey,
Democrats are pushing.
I think you people are just being selfish, and that is why, because of this
I don't
immigration
like that.
issue,
Listen.
that is why you
Well,
people are just
Simba,
against.
why don't you
I
go
don't
vote
get
for the
selfish
Arabs,
how. I don't
Simba?
get selfish
Why
how.
don't you go
Hold
vote
on.
for Arabs?
Mike,
Yeah.
can you
What
give
do you
me
say?
Mike?
What did you
Oh no,
say?
I gotta hear one voice. Simba, let me
Mike,
let
They go and vote
I
for the
thought
Arabs.
Aja was
Mike,
talking.
Yeah. So
can you give me 1 minute to address something? Mike, can you give me 1 minute to address something?
1 minute to not.
Please.
It's 1 minute. Go ahead.
Please.
I think Ja will still have the floor. He's still saying something, but
yeah,
go ahead.
facts.
Do 1 minute.
Yeah. So I
Please.
think the last election was mostly based on like race
Madam
and
Sister,
all
let
that.
Ja just land.
Can
Then
I
you go.
say this and then I can leave? please, let me say this.
All right, let her go.
The media has been running with this thing since 2016. Remy and Simba, I know you guys listen to media very well. But let me say this in this platform. The only thing I will not tolerate is because somebody voting a candidate is a personal thing. If somebody has a conviction in his heart that he's going to vote for that person, allow the person to do so without calling them names or demeaning them.
No. Madam
Finish.
Zita, you got it wrong.
I will not tolerate that from anybody. I will not.
Okay,
if you
thank
want to vote for Kamala Harris, so you think he's the best candidate to handle the chaos today in America, I am fine with me. I have come to this platform. Let me finish, please. I've come to this platform and I have said it.
1 minute, 1 minute, Madam Zita. You said 1 minute.
And it's not up to 1 minute. I'm looking at
let her land.
And the only thing I will not tolerate, in as much as I am not calling you bias because you want to vote for Kamala, I will not tolerate you calling me back. I will not go through the wrath of that media in the United States that abuse people. People are even scared to say they belong to a party. I will not tolerate it in this platform.
But Mike, how is
Thank you,
bias
madam.
an
Thank you,
insult?
madam.
Can somebody Google the meaning of bias? Whether bias is an insult. I'm biased. You can call me biased.
No, we will not. We will not allow Madam Zita to
Can
bully
anybody
us.
hear me?
We will say what we want to
Wait, but
say. Can't bully us.
somebody called me.
It's kind of rowdy, man. Like, come on.
Yeah. So wait, someone called me selfish for voting for Trump. I don't understand what makes me selfish to vote for Trump. I don't understand.
I am not calling you selfish.
How?
What I'm saying is,
Please
You've
explain
called
to
me
me.
It was Simba.
selfish.
It was Simba that said it.
It's me that said you black guys are selfish. Not only you.
Hold on.
Yeah. So look, the guy that's calling me.
So
Mike, the guy that's calling me selfish.
Simba and Jab debate real quick. Okay, so Simba, why are you calling him selfish? Go ahead.
Please tell me.
Because that's the reason why I said that, because all of them, they have been hammering on one issue. These immigration people, they allow a lot of Latinos to call me or Spanish people to call me.
That was literally not
And
my
that's
point.
why I said the blacks there, you don't want it, like what one man said earlier, that you people want to close the gate when you people are already inside. That is why, and that is the reason why most of the people have been.
Hold on. When you say hold on, Jab, before you respond, Simba, when you say close the gate when you're already inside, what do you mean by that?
You're already in America now. You don't want other people to come in.
Boy, he's a black American.
Mike, see, Simba rides camel in Saudi Arabia. He doesn't have a clue what is going on here. He's a camel rider.
Okay, hold on. Let Jab respond to that.
So let me go ahead with.
Hold on, Remy. Hold on. Let Jab respond to the accusation real quick. So go ahead and respond. Is that true?
Yeah. So I don't know if he just got into the conversation, but I literally told everyone that my main reason for voting for Trump has nothing to do with immigration. I think immigration is probably like the least kind of priority on why I'm voting for Trump. It's mostly the foreign policy. That's my main reason, really. But as far as like the immigration, again, I've said it. I literally said it probably like half an hour ago that immigration isn't affecting me personally. It's not affecting me. I don't see an influx of immigration where I live at right now. So like it has really no bearing on me. But I mean, if people want to come to this country legally, yeah, come by all means. Especially if you're black, I want to bolster our numbers here. So I want more black, people to come to America, right? But if illegal immigration, it's against it's illegal. I don't want them here. But I mean, if they're going to continue to pour in, you have corporations that benefit from immigration.
The blacks, the blacks in America, they feel threatened by other ethnic nationality. They feel threatened.
But it has nothing. No. It has nothing to do with nationality for me. You said something about. You also said something about. Oh, I'm selfish. Something about mentioning black and this and like. Listen, it has nothing to do with anything. Like I think the last election, people were focusing on a race and white versus black and Trump's racist and that. Like, I don't buy that anymore. Like, and I think a lot of black people don't buy that narrative. So again, my reason to vote for Trump is mostly on the foreign policy. It
Prestige
has
does.
nothing to do with immigration. God, you wanted to say something?
No, I was just telling that people like Prestige does buy into that narrative of racism and other stuff.
Yeah, I don't buy into that victim narrative that the
quickly,
Democrats are pushing to black people. No, I don't buy into that.
you probably notice what is going on. Hold on, Remy. You probably notice what is going on. What do you think that the media? What do you think the media is selling when it comes to Kamala Harris? What do you think they're selling? Before you answer that question. Okay, before you answer the question, see, the reason why they were so excited to push out Biden was because now they have a candidate that they think she's acceptable, which gives them the opportunity again to want to rig the election. Okay, because it's not possible for them to have rigged the election with Biden because people are like, it's so glaring, it's so obvious. How possibly could they win? But with Kamala, no, they're telling her, she's
a woman
so
of color.
joyous. She's just happy. All this trash, but go ahead.
Yeah, I think people are trying to paint this, push. I think people are pushing Kamala. It doesn't make sense to me, right? Because before Biden stepped aside, Kamala Harris was one of the most despised politicians in office. Like she had no support from anyone. And then
zero, not even the black people.
As soon as they pushed Biden to the side, and no one, elected her or no one voted for her or anything like that. They just placed her into, position as, the head candidate of the Democratic Party. That doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't make any sense to me. And I mean, and then they're trying to paint this narrative as if she's like this black, person or woman of color, and then she's trying to appeal to all of these musicians and athletes.
She never said she's black now. So why are you people calling her
but
black?
they're painting this picture. What I'm trying to tell you, this election has a lot to do with it. The Democrats are pushing this identity politics. It's not even the Republicans, if you ask me. They did it with Obama. They did it with Biden. Pushing this racial narrative. And I mean, people are sick of it. I think people are waking up, especially a lot of black people.
I think you can't blame them for that because this is an election, and when you campaign with your strength. First and foremost, I don't like people when they lose election and they will come back and be telling you the election was rigged or blah 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 blah, making this kind of noise. I'm talking to Prince Daddy directly. I'm talking to Prince Daddy directly on that one. I think
there is nothing wrong in saying
Madam Zita, let me finish first. I think Prince Daddy, you're above that. And I think you shouldn't be saying that, okay, we lost that election because it was rigged, it was that. So the question I want to ask you guys, especially the men, you guys that live in America, are you afraid of a female president? Because what I see,
man, this seems like a Democrat liberal kind of.
I know, yeah.
Are you afraid of a female
What kind of
president?
question is that?
And if you talk about sorry,
it has nothing to do with her being a woman. It has nothing to do with race or anything like that.
If you talk about immigration, we all know that America is a country of immigrants, that whether legal or illegal, and everybody have a root, everybody have a story.
No, you are missing the point.
Can you let me land, madam? You can't control everything here, and we can't believe whatever that comes from your mouth because before I don't know that you are a card-carrying member of them, or you also have a right to vote in America. But since I know where I can put you. So what I'm trying to say is that everybody campaign on their strength. If the Democrats think that campaigning on the strength of bringing in immigrants will help their cause, they will do that. The Republican, if you think that trying to tighten the noose on immigrants, they will also do the same thing. So what I want to ask you, final question is this. Don't you think that instead of Democrats afraid of Trump, it is really the Trump that is really afraid of Kamala Harris? Because to you, Kamala Harris is nothing. She's nobody. She's nothing. So why are you afraid? It should be a very good election for Trump. It's just
nobody is afraid.
It's not. I don't think it's a level of being afraid. I don't think it's a level of being afraid. I don't think no one is afraid. I think it's mostly.
Never give her a chance You never gave this woman a chance.
No.
And when things
giving her a chance before.
No, I don't. The chance you gave her is not the president, it's the vice president. And Trump gave Trump a chance before. Trump was a former president of America. He has been tested, and you know what you can expect. An average voter know this is the man that has been a president for the country 4 years ago.
Okay.
And they knew what
nobody supported Kamala as being a lead candidate for the Democratic Party. Nobody voted for her. Nobody supported that. She was placed in that position.
Listen, she contested in 2019 as one of the 25 candidates that came out.
And lost in the first round.
She lost. They rejected her. Listen to me, Simba. Listen carefully. You know, I don't like talking everywhere. She contested in 2019, and then she didn't even go anywhere. Now, for the past 3 years, nobody, you see where people are angry. None of the media, in fact, the media was campaigning that she should be thrown away, and Joe Biden should choose another vice president. That was how bad they presented her. All of a sudden, Joe Biden dropped out. They wanted to contest another primary. That was the first post Obama put out. Now that Biden has dropped out, let's come together and do something and get a better person. Biden didn't want Obama to get his way. He quickly endorsed her. Just that endorsement, she become a good candidate. Who buys that? So why are you saying we don't want to give her a chance? I don't even know
Madam Zita, I don't even know I don't know why people are questioning the way she was elected. I mean, nominated as a candidate for Democrat. What is your problem with that? Why are you angry about that?
No.
If you don't want to vote for your candidate, why are you? So, and let me ask you a question earlier. Are you feel threatened? You said no. If you don't feel threatened, then why are you condemning the woman?
Can I come in, please, Mike? Because I need to report some of what Madam Zita is saying. And what's the other guy name? Because when we come here, we need to come out with
that.
Can
I repeat myself?
No, so before you go, because you made a statement about this person that win the election never gonna more vote in the second time. That's a lie. That's not a true statement. So I gotta reverse you because I go with fact. Go and take Obama Obama had more vote in the second time when he run against McCain than when he run against me Romney.
Hey,
so
are we going to bring it up
hold
now?
on, we can even go back. You know, Reagan contested one time. He didn't win in the primary before he run again and win Republican.
Did not get
so when we come here, we need to state the fact and just painting a narrative that has no fact, like Kamala has it because she lost during the primary. So that means she don't have any political relevance. I mean, you can lose and come back. How many times has Biden? Wait a minute.
That's why I don't like.
Wait a minute. How many times has Biden? How many times has Biden contested before he won?
Can I clear my point first before the attack?
Oh man, people,
first
man.
Of all, point of correction. Obama did not get more vote in the second tenure. Period.
Okay, what? Okay, let's find out.
Okay, I've said that now. Wait, when I finish, you can continue. Let me repeat myself again, because I like laying my facts so that I won't be quoted out of context. Because somebody just jumped at what I said now. Everybody listen very well. I said this woman came out in 2019 and contested. She was among the 25 candidates. She was so far left that she didn't move an inch. Joe Biden picked her because they wanted to do their drama as the vice president. From the day she walked into the White House, I know some people, some women that were walking. She is going to be the last women that are going to work. I don't want to go into that one. But this same media, let me repeat myself again, go back and check it. This same media keep saying, that's why I say media, they're doing a good job, that the woman is terrible. They were even canvassing They rated her. They say she's the lowest rated vice president in the United States in the history of mankind. Whatever they were saying, I don't care.
Facts.
But now the same media, without her doing anything, just that she was endorsed, the same media started singing praises. That's why it's not moving needle. That's what I said.
Exactly.
Nobody is afraid of her. Not afraid of her for what?
Okay, Prestige.
It's the people that
Sorry,
supported her.
hold
The
on.
mainstream
Prestige,
media.
matter of fact,
The
hold
mainstream
on.
media.
Madam Zita, allow a few seconds. Prestige, matter of fact, you never get any fact right. Madam Zita was correct because in 2008, Obama got 69 million votes, 69.5 about, and 2012 it got 65.9, almost 66 million votes. So his vote actually went down.
Are you
So,
talking
matter of
about? Are
fact,
you talking about the total vote or the electoral college?
I'm talking about total vote. I'm talking about it got 69,498,516 in 2008 and 2012. 2012 it got 65,915,795. So, Mr.
No,
Fact,
that is
you're wrong.
total vote compared to electoral college. Obama won more state in the second term.
What the heck
That's
are you
what I'm
talking about?
making my.
Electoral
That's
college.
what I'm, that's
Obviously,
my analysis.
if you win at a damn election, you must have won the electoral college, right? We were talking
Election,
about
yeah,
total votes.
we use electoral
No,
college.
no. Don't
And
shift
we
the
use electoral
We
college. How
don't
many
said
shift
states?
more
the
votes. We didn't say electoral college.
exactly. Don't change it. Don't
We
outsmart
Wait a
said
yourself,
minute.
Prestige.
Wait a
Donald
minute.
Trump
Okay,
is
if
the
you're gonna
only
base it
American
on total
president that
on a
got more
total
votes
vote,
in his
after
second
all,
tenure.
Hillary Clinton has more vote than Trump, but Trump won the electoral college. It's the electoral college that determined the election in this,
That
in
is
this
not the
country, and
argument now,
that's what my
brother. That
analysis
is
was
not the
about. If I
argument.
have said vote, total vote, that
No,
was
the
incorrect coming out of
argument
my mouth.
was
But I mean electoral college. That's what
Nah, that doesn't make any sense because
Okay,
you
how
can only win.
what's the
You can
election?
only
How
win.
does the
Hold
election
on. You can
determine in this
only
country?
win by
Is it by
electoral. You
popular
can
vote
only
or by
win.
electoral
Hold
college?
on. You can only win by if you win the electoral college. So you were not talking about electoral college. It was quite obvious we were talking about the total votes. And
No,
Obama in the
I
second
say my
term
point.
had less.
If I say total vote, I mean
Okay,
electoral college. That's my
yeah,
emphasis
go
on.
ahead, or Madam Zita, you guys go ahead. This guy.
No, let somebody come in now. One person cannot be talking. There need to be a point of correction. I mean, one
I know
person
they
doesn't own
talk
the floor.
again. No, I
Let's
don't
have an
finish my
interjection.
point. I just try to make you people
Okay,
understand what I was
I
saying.
want to.
I'm listening to you,
I
madam.
want to
I'm
say this
listening
to
to you.
Madam Zita.
But other people have to talk now.
No, I've not talked. From what
Yeah, go
Madam Zita
ahead.
just said, that if you win an election for the first time as an incumbent, then your vote might tend to reduce. If you take your analogy that American voted for Trump in 2016 and in 2020 they voted against her, there's a chance that the vote for Trump that he's going to get in this coming election will be further reduced. And that shows that if America can reject her once, I think they can reject him once, they can reject him again.
You are not understanding the point. Please,
I
let
am
me make
understanding
myself
the point because I am
clear.
not basing my
Let me make myself clear.
looking. Look, I am not looking at my own analysis
No,
from
wait.
the lens of
Can I
voting
make
for
myself
Democrats or
clear?
voting for
Please,
Republican.
listen to me carefully. I beg
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Yes,
I
ma'am.
said that when a president rule a nation and come back for re-election, often than none, his vote reduced. Number of votes he gets. That's what I said. And I now said that Donald Trump, if not the only, is one of the presidents in the United States that came for a second term. One extra 12 million votes is a history.
12.5, almost 13 million votes extra, more.
Yes, 12 million votes. So if he's not going down.
I think the way you are looking at it is
So he got more votes.
Okay.
He got more votes and he lost the election.
I mean, I understand where Madam Zita is coming about right now.
Understand me before you
I
continue
won't
your
voice.
argument.
You guys have to let each other give each other space now.
understand me
Mike,
before you start the
he need to let
argument.
people talk now. She can't be commanding the floor, only her.
I am not commanding the floor. Please understand me first before you argue with me. Because if you don't understand what I'm saying,
I
the
understood you.
argument
You need to
will
talk
not
about
be
2 minutes or 3.
Like,
You cannot
like
talk for 10 minutes.
condense
And
your
other people can talk.
that way they can like
It seems like it seems like you're intimidated by Madam, man. You accuse
How
me
am I
of being
intimidated?
intimidated by
She
the
talk a
women of
lot. She like
Kamala.
to
Come on now.
elaborate a lot. I
Remy,
mean, make it very
Remy,
brief.
the thing is that
But
his
What is
Prestige,
numbers
intimidation?
stop
are not
your
reducing.
masculine toxicity. You need to stop that.
What is that? No,
Toxic
I'm calling
masculinity.
people out. At least you
You
cannot just be
people will
talking.
leave this thing now. We didn't come here to argue, quarrel, or drama.
No,
Please.
come on now.
Remy, my emphasis is that his numbers are not reducing. Are you getting the point? The number of his supporters are not reducing. It is increasing. And for him to stay 4 years away from politics, and then this Don John, they dumped on him, they painted him, poured all manner of poto on him. And again, his numbers are not reducing. I repeat.
I will counter your argument. I will counter your argument this way. Biden was a vice president to Obama. And after how many years that is no more a vice president, he came back and defeated the, what do you call it? The president at the time, which is Trump. How many votes does Biden have to win this election against against
That
Trump?
means you are not understanding my point.
No.
You didn't understand my
Madam
point.
Zita.
You didn't understand my point. So I
Madam
don't
Zita,
need to
can I
continue
can
the
I give you a
argument.
better argument about this vote you are talking about? Let me give you a better argument. Because he said Trump, when the first time that he won, then the second time, he got more vote. I think almost about 4 million or 3 million more than when he won.
12 million.
Yeah,
12.
okay, that is true. I'm not disputing that part. He had more vote when he lost than when he win. Okay, how many votes? Even at all, doesn't that tell you that more people came out and vote than when he won?
Exactly.
Right now, and Biden has more votes.
Prestige, man
Biden
of
has
prestige.
over 3
The
to 4
question we should
million.
ask is what was the
Yeah,
total
Biden has
vote
over
cast
3
in
to
that
4 million
election?
than him. That means more people.
Because
The pool of
if you
voting
have
is
more
higher.
votes than
So
when
Trump
you
own went
won,
up. Then Biden
then
own went up
that just
higher.
means
So
Well, that's why I keep you
the
guys.
narrative doesn't even make sense.
Prestige, calm down,
Yeah,
Prestige.
I know they argue
That's
like
why.
this.
No. Let's
Oh,
close
hold
the
on,
part.
hold on.
I know they
That's
argue like
why.
No.
Hold
Okay.
on, hold on. That's
Prince
why.
Daddy. Prince Daddy.
I don't
Prince
argue
Daddy.
like
Hold
this.
on. That's why in Pennsylvania it took them almost a week or 2 weeks to announce the damn results. Okay,
No,
and
forget
that's why also in
about that. Your
Wisconsin.
conspiracy.
Hold on.
We are basing it on
See,
the number we have at hand. Forget about.
no,
Let's not
I'm
judge
trying
you
to
on that
explain to.
conspiracy theory.
Let's see. I'm trying to explain to people like Sinbad the camel
No.
rider,
Come on now.
and Remy in the court
Prince
in
Daddy.
Finland. They don't understand the politics here. I'm trying to
Prince
explain
Daddy.
to them that.
Prince Daddy. Prince
I'm
Daddy.
trying to
Let's
explain
forget
to them
about the
that
one in
conspiracy.
the desert and the other one in the cold.
God.
Prince Daddy. One in the desert, the other one in the cold.
Exactly.
Prince Daddy. Can you just listen to me a minute? Yeah, we talk about the number doesn't add up. Is it not the same thing in Nigeria? But let's stick with this American policies, what we are talking about. Madam Sister said when Trump won before, right? He won, he won with he won by electoral college, but Clinton had a higher vote. But during the second time, we are talking about total vote. So let's forget about the electoral college. The number of votes that Trump has the second time is more than what he had before. So that means people still like him. But what is the total vote? The person that he contested against, the person total vote also went up. That means in all totality, more people came out and vote for both sides. And Biden beat Trump, even at all with the higher number of Trump that went up. Biden number escalated more than Hillary Clinton. So we have to put the whole
Okay,
thing in totality.
we got it. We got it.
Both of the vote went
No
up.
Okay,
wahala. I
no,
know they argue. I
hold
don't
on.
debate like
People
this.
No,
love
That's
people
some of
okay.
love
you
Biden.
argue,
Hold
some of
on,
you
hold on, guys.
argue without the fact to back
People
it
love
up. Just
Biden
argue
so
for
much. Hold on,
for our own
Prestige.
sentiment.
Okay, Biden is doing
Man,
so
that
great.
last election was
According to you,
racialized.
Prestige. The economy is great. The job market is fantastic. The stock
So we
market
are
is
not talking
great.
about
Hold
total
on,
vote anymore.
hold
People
on.
think
But at the end of the day, Biden, the great president Biden, was rejected by his party and the people supposedly, and that's why Kamala came into the fore. Listen, into the fold. Listen, the past election that Biden, I'm looking at the record right now. Yeah, Biden supposedly get 81 million votes. Think about it. Joe Biden, that was barely coherent even prior to now. Hold on. The guy that sat in his freaking basement. Hold on. I think Kamala Harris is out there doing stuff. Biden sat in his basement throughout the whole damn election, and you guys want to convince me that he actually had 81.2 million votes? You guys are joking. You lost your mind.
I agree.
You know what it is about this conspiracy theory about what the other guy name? Is that Jay or whatever? All this is conspiracy theory. You know who you need to align yourself with?
What's so conspiracy?
You need to align yourself with Laura Luma. Google it and find out who is Laura Luma. That is Trump right-hand man.
You're a funny
Luma.
guy. You're
conspiracy theory to the highest level.
You got a lot of gimmicks.
That's exactly what you're doing here. So let's talk about the fact. Use the number. Forget about this year or this year conspiracy theory.
Listen. Let me tell you. Like I said earlier. See, now you have to know how to see. To be to catch a monkey, right? They say you have to think like a monkey. See, if you know how the Democrat how they work, one thing I'll give to the Democrat over the Republicans that the Democrats are super smart. They
Your
are
Republicans
truly
are not smart. You're like
no. Yes, and that's why we like Trump, because Trump can actually match the Democrats. Match the Republicans rather. The Republicans are dull overall.
Do you know the IQ
Hold on, prestige. Okay, you see, the Republican overall, they are a dull party. And I told you before, guys, I despise the Republican. I didn't care for the Republican. I only jumped into the fold because Trump came, and I was one of the very few people amongst the people around me that voted for Trump because it was a unique candidate. But the point here is that look, the Democrats, they are excited about Kamala, no doubt about it, because they know if they keep pumping up Kamala and the media keep gaslighting you people, when they go to their cheating machine, to try to rig the election, then people are like, everybody loves Kamala. She's so joyous, she laughs. That's the picture they're trying to paint. But I'm telling you, this time around, thanks to Trump, many of these Republicans in these swing states especially are kind of waking up to the gimmick, and they're trying to tighten the election laws. And some of them are doing a pretty good job. And also keep in mind, Mark Zuckerberg spent over $400 million, in which over 98% went to the Democrat in the past election that Trump lost. And this time around, Zuckerberg said, no, he's not doing that again. He's not doing that again. So, but the Democrats, they have so many plays in their playbook. You gotta respect them, and I respect you people.
Prince Daddy, can I give you a clue? You talking about the Republican states are waking up right now. Let me tell you what's the blue wall. That's all we need. Just 3 states: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. If we want it, you can win other ones. Who cares? Arizona, it doesn't matter.
Let me tell you, because you guys.
So don't get your hopes up there. Do you know who control those? Do you know who control those 3 states?
But you get your anti-Semite. You don't like Shapiro. Hold on.
So
you don't like Shapiro. Hold on.
We are ringing.
Let me tell you,
we are ringing. There's nothing you're going to do. We're going to ring it again.
Because Shapiro, the current governor of Pennsylvania, because he's Jewish, you guys rejected him. It shows you get the
forget about that. If you have that,
hold on. And I think that will come back and bite you guys. Hold on,
we control the governorship. We control the House. Republican only control the Senate.
Let me tell you.
So if we had that machine before, we're going to ring it again.
Unlike 2020, that Shapiro was a strong man. Unlike 2020, Josh Shapiro this time around is not going to go to bat for you guys. It's not going to.
Shapiro is not going to go to bat for us. He's going to go.
No, he's not going to.
He's going to go to bat for low IQ Trump.
At the end of the day,
you don't even know how politics work. We control those 3 states.
Yeah, it's you that know how it works.
We control those 3 states. That's all we need. We don't need Georgia. We don't need Arizona. We don't need Nevada. We don't need North Carolina. That means we're going to bring it again, and we're going to come back and win the White House. So when we come
He's
back
gonna.
here on
What you say?
November
You
the
say he's gonna
5th,
rig the
on
election
the
again?
6th,
He's gonna rig it again. He said
we're going to talk about it.
he's gonna
We're
rig
going
the
to win
election
it
again. Is
again
that what you
because
said?
of those. We only need 3 states. Blue wall.
Let me tell you. So
And we control the
Pennsylvania.
state.
Hold on. Pennsylvania was the most glaring of all the swing states. Why? Because it took them almost 2 weeks to announce the result. In fact, we were all watching the result in Pennsylvania,
Okay,
especially
Prince
with
Daddy.
hey,
If you know your
Spencer, you
politics,
gotta
who
calm down.
controlled
You
the
gotta calm
state?
down. Let me
Who
land, man.
controlled the
Let me
state at
land.
that time? Who in
Okay,
charge of
you
that
guys
state?
are, it's kind of getting rowdy. You guys have to make sense.
Okay, let me
Talk one
ask
at
him,
a time, so
Babaji.
that
I
way
mean,
No,
Prince
everybody
Daddy.
Let me
has a
land.
chance.
Let
Listen,
me
hold on,
land.
hold
You
on.
be
I
talking
think
too
it's
much.
pretty. I
Let me
think it's
land.
pretty. Listen, President, I think
Go
it's
ahead,
pretty
Jack.
clear that Prestige is voting based on party. Like, I'm not voting based on Republican or Democrat. I'm voting based on my that Trump pretty much aligns with my interests. You understand what I'm saying? But it seems like Prestige, he's voting based on he's saying we who? He's talking about the Democratic
No.
Party.
I always
You're
have a
voting
disclaimer. I'm
blue
not going
no
to hide.
matter who. That's your policy.
I'm not
That's
going to
what it
hide
seems
my
like.
feeling. I'm a
Of course, it's
Democrat.
wearing blue.
I'm a Democrat. So I'm not hiding
Yeah,
it.
so you're not voting based on policies.
Because
You're not
my
voting based on
ideology with
you're voting
Democrats,
based on
not on the local level.
Democrat.
Hold on.
That's what it
Not
is.
on the local level. In San Diego, where I live, we have a
Yeah,
Republican councilman,
your ideology
and
for
I always vote
abortion,
for him
for
because
murdering
I
Hold
like
on,
his
children.
guys. Give me
ideology.
1
But
second,
when it
Prince
comes to
Daddy. Let
general
me find
election,
out. Hold on, guys.
I will
Hold on.
vote for Democrat every day,
Madam
every
President,
now.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Can you
can
hold on,
tell. Yeah,
please?
I can tell what you're saying. Yeah.
Everybody just hold on 1 sec. I'm trying to find out who's. Some people want to come on. I want to see who's still here, who already fell asleep.
If
So
Biden was still
is
running,
Larry
I think
still here?
Prestige will vote for him too as well.
Is Larry here? So Larry is asleep.
You know what?
Who else on the screen? I know Remy is there and Simba is. Remy, I know you are here. I know that one for sure. And Simba, I know you two you are here.
What do you mean
Mike,
you go down for sure?
I'm gonna leave so you can bring somebody else, okay?
Okay, so they've
So
done
hold
beating
on,
you up.
let me make this final submission so I can give other
But
people
wait
space.
now, I want to see who else.
Mike, leave him
Baba
here.
Jali
He's the
Gogo,
only
are
one
you
that's
still here?
talking.
I think Baba Jali Gogo is asleep too.
Yeah, get rid of the people that are not talking.
Okay, all right, cool. Okay, you guys continue. I'll just.
Okay, just 1 minute. You said some people are waiting, right?
No. Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to leave, but anyway, if Mike let me stay, I stay. But I mean, I'll be privileged to give other
You know,
people
this is
space.
the only issue you and Kulata
You
are
don't
like.
want to go, man of stay.
Yeah, because it's getting heated for him. That's why.
Okay, you all go ahead.
No, stay.
No, I'm here. But I mean, who want to talk? I don't want to act like I'm monopolizing the whole
So
thing.
can I ask you a question?
Let me land my point there. Well, now, okay. Well, to what I was saying earlier, what was I saying? Well, let's just go straight to Kamala. Kamala, we all know she has nothing to offer. Even the Negroes don't like her. Nobody likes Kamala Harris. There's no doubt about that. But the media, they've been back on the media machine to gaslight us, okay, to believe that, no, she's doing great. What is she doing great about? This lady cannot articulate just one policy that's coherent. She's incapable of doing that. And if you want to use this, the one and only debate as a barometer for her being someone of presidential caliber, that's just a joke. You know, yeah, she did pretty good because she was able to regurgitate what she learned. And if you look at all the things she said anyways, all those things were just normal talking points. Biden could have said the same thing if he could talk in the last debate.
Facts.
There was nothing special about what Kamala did. And there was nothing. But let me tell you guys one thing also that I actually learned from Trump. See, when you get on a national stage or in the front of an audience, a large room for that matter, that they're broadcasted around the world, around the nation. See, if somebody makes an allegation against you and you refuse to rebuttal that person there, guess what? Whatever they say sticks.
So Prince Daddy, all your analysis, I look at the 5 swing stage. Kamala, this is just poll, okay, up to yesterday. Kamala is leading in 4 of the 1, and Trump is leading in 1.
What poll?
I know that you said that poll does not.
What poll are you? What poll are you? Tell us the poll. Don't tell us a poll. What's the name?
Can I speak? Can
I give you the first news poll? First news.
The poll.
Yeah, let Kulata come in. An objective opinion.
No, you guys are just talking. I'm the most important voter here because I'm the only one that lives in a swing state. So all you guys are just yakking. Since that you live in a blue state, keep quiet. Say that we've heard you talk too many times. My vote is more important than yours.
No, it's
I
not.
can
Your vote is
literally,
not. It's not. It's not.
my
It's
vote
not.
is more important than yours. You
It's
don't live
not.
in a
You live
swing
in a
state.
country that's
Prince
dominated by
Daddy,
Democrats. You
can you
don't.
please
Can
listen?
you
Yes,
just
he's
keep
right.
quiet?
You live
Percy,
in
you know
New
the one to
Jersey.
talk. You know
You
the
live
first
in
one
New
to talk.
State.
You've been running your mouth earlier.
Kulata live in a battleground state. Come on now.
I live in a battle. Keep quiet. I am a few of I and a few of us are going to determine this election, whether you like it or not. Because
No, you're
I
not.
live in a county that is going to throw this election one way or the other, and you know it. So can we talk now for the debate? Look,
Which state do
I
you
don't know
live
why
in?
you're trying.
Which state is that?
I live in Georgia.
Ah.
It's a swing state. It's 50-50. And
Swingers.
my county will normally
We
swing the
can't hear
election
you.
if it goes
Is it
down.
me or is it Mike? Look.
Can you guys hear me?
Can you guys hear me? Well?
Yeah,
Yeah, we can
presently
hear you.
now
Yeah.
Georgia,
Oh,
Trump
maybe
is
it's me
ahead
then.
by 0.5.
No, go ahead, Kulata.
When it gets to Georgia, at the end of the day, there's some counties that will swing the election, and I live in one of those counties. So my voice,
McCobb County? Are you in McCobb?
I don't have to tell you my county, but we're going to swing the
Somewhere in
election.
Atlanta.
I know what county
It's somewhere in Atlanta.
I'm not gonna
I
say
know
it.
there's definitely somewhere in Atlanta. I guarantee that.
It's
The,
not
the
my it's not
county,
my place to say it.
the county used to be red, but now it's more purple and blue. So it's determined the election so far. This election boils down to like 13 counties throughout the country, honestly speaking. So whether you like it or not, if you live in the Pacific West, is blue. If you live in Tennessee, is red. It's just a few of us that can actually swing this election. And I've not really wanted to talk on this election, but if the election happens today, I'm not talking about tomorrow, today, Kamala may actually win it with the way things are. And one thing that everybody is really not paying attention to, get out to vote, especially with loyal black women in the states that matter. I'm not saying across the country because American elections, forget about all those polls. It's the individual states that matter. The get out to vote she's playing, especially for black women, is insane. And that has the ability to throw elections in some key states, one of them being Georgia, and of course, Michigan, and what's it called? Pennsylvania. So let's forget about all these who's up, who's
But
down.
we have an antidote for that. Hold on. We have an antidote for that.
Hold on. Please, Daddy, hold on. Kulata, you notice like the black men, they're all going for Trump, and then the black women are going for Kamala. So,
Mike, you can't say the all.
hold on.
He's getting more black vote than ever. But they can't use the word all.
Bro, calm down now.
Wait.
No, I'm giving you the fact.
And let me land my statement. I don't know what you're saying. It used to be both black men and black women. I used to go for Democrat all the way. But now, it's, so I don't know what's going on.
The thing is the numbers. Black men don't vote that much compared to black women are more dedicated voters than black men. And when you say black men are voting for Trump, majority of the black
the antidote for the black women.
Can I land my
we have an
statement?
independent opinion, please?
I think Prince Daddy and Prestige. Mike, can you just put them behind for some time?
When you look at the number of black men that are still going to vote, you still get overwhelming 70% at least that will vote Democrat and maybe 30% because it used to be very 90%, over 80% before. Now Trump will get maybe 30% or 25%, so it's a big deal. But the majority of the black men are still going to vote Kamala. But black women vote way more than black men. So it's still not like, it's just an exaggeration because you get the Republican candidate that attracts.
On election day, we are dedicated. Hold on, Mike. On election day, the Republican has put aside $100 million for black people for We Won. So we're giving a free We Won party on that election day. So that should help reduce the black women that are going to come out and actually vote.
Don't worry, black women will close their tab against.
Wait a minute. Can I ask Prince Daddy something? Are you talking about money? Wait, Prince Daddy, are you talking about money?
No, he said we won.
We won. We give free breaks. Free breaks.
I thought he was talking about money. Kamala Harris, has way more money. More than Trump has. Go and find out
Well,
about it.
man
It's
of
not
Presi,
even close.
hold on. Let's leave money for now. Kulata, if you look online, I can hardly see any black man that can say he's supporting Harris right now. They are aggressively campaigning for Trump. Everywhere, all black celebrities, all of them.
No, it's the same thing in 2022. They're just going to exaggerate.
No. 2022,
Let me let
it
me
was
land
not.
now.
The way
See,
blacks, all of them, even former
Mike,
Democrat, all of them, even all their
we're going
celebrities,
to
they're all going for
look.
Trump.
We're going to count the votes. We're going to go and we're going to count the vote, and you're going to see that I'm right. That's going to be over 75% of black men that still vote for Kamala Harris, and Trump will get maybe 20 to
I don't see
25%.
the black men I'm seeing. I don't see 75% of them talking
Me
about
neither.
that. Almost
No,
almost
if you
99%
get
of them.
25, that's great.
Mike, only
That's
the
a great
beta males,
number.
only the beta males are pretty much voting for Kamala. To be honest, like,
Exactly.
Of course.
All the men, black men,
Roland
like
Martin, and
Prestige.
all these people like that.
even
We'll
Pookie and
see.
Ray Ray, all of them. You know?
Look, we'll see. We'll see. But at the end
I
of the
didn't hear
day,
what you said. What did you
I
say?
said at the end of the day, the black men that are going to vote for Trump will not be more than 25%. And if that 25%
And that's a
actually,
great number.
wait,
That's a great number.
can I land? If he even gets that 25%, that's a record.
That's a lot.
That's a record. And it's going to be
Of
less
course.
than that. Yeah. So don't forget about celebrities. Like it's
They
just
don't
the
like Kamala.
Say, we're gonna win Georgia, no matter whichever way you vote, Colata, it would not matter. We're gonna win Georgia. We're gonna win Wisconsin, and we're gonna win Nevada for sure. We're gonna win Arizona and Pennsylvania. You can toss it up, but I think we're gonna do very well in Pennsylvania.
Kulata, why did you say that? Let me
that
see
my
whether
vote is
you are
important.
back. Why did you say?
I'm telling you personally,
Hold on,
I can swing the election.
Wait.
My neighborhood can swing this
Calm
election.
down.
You know
Calm
that,
down.
right?
Let me ask my question correctly before you answer. I just want to know why you gave him that high number. No, don't bother whether you will go down or go up. Just tell me why you gave him 20, because that's a very high number.
No, I'm giving him the high. Like he can't. That's his ceiling, in my opinion. He's not going to get more. That's his ceiling. That's the highest he's going to get from black men's vote.
But I'm saying that it's very high.
Yeah, unusually
So
high. I'm giving him that.
Why did you give him that high number?
Now, because of it's been changing since 2016. So you have to follow the trend. It's been picking up more black votes, increasingly.
Okay.
So, it's just a trend. It's a trend based on the candidate.
They don't like her. That's the problem.
No, well, Kamala as an independent. Kamala, wait, let me land. Kamala as an independent candidate. If she was running the primary, she's tight. She's shit, right? But the circumstance that she entered kind of like favors her because it's kind of like you're playing a Biden, right? Almost, God forgive me, I was saying almost dead, but God forgive me, no, it's not dead. But you're playing a Biden. And then you get a sudden jolt. You remove him, you get a sudden jolt. That change by itself is huge. The change was so big that it overwhelmed the news that they shot Trump. I mean, how many people still talk about shooting of Trump? It's kind of like way gone. And so that just kind of like shifted things significantly. And anybody trying to deny that, I mean, you're kidding yourself. It shifted things significantly. Now, the main thing is, can she continue the momentum before the election? This November is way too long. I don't think so, because people are going to go back into Excel. They're going to think.
Like, who's buying that analysis you just said? You think that the media actually want to keep Trump's being shot on the front page for 2 or 3 weeks?
Look, if Biden was still running, that sentiment of Trump being shot will make Trump win by a landslide. But that narrative is in the back burner right now. And if you deny that,
the media wanted to get rid of it.
It's not the media.
Even the second, third day, it was gone out of the news. It was out of the news.
Prince Daddy, why you always come with conspiracy theory?
You're just fighting media. I mean, you're playing all this, all this Bayback bread, like Andrew Bayback kind of tactics. Like, talk about substantive stuff, not the media conspiracy. No,
That's not a
Kulata,
conspiracy.
why
The
do you
mainstream
think
media
that
shapes
chieftain?
public opinion.
I don't
It's
know.
not a conspiracy.
It drinks the
Kulata, why
media
do you think
Kool-Aid.
that?
What's conspiracy about that?
American media is out
Kulata is
there
You
not
to
don't
make
do you
supporting
money.
not pay
Kamala
attention to
Harris.
the media? What
He
goes
has
on
said it before.
both sides?
It's
I don't give two
just
rats
like to
ass
call it
about
how he
Kamala
say
Harris.
it. I mean,
I
I
don't
don't
give
agree
her.
with
I don't
Kulata
care
when it comes to
about her.
Nigerian politics, but he's not supporting Kamala Harris or Trump. He's just calling it
I'm
how he
not.
see it.
I'm
Can we
not
have an
voting either of
independent
them.
opinion? And I tell you, I'm supporting Kamala Harris. So I will come with that
But
sentiment.
the bottom line, right today, because tomorrow it will change. But as of today, if they run an election, Kamala is going to beat Trump.
Yeah, based on what?
Based on the numbers right now, the swing states. Look, I don't care about national polls. That's the most useless thing ever. Because we're going to run the election. Democrats are still going to get the highest number of people vote. That doesn't matter. It's electoral college. And based on the swing states and the swing counties, especially the swing counties, the high population counties in those swing states, Kamala has the get out to vote advantage today. But I don't know whether it's going to happen tomorrow. I'm just talking about now.
Kulata, a week or 2 weeks
Listen,
is a week or 2 weeks is long for election. A week
It is.
or 2 weeks is long.
And the thing is, Trump messed up. I mean, first thing, there's no more novelty in Trump, right? You know him. There's nothing new again. There's no surprise. So at the same time, his dedicated, loyal people are still there. So if the independents know him, that is where his advantage is. The independents know him. So I don't see, if they look at Kamala, they keep looking at Kamala, if they can't make up their mind, then Trump is going to win. At this point in time, I'm not seeing that independent numbers move significantly one way or the other. Looks like people are still chilling. So Kamala still has a lot of chances to mess up. Or people are going to realize that, okay, I just don't want the black woman in there. So that's the area we can't say now because it's still till November. But Kamala is playing a good game right now. Let's respect that game. Like,
what game
forget
is she
it.
playing? What
But
game is
Prince
that?
Daddy,
Get out the vote.
can
He
we
said get out
respect
the vote. Yeah,
can we
that's the
respect a
game.
good analysis?
Let
Kulata
me
just
tell
made a
you the
good
good game.
analysis.
Let me
He
tell you
didn't
the
come
good
here to
game,
support
Kamala.
anybody. Can we have a good
Please
analysis
relax.
and relax their
Let me
biasness? Can
let
we
me
do
tell you the
that?
good game. Let me tell you the good game Kamala is playing. Kamala has managed to make Trump an incumbent president when he's not even an incumbent. I mean, it takes skill to do that, and she's managed to do that. She's the incumbent, but she's kind of like putting Trump in his toes to make him defend his record, where she should be defending her record or Biden's record. That's takes some skill, and I think it's that lawyer stuff
Now,
that she has.
are you talking about the debate? Obviously, you talking about the debate, what she did, right? And
It's
that's
not just
supposed to be the.
it's not just the
What
debate.
else? How else? Has she given any
There's
interview? I'm missing that.
there's narrative after the debate. It's what you allow people to be talking about. It's not whether she sat
But
down to do an
because you
interview
listen
or
to the
whatever.
liberal media. Yeah, are you kidding me? What you if you
Stop
watch the
all
debate,
this liberal
I
media.
agree,
Look,
Prince.
if you watch the
can you
debate, the two
look?
journalists, so-called
I
journalists,
watched.
were on the side of Kamala.
Calm down.
If
I
you
watched the
watch the
debate.
liberal media, you hear them
Can you
all
calm
singing
down
the
with the
same
name
tune.
calling? You do this. You only have one trick pony. Liberal media. This. Stop this one trick stuff. The narrative, the popular narrative, is what goes on. That is what goes on, and
Goes
Trump should
on
be
where?
on the Trump should be on the attack. But
No,
he's
Trump is
kind of
showing. No,
like,
that's your analysis
can I
anyway.
can
So
I
it don't matter.
can I speak? Trump should be on the attack. We shouldn't be having, and Trump keeps getting into all this his personal indiscipline, talking about cats and all this stuff. Like, this is not what they should be talking about. They should be hammering Biden, and Kamala, hammering. Now it has to be talking about useless stuff that don't mean shit. So if you, the incumbent, are now making Trump kind of like defend his record and also taking him off his game, come on, man. As of today, if they do the election, she will win.
So it's really as of today, but due to the debate that you think Kamala won, that's why you're giving her the
Have I
edge.
mentioned due to the debate? I didn't mention
Well,
anything
you
due to
didn't
the
have
debate.
to. Now I get where you're coming from. You didn't have to.
Because
Now I understand where you're coming from.
I mean, and if we have to talk about the debate, She won that debate.
I'm not arguing about that. I didn't say she didn't
All
win
right.
it.
So I mean, if you want me to talk about the debate, I'll talk about the
Hold
debate. She
on,
won the
Prince
debate.
Daddy. You honestly believe that she won the debate?
The debate.
All
Wow.
right, hold on. That one voice. Let Jack come in, man. I think he's trying to
Yeah,
come in.
now I was
There's
asking
five.
Prince Daddy a question. Do you honestly believe that Kamala won that debate? Like I don't believe that.
Not on
I think
substance,
the
not at
mainstream
all.
media is pretty much pushing this narrative that she won, but I
But
don't
if you,
think she.
yeah, if you look at the picture of the debate, the way it came out, if you see Trump debated the thousands of times he debated, you can see the stark difference in that debate to all the debates. And because Trump was trying to maintain this demeanor of not being aggressive and not being an attack dog, so it doesn't look bad to women. His advisors told him what to do. So that was not Trump's best performance. Let's not lie to ourselves. And for that reason, Trump did not show out. He did not show up and show out. For that reason, if you ask me who won the debate, I give it Kamala.
Yeah,
I
but
give it to
hold on,
her.
but you're talking about body language and like that's what you're talking about because I'm looking at the points that he was bringing up as far as like the pipeline, the war with Ukraine and the war with Israel.
Trump won.
Yeah, I think he won. He knocked him
Every
out of those points. She
substantive
was
point,
literally
Trump won on those
stuttering.
points.
You could tell
You see,
Kamala was looking she was uncomfortable.
you
Like,
see,
come on.
Ja, you're talking about things that are interest to you, so you could pick those apart. For someone that's kind of like neutral, which is the people, I mean, debates don't really
Exactly.
sway anything.
Yeah,
Debates
people
don't
like
sway
Prestige and
anybody that way.
Kulata. Yeah, people like
But
Prestige and Kulata, she won
for
absolutely.
someone for someone looking at the debate, you are seeing a few things you like, but then there are other things like he spent even more time talking,
Other
and then
things
there
like
are other. Can I talk?
What
You
do you
can't
mean?
be
Other
playing all
things
this
like what?
Fox
Like
News tactics.
abortion rights and things of that nature. I think he won.
Other
I think
things
he won
like
that part too. Honestly,
no. And the
of course
other
he
things
did.
like campaign rallies and talking about, I mean, useless things. He didn't keep the message. He didn't keep the attack. And then it looked like he was battling with the what's it called, the moderators of the debate. That's not good optics because we know all this
no,
debate. A
because
lot
they
of it
attack
is up.
checking him. That's
Can
why.
I
Because they were attacking
land?
him.
Can I land? A lot of the debate stuff is optics. She looked like he was prosecuting her case. He looked like he was on the defensive, and then he now got to be sparred with the moderator. So that's not a good look, whether you like it or not.
Hey, I agree. I totally agree. The Trump's game plan was absolutely not Trump's best performance, and he could not have performed any other way, anyways, based on what they told him. And he didn't want to come out and look. I mean, if you saw the debate with Kamala, with Hillary rather, and Hillary is a superior debater than Kamala Harris will ever be in her life. She's a much better candidate, more experienced and everything.
Can
And
I
Trump went.
interject? Prince
Hold on,
Daddy.
hold on first. And Trump went after Hillary a big time. You can say Hillary won, fine, but guess what? Trump performance was was excellent, was the best, to put it that way. But with Kamala, yeah, I agree that Kamala won at the end of the day because Trump didn't really show up and did his own, did his thing. He didn't really do it. So no argument on that. I give that. I give the debate to Kamala.
I
But
personally disagree. I think you're comparing his debate with Kamala and Hillary Clinton, and you're saying that he could have done better, right? That's what you're saying.
yeah, he could have done better with Kamala, but he didn't.
Yeah, but I'm not. I believe I agree. Like he could have done better, obviously, but I don't think he lost. Honestly, I think the media is pushing this narrative that he lost and that he was
Okay.
nervous and this and like
Okay.
I don't believe that.
Can I
Yeah,
come in, please?
by perception, right? See, by perception, I knew watching the debate even before he ended that. What am I looking at? This is not Trump. I was, trust me, I was not disappointed because based on substance, Trump answered all his questions. He gave facts and he answered his question correctly, rightly, and there's no doubt about that. Kamala did not once answer any substantive question at all.
No.
She deflected and she just went around and she did very well baiting Trump into saying and talking about some silly
The
stuff.
cats and dogs and silly stuff. Yeah.
But can I come in? Okay,
Go ahead,
we're
proceed.
saying, Prince Daddy, it's you that say that, he was being controlled by the Republican not to go there, just be quiet and yes, they tell him to come there and do what he's supposed to do, and he was doing okay in the first 5 minutes. But Trump wants to be a Trump because when Kamala Harris, we telegraphed, Democrat telegraphed to to the Republican that Kamala Harris is going to try to bait him, for him to, because Kamala Harris wanted the microphone to be on, because they know how, that Trump can't control himself, but they agree that the microphone has to be off in order to control the space. And Democrat telegraphing that Kamala Harris is going to try to bait him. But knowing Trump that the kind of person he is, he can't control his mind. He took the bet after 7 or 5 minutes. When Kamala Harris mentioned something about the crowd size, that people are living on the crowd size. That's when he lost his mind. So who you blame? Now you're blaming the media because Trump lost his mind, and lost control of the debate. I don't know how you people
Percy,
bother with
I can
conspiracy
tell
theory.
you like shallow people like Biden and Kamala. Those are the people
Shallow.
that excite you.
What's the IQ
People
of
that have
Trump?
nothing to
Okay,
offer
let's
the
talk
people.
about
Prince Daddy,
intelligence.
why do you like our dominance when it comes to Trump? Can you just stick to the fact?
Yeah,
You just
what's
talk
the
dominance,
IQ of Trump compared
Every
to
time.
Kamala Harris or Biden?
I'm sticking to
Let's
the
go about
facts, Watta.
intelligence
I mean, you
because
don't
you have
like the
been saying
truth.
that before.
No, you attack people and personalities when it comes to Trump. You don't speak about facts and issues. You just the liberal media, they did. Come on, man, it's lame.
So
Well,
Trump is the only
I'm
person.
simply
Trump is the
laying
only
out the
person that
facts. You may
always
not
has
like
the
my
facts.
facts, but
He
I'm
never
just
do
telling you the
anything
way it
wrong
is.
in your own mind.
For example, Kamala, she has nothing to offer. She's very shallow, and I'm saying that person usually
Okay,
loves people like
there's
that.
nothing wrong with that.
She could not
We're gonna see
she
on
could not defend
November.
nothing when it came to the economy. She was talking about how a mother was a single mother. Is all she was talking about. We talk about the national economy of the country that affects the rest of the world. This damn lady's talking about a mother was a
No,
single mother.
you see, you're missing the
That's a
point.
great point. Why
She
didn't
has to
Trump
introduce
capitalize on
herself.
that
That's
weakness?
what she did.
No, because the debate was 3-on-1. We had those two hopeless journalists, okay, trying
Oh
to
my God.
be part of the debate, interjecting and fact checking in real time, but they never fact check Kamala for once. And
Yes,
to make things worse,
somebody
to make
can
things worse,
have a reasonable conversation with you because you're always on that particular narrative, conspiracy theory.
I don't
About
know. I keep saying conspiracy theory. I'm telling you
why
what
can't you
we
go to
all
the school
watch.
of Laura
Are you
Laura
blind? Can you
Laura
not see
Loomer?
what's
That's
going on
exactly
in
what
there?
you're doing. Maybe you follow that Q&A. That's why you're doing all this. You must follow that
See,
space.
Actually,
there you go again. There you go.
in the debate, Trump interjected the most in that debate. And when Kamala wasn't being direct about the economy, I was expecting Trump to go on the attack on his strength, but he got sidetracked.
Yeah, I don't know why you're blaming media for Trump not to, for not to take his time. Trump spoke the most. I think it was 42 to 37. He spoke the most. And all what he was
Because
putting was strategies.
he had more to speak about. He has to talk about real
Okay.
facts. People are
Oh my
suffering.
God.
The
Okay.
illegal immigration is crumbling the counties and the border states. Okay, and people this Asian people, not from Asia, but from Haiti. These people, Trump didn't know any better. Actually, it wasn't that they were actually eating all the damn pets. They were using them for sacrifice and rituals. These people are barbaric people. These
Wow.
Asians. And we have to be careful. And
Wait,
if they
hold on,
live
hold
in,
on. So,
You
but
know
if they
what,
live in your
Trinidad?
one of the
neighborhood,
I
people
don't know
that
if I want to talk to you when it
one of
comes
the
to
people that was
American
involved with the
politics.
whole pet scandal wasn't even Haitian. So I think it was mostly like political kind of drumming up this narrative that that migrants are just like savage animals and stuff like that. The lady, the black lady, she was not Haitian.
What
no,
are you
no, no,
talking
no.
about
Just be
here?
I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about the Asian
Hold on.
people, the immigrant,
I
the
don't know why
illegal
we like to
Asian
twist on this.
immigrant that came to this country. They were
No,
using the pets more for like sacrifice and rituals. In addition to eating them, of course.
Trump was very specific. He said Springfield, Ohio, and the people that populate that particular city, they are from Haiti. They didn't come here illegal. The Ohio state government, want them to come here. They come here on a special visa, so they are not illegal. And he mentioned the black immigrant, the Haiti,
They
they are
came on
so
a
come
special
on now.
visa.
When we
You're a
come here,
joker.
we just I'm gonna call it how I see
Percy,
it. We come here, we
is
lie.
one of your other your facts again? They came here on.
Yes,
We
they
all
didn't
saw
come.
we all saw the Asians from Haiti coming on the caravan a couple years ago. Are you
Oh
telling
my
me
God.
they came with visa to this country? They came legally?
I said most of the people, the way they came in from that Springfield, You need to be specific. I'm not saying Haitian never come here illegal. We're talking about that Springfield, Ohio. The
You don't
ones
know.
there, most of
You
them are
just
illegal.
talking.
And
You
it
just
means
talking
that
the
they
way I'm
came to.
talking. You don't
We
know.
argue
You
some
just
bloody,
talk the way
but
I talk. You
anyway,
don't know.
I'm done for today. Okay, I'll see you all
Well,
tomorrow.
it should be done because you just
Prince
spew,
that
you just spewing
is letting
lot
my
of
blood
trash.
pressure
You
rise
should go
up.
to bed. Prestige.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think at
going
the
to
end of the
bed
day,
because
I think at the end of the day, Camilla will be defeated. I don't think she has anything to offer real people.
okay, okay, no
Only shallow
problem.
people with a shallow mind will actually listen to her and actually think whatever she says is actually makes any sense of any value. It's all trash. And the fact that you're jumping up and down because Kamala is a leading candidate. Just a couple of weeks ago, you were freaking on Biden being the best freaking president in the country. We had the best economy. We had the lowest, the best stock market, the lowest inflation, and all of a sudden you switch. How can you switch from such a great candidate to more of a useless candidate? Tell me, Prestige. I think you should go to bed. You have nothing to offer.
No, I'm not going to bed because you are keeping me up. You are keeping me off with your conspiracy theory and your
Man,
nonsense.
one thing I know for sure is after the election, one of these two gentlemen is gonna really be hurt, man. Because you guys are so
Yes.
passionate about your candidate, man. If Trump loses, Prince Daddy is gonna cry for sure. I know that one, man. I just hope you don't do something crazy because you've been so crazy about Prince Daddy. A man of president,
If
if
Trump,
Kamala
if
doesn't
Trump
win,
loses,
we're gonna beat your wife.
No, no, Mike. Believe me. I will like it, but believe me, it's not going to do anything for my life. It's not going to do anything worse for my family. We still maintain the same level, whatever. If we are eating, we're still going to be eating. So let me just call it how it is. I know
The
as
way
far
you
as I'm
guys
very
care about these
passionate
guys,
about
man, I'm
Democrat,
like, damn,
it's not
what
going to
is
make
it?
anything. My life is not going to change. I'm not going to go do something like Prince Dad is going to do to himself when Kamala Harris wins.
Like what? What am I going to do myself?
Miss Daddy, I think
Listen,
Trump, I mean,
All right, now, Mike,
you're a
everybody, good
fanatic,
night,
man.
please.
You ready to kill for Trump, man?
let me tell you. Actually, if you know, only if you knew, if Kamala even won this time around, it's going to be to me business as usual. Only if you knew what happened in 2020, dude. I was hurt for like months after the election. I took it so
And
hard,
Trump
but this
lost.
time around, no. This time around, it's going to be fine.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't a Biden fan. I didn't see anything about Biden I liked at all, you know. And and then I mean with Kamala, she's like I can't say I look at her and say I hate anything about her, but I'm not a fan of the
Come on, she's on the
liberal.
same level. Listen, I think
Huh?
if Michelle Obama would have ran, she would have got. She would have had more respect for me. Honestly, I probably would have voted for her. To be
No, I
honest.
don't think Kamala. She hasn't really been in a scene like that. You understand? So I've done
no,
something.
Mike, the problem with Kamala is she seems like a disingenuous character. She looks fake. Like I can't
No, they
stand.
all
I
fake,
can't.
man. All of
Yeah,
them,
but
they're
they're
all
all
fake.
fake. But sometimes you know how to be authentic about your fakeness. But she's
Wait, but
just
Kalada,
kind
I
of
thought you
like
was voting blue no matter who as well. I thought you were
Even
voting
she's
blue.
gonna
me.
be a puppet anyway. When she gets there,
I'm
it's
not
just the
a.
vice president, the Igbo man will be telling her what to do, just
I'm
like Obama.
I'm one of those. I'm one of those independents. I don't. I mean, I'm
Okay,
going to
that's
vote my local elections. I'm not voting president. I've made up my mind. I can't vote for
The
either.
only
very
me,
smart
I
because
don't even
that's what
like
counts.
the president. I never really give a shit about who become president.
I don't give a shit
The
about
only
this.
reason I kind of like was with Trump is the fact that he doesn't look like a traditional. It's almost like he's just outside. He's not part of the, you know.
But I think that's the appeal though.
That's the
People look
only
at
reason
him
I like
because you know what? I think majority of
It's not.
Americans are just
It's
tired
not a
of the
traditional
games
because
that.
I got sick of the politicians, man. It's like they're all just fake, you know. But when he came here, I didn't like his character. I didn't like a lot of things about him. But I just felt like he's just not one of them, you know. Though him as a person, I really can't say I like Trump as a person, but I just felt like the way he was attacking going after the politicians. I'm like, wow, you know, I kind of want to see something like this because I've been sick of the politicians.
Honestly, when Trump got in,
I mean,
I
the way
was
they do
so
things.
I was so sad when Trump got elected because I just couldn't imagine. And then Biden, I just checked out. And when it was now Trump versus Biden, I'm like, God, good God, like what? How did we get to this point? and then it's now Kamala. So I've just said, you know what, my school district is more important to me. That's what I'm going to vote for. Those are the
Wait.
people that will affect my life.
What I look like, what you hate about Trump is just his rhetoric.
I can't stand Trump. I don't pretend. I don't like the man. No, I don't like him by any stretch. So I can't vote. I mean, over my dead body.
Yeah, what specifically you don't like? I don't get it.
I can't stand his character. It's like me going to validate everything I tell my kid not to become. I can't. I just can't. The man is nasty. But Kamala and their policies.
Grabbing
It's not just the women. It's not the women. It's the vile, the lying. I can't. No, I can't. I can't. Why would I lie to myself? I cannot get myself.
But when the guy saw those politicians, man, like, because those politicians are full of crap, man. They're so fake. When Trump keep it real, man, I'm like, I'd rather hear this guy talk than this. The politicians they don't give you straight answer. They just be talking left and right.
Like, it's like
like when they talk, they just annoy you. Like, you don't know what they're talking about. But Trump will just give you straight. You land the point. He'll tell you what he feels, what he thinks. He goes straight. I'm like, okay, I'll deal with this guy, man. I got sick of the politicians, especially Obama. He was just a puppet, man.
Obama was useless to Nigeria and Africa.
Complete puppet. Because they're a black president, and he wasn't. They were just his class. People were telling him what to do. He wasn't making decisions on his own, because his decisions were contrary to who he claims who he claims to be. Oh, I mean, even when he became president, on that peaceful talk he was saying, they even gave him Nobel Peace. They gave him a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah.
And then right after that, he was bombing people with drones. He was even
bombing Libya, bombing Syria.
Yeah, more than Bush. He was using drone. They even named him the drone president. He was droning bomb. I'm like, God damn, homie, calm down, man. And he destroyed Africa too. So I'm like, okay, what's the point of it? I just got sick of the politicians. So when Trump came insulting all of them, I'm like, okay, I like this guy. Even though he can be a scumbag, but hey, be a scumbag to these people, man. And then you guys started going after the media to call them fake news. I'm like, I like this guy, man, because he was speaking my mind towards those people, man. Because I got sick of the politicians and the media people. So when he came in the scene, giving it to them, that's why most people started liking him. Like, yo, this guy. That's why I like him. I'm not saying I want to be his body, hang out with him, but hey, I like I just enjoyed him, man. And then he actually, he came in, he didn't start war. He focused on the country. He didn't go out there start, starting wars and, so to me, that's why I just like them.
Yeah, none of them will get my vote. Not that it matters that much. Even though, honestly, literally, I've been thinking about it. Where I live can actually swing this election, and it's no joke. As in Trump loses Georgia.
There's going to be a celebration in Jamaica. like the Kenyans are celebrating when Obama won. Hey, Obama, our son. Hey, one of us. Well, at least he didn't bomb Kenya, so we can give him that. But the Jamaicans are going to celebrate, though.
The Jamaicans and the Indians are going to celebrate too, as well.
Yeah, the Jamaicans and the Indians. Yeah, they're going to be.
If Kamala wins, the what's it called? Foreign policy is going to go to the toilet.
So, when are we going to have Black American president, every president? Yeah.
Listen, if Michelle Obama would have ran, right? Honestly, I try to vote based on my interest and who aligned my interest as far as that, right? But if Michelle Obama would have ran, I would have voted for her just based on her being Black American, to be honest. That would have been our first African American president. Yeah, I would have voted for that.
Yeah, that would be the first true African American.
Who's yeah,
that would have been the first true one. Yeah, the true African American. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of messed up, man. Like even Colin Powell, I know he's a Caribbean. He's I know he's Jamaican, Caribbean, and he was the first Secretary of State. What's going on, man? Why the Tedas or so-called Tedas, the immigrants, blacks? Why they? Being the one really getting to the top, man. What's going on?
I don't think that's true. I don't think it's just them. You have like you have like the commander of command co of Africa, right? He's Black American. You have like Clarence Thompson. He's Black American. Like you have a lot of Black Americans that's within the
Clarence
strategic
Thompson,
positions.
who's that?
The black the black man that's sitting in the Supreme Court.
What's his name? Clarence Thomas.
Clarence Thomas, yeah.
You sure? You think he's black now? You find out his father is from Jamaica.
No. It's actually.
You know
It's
what's funny?
actually.
I used to think Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, all of I thought they were all Black American. And I started reading their biography. I'm like, whoa! So their parents are from Caribbean. I'm like,
yeah. Well, I'm not entirely sure with Condoleezza Rice, but I think Colin Powell definitely is.
She's Caribbean too. Condoleezza Rice, I think
You have like Lloyd Austin. You have a lot of Black Americans that's in strategic positions. The Black woman who's sitting at the UN, representing the United States, right, at the UN. Something weird.
Those are jobs. We're talking about actual position. Like
But Clarence Thomas is Gula though. Like he's almost Caribbean. Almost.
That's Black America because I'm a descendant of Gullah Geechee. So that's the same thing.
I know it's Black American, but it's closer. I mean, the coast of South Carolina, somewhere near that area. So it's almost like cultural wise, a lot of the culture is shared with Caribbean. If you know what I'm saying.
I think I mean it's I would say Gullah Geechee is culturally closer to the Caribbeans. I would say probably, yeah, because they retain a lot of their African ancestry and culture. Yes, in that sense, yeah. But as far as like geographically closer, no.
No, geographically, no. I'm talking culture.
Yeah.
So it's almost Caribbean. That's what I'm trying to say. So, I mean, there's African American by all.
But you have a lot of African. You have Michael Jordan. He's a descendant of Gullah Geechees as well. So yeah, I mean,
Michael Jordan too.
Yeah.
Really, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's from South Carolina too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Gullah Geechees are all throughout like North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, even some parts of Florida, like just the coastal regions and stuff. But a lot of us also, like my parents, I live in Boston now, but my grandparents and my great grandparents, they all migrated from Georgia and North Carolina up to the north. So you have some that are there and some that are just pretty much scattered throughout America, really.
That's interesting. So I mean, there are many African Americans that are true African Americans that are up there. There are a lot. I think it's just accidental that the politics we've had the Caribbean and the Kenyan. It's probably accidental. I mean, the Hakeem is African American. Is it Hakeem Jeffers or whatever his name is? The top Democrat in the House. What's that guy's name again? Hakeem something.
Yeah. Hakeem Jeffries, but
Hakeem Jeffries, yeah.
But see, you can see the pattern, Colata and everybody else. There's always a concerted effort to discriminate against what you call the foundation of Black African Americans. They would prefer an African, a Nigerian, or a Caribbean over a true African American. Yes.
You're talking about
something about it. It's
right?
not by happenstance. Huh?
You're talking about as being president, as being a...
Well, yeah, being a president or being at the topmost position that you want to give to any Black person.
Okay, yeah.
They rather give it to a foundational African American.
But you know what? I think Michelle Obama would have been probably the only one that probably would have got that position, honestly. Like, a lot of politicians were pretty much
that would be because of
encouraging her to run for office.
Exactly, because of Obama, not because they would choose her. Because quite frankly, they always tag Michelle as being she had this Black, what they call this Black African American Black, is it attitude or whatever you want to call it.
They try to paint as being masculine.
It's almost like the white people they sleep with one eye when it comes to Black Americans. They sleep with one eye open. Because it's like, these people here, they want revenge for slavery.
See, that's why they were jumping up and down for Barack Obama, because they knew it wasn't a true African American. In fact, Barack Obama is not an African American. It's not by any stretch. He's not one. He is not an African American. His father, we know, is from Kenya. It's quite straightforward. is an
He
African
doesn't
man.
have that beef, that slavery beef with the white people. So that's why they're comfortable. Like, okay,
Exactly. That's what they
yeah.
chosen.
Yeah, I think Black Americans they need to keep that the anger they have for white people. They need to kind of keep it among themselves because if you want to, I'm not against expressing how you feel about people, but if you want to challenge, go against the people, make sure you have power. You can't be going against people in a position of weakness.
No, but not everybody, not every African American has that beef. I mean, because look at the New Jersey senator. What's his name again? The African American. He doesn't have that. It's kind of like he's trusted. I mean, it
No,
doesn't
but
look
when they
threatening
bring
or
up black
anything.
issue, when they bring up race issue now, it's gonna be one sided. We're victims. Oh, the white, this country is so racist. This country,
Yeah, but
they're
Obama
not
played that
gonna,
game too.
they won't. The way they engage all those race issues, it's almost like they're always so biased towards the black race, and white people feel
Obama
like
played the same game. Obama played the same game.
Obama started doing it after he became president, though. But before that, nah, he wouldn't even try it, man. So the white feel like, okay, these people
Mike,
here,
do you remember when Barack Obama was running and his pastor came out of out of nowhere? He was pretty
What's
much
the name of that guy?
embarrassing it. Yeah.
God damn America. What's his name again?
Oh, that pastor. Oh,
Yeah.
he might quickly distance himself from the guy, man. Because they're trying to use it against him.
Oh yeah, you guys are right. That was what will have roped Obama into this thing, and he distanced himself. Yeah, that's true.
And those kind of things what they use to now make black Americans in all those positions. Like, okay, like these people here, white people among themselves, like these blacks, they hate us. So they use that against them. So if Obama
Do
was
you think it's intentional?
if Obama was a black American, if he wasn't like his Kenya, oh man, that stuff, everyone that bought that stuff, man.
Yeah, I think a lot of people believe it's intentional. To be honest, yeah.
I mean, I'm thinking, is it really intentional or because I don't know. Because I mean, so
I think it's intentional because even when you think about it, it's like, all right, when you look in Liberia had 5 presidents that were descendants of African Americans, but America has 0. That doesn't make sense, So I think a lot of people view it as being intentional. I might somewhat agree with that, but I think if Michelle Obama would have ran this time, I think she would have. I think a lot of people would have backed her, and maybe because she, Obama was her husband or whatever, but she would have been honestly, I think she would have beat Trump, and she would have been the first true Black American president, and that would have been a historic moment right there.
Yeah,
the thing is, when the blacks start running for office, start talking about black issue. Black, this history of this country has been so bad. So, why people don't want to hear that?
Mike, if a black person becomes president, they really can't talk about black issues. They can't. They have to distance themselves.
Jesse Jackson ran for president in the 80s. Yeah, he was there talking.
That one is not a serious candidate. I'm sorry if anybody's offended, but Jesse Jackson, nobody will vote for Jesse Jackson.
Yeah, that's always been.
But maybe the first person. I like this guy, this senator from South Carolina. What's that guy's name? The black senator from South Carolina. I thought that was going to be I thought if Trump didn't run, that guy should have been the one on the Republican ticket. I would have voted for that guy.
You're talking about Tim Scott, right?
Tim Scott.
Yeah, I think the first actual black American president is probably going to be a Republican.
Honestly, I thought, to me, I think I like Ben Carson the most, actually. And I wish Trump would have picked him as vice president. I think it would have made his president run so much better. Like, I think more black people would have voted for him in that sense.
Nah. I don't.
Carson is very. You don't think so?
Black won't vote for him.
More black people vote for Trump over Carson.
No.
More black.
Of course, yeah. Because first off, Ben Carson is obviously he's very smart. He's a neurosurgeon. Like, he's very smart. He's very humble, articulate. He's not really with the propagandas and the gimmicks. But I mean, he was some people
But
said
the
that he
guy,
was
the guy
boring,
is a
but he was
a poster
extremely.
boy for sellout though, man.
But
But
one
that,
thing about him,
that
he was
guy's a true
extremely.
sellout though.
Listen, no. But one thing about him, I don't understand Trump why he didn't pick him because, for one, Ben Carson was extremely loyal to Trump. You know, after the January 6th, insurrection, a lot of his people that was in his administration actually was leaving and things of that nature. And Ben Carson pretty much stood it out with him through the end. Like he was just loyal to him throughout the whole time. So I was kind of surprised.
Nah, but the thing about Ben Carson is he doesn't know too much about issues, especially foreign issues. He was very ignorant on those, in that aspect. So
Yeah,
people know that, yeah, he's just a surgeon as he doesn't know too much about the political space and geopolitics and those things. He doesn't know.
when these people make
When they ask him those questions, he don't know how to answer. He know too much.
when this politician make the decision, when they make moves, let's not just think that they just do it by happenstance or without any thought behind it. There's a reason why Trump chose J.D. Vance, and it's all about the continuity for the MAGA party, the next generation. There's no way he could have chosen any of this old school Republican as the VP. So he had a plan. And the same way also that the Republicans did not catch up to it, because if they knew, if Trump had wanted to run against Biden, he would not have gone for the debate that he actually knocked him out. That was an first error, because the Democrats they purposely made that debate early. From my understanding, that's the earliest presidential debate ever, at least in the past 30 or 50 years. Usually it's not that early. They did that to show up Biden and see what happens. And one of the two predictions happened, that Biden performed poorly, and now they have enough time to switch Biden with somebody else. And trust me, the switch of that person was not Kamala Harris. Nobody had Kamala Harris on their radar. The switching was going to be the decision of course, Barack Obama and Michelle, and more likely Michelle would have been the person that would have come up in the primary, because the Obama would have done the magic. That
Wait. What's making you guys think Michelle Obama? Well, does she have any political experience? Are you guys serious about this?
No. It's popularity now. It's not because
no. Americans are not ignorant. They just vote for you because you're popular. She doesn't have any political. How would she be
popular?
She polls well, Mike. She polls well.
Yeah, she polls well, very well, more than Kamala.
Michelle Obama,
way more than Kamala. Way more than Kamala. They were all
Kamala was fast.
were behind this. Everyone, all of the politicians behind the scenes, and even like a lot of political analysts, they were all talking to Michelle and kind of pushing her to run, but she doesn't want to run. She doesn't want to be a part of. She's seen her husband a part of She's seen what her husband was going through and all the criticism that he was going through, and she was just like, "Nope, I'm all set."
But the way Kamala came was supposed to be a perfect segue for Michelle to come on the scene without having to go through the normal primaries of this debate and all this up and down. It was perfect, and that's why the Obamas it took them time to officially show their support for Kamala. Because initially it was the machination between the Clintons. Okay, the Clintons don't like the Obamas, and vice versa. You guys know that, right? They don't care for each other. Okay, that's well known. So the Clinton bitter Jezebel Hillary.
Obama is one that denied Hillary now.
Huh?
I say Obama was one that denied Hillary.
Exactly, and she's still bitter up to now, and that's why also Hillary joined forces with Biden to make sure Kamala gets it, and that's why Biden came out and gave his official support for Kamala in the open on X. So now that it did that, it will be kind of a backstab and disingenuous for the Obamas to not come and say, "Oh, let's make an open primaries," because that's all they wanted all along. They wanted open primaries. Open primary, we all know Kamala has zero chance. It's zero. But guess what? Biden, as cynical as he is, he played them. He actually played the Obamas. He played them. And guess what? The other day, You guys saw the video of Biden putting on a Trump hat? No, you guys didn't see it.
Nah, I didn't see that one. No, I seen so many other videos of him taking a poop on stage. Him talking to
Not that one.
to Zelensky, calling him Putin. Like he was doing too much. Yeah, but the Trump hat, I didn't see that one. Actually, I'll
Yeah, that one. I just put out like yesterday, a couple of days ago. But anyway, no, it kind of in a joking way, but at the same time in a serious way. Biden is bitter. There's no doubt about it. When Trump said to Kamala during the debate that
you saying that he
Biden
intentionally
hates.
put it on? It was a joke. I see it now. He said he intentionally put it on to kind of like, because there's like a common like perception that Biden is upset with the Democratic Party, or specifically with Kamala, right? So he probably just put that
Of
on.
course, of course he's upset, but of course he can't go against the party. Come on, they forced
So
the guy out.
he did it on 9/11. He did it on a 9/11 unity. Okay, wow.
Yeah,
That's insane.
they forced Biden out. But guess who's more bitter than Biden is Jill Biden. She was rather humiliated with what happened. Oh, she's the one that's embarrassed, really. But
Yeah,
Biden.
but they knew about Biden's state. Why did they even make him say that was gonna run again?
Right.
Like, come on now.
And it seems like Joe Biden was the one who was pretty much running him. To be honest, she was carrying him around everywhere, holding his hand. Like it just seemed like she was the puppet master, to be honest, and controlling him.
She was the caretaker.
The caretaker, exactly. Wow.
Oh, she was upset, man. They embarrassed her because she was sidelined. You remember Biden, Hunter, and Jill? They all went on a vacation to Camp David, and they were still insisting to the last minute that they were not dropping out. Biden said if only God would do what to him before he can drop out. He had a zero plan of not running.
Mm-hmm.
It was going to run, but Nancy Pelosi came and Schumer and them guys and Obama, they put pressure on him, and he had to drop out. It was not his will.
Yeah.
So they played the game also against Obama.
It was going to affect down ballot tickets, right? If he went, if he ran. So, you won't want to do that if your party is going to lose most of their races because of you. So that was enough excuse.
Do you think he really cared? Do you think Biden cared, or Jill Biden cared about down ballot ticket? Those guys don't care.
Exactly.
Nobody gives a rat's ass about Jill. It's Joe that's what they used to rap on Joe, and he folded. So he folded. Jill wanted to still be in the office, but
yeah, of course, yeah, she did.
It's ridiculous, man. Biden is not in good health. Why would he even try? Why would he even do that?
Oh, but just like you said, it's the administrative state. Is Biden running anything?
No.
Yeah. So it didn't matter if he was there or not. If he had won the second term and go to the beach in Delaware and lay down there for 365 days, nobody would care because everything was to go on according to the administrative state. Not a big deal. And Jill remained the first lady and does a thing. That's what they wanted.
But the person that really regrets, that really hates Biden leaving is Trump, because Biden running was it was going to be easy for Trump to win.
Mm-hmm.
There was even
that is true.
That would have been
Yeah, that Biden, man, that one. I'm ready to bet everything that Trump is going to destroy Biden.
Yeah, especially after
that would be a landslide. Exactly.
But Trump spent over $100 million against Biden already. That's why he was pissed off too.
Yeah,
he spent over $100 million.
Most of his campaign on Biden, and then last minute Kamala just comes in, so he has to.
Kamala just comes from nowhere.
The strategy.
He still hasn't figured out how to attack Kamala. Like, first of all, because she's black, and another that she's a woman.
Exactly. Because it has to be because number one, because she's black. It has to be because Trump attacked Hillary left and right. She gave Hillary no room to breathe. She went after her like any other person.
He had a lot on her, though, man. He had history on the Clintons have been in the scene for so long, so he had a lot
Hillary was kind of like public enemy to most people. So Hillary, I want.
He also went on her, man. He's a crooked Hillary. But Kamala, he doesn't have too much on Kamala. He's like, what can I get on? What can I? He hasn't even come up with a name for her. She's the only person he hasn't come up with a name for.
No, they call it cackling Kamala Harris.
But
Cackling.
yeah, but that was in
Oh,
Trump's name. That was in Trump's.
He had name for
That wasn't from Trump.
Crooked Hillary, Louis Marco. He had name for everybody. Guy was funny.
You know, I think Kamala has turned out to be kind of an enigma to Trump, actually. Unfortunately, she turned out to be an enigma to Trump because Trump doesn't know how to really hold her tight.
And then it's like anything Trump says about her, the Democratic Party will try to spin it into some like either feminist type, anti-feminist situation or racism. Yeah.
But I'm not gonna lie.
That's how they lost the last election.
Trump presidency was entertainment. I'm not gonna lie, dude. That dude.
But nothing is sticking on Kamala right now. She's kind of like Teflon, right? I mean, as of now, he's not found the right combo to hit, like to make it stick on her. Like that's why I'm saying she's running some effective campaign, or either Trump has lost his mojo because nothing is really sticking.
I don't think she's running an effective campaign. I think
No. You know, in sports, like basketball, whatever. Sometimes you can be a great team, but the matchup can be a headache for you. And I think the matchup is becoming a headache for Trump. It's not because Kamala is great. It's just the matchup is just off. You know, he doesn't know how to go about it, and that's what's frustrating him right now, or his party.
But the old Trump wasn't difficult for him to come up with combos of hits. Now it just looks off his game. I don't know. Like it's not the same guy in 2016. Maybe age. I don't know. And even 2020. Well, it's not younger anyway, but I mean, it's nothing is sticking on Kamala, and she's just running like she's not the incumbent. That's the most messed up thing ever. She's questioning him on his record while she's the one in office. Trump is not taking advantage of that effectively. Let me put it. It's not that he's not trying. It's just not landing.
Yeah, it did exactly. It's not landing. It did, but it's not. It didn't land that pizzazz. It didn't land the way it used to be. Like Trump's punch, when he throws them, we know how effective they are. But it's not landing. It's saying stuff, but it's just not landing on Kamala. And keep in mind, Kamala didn't go through any process that would expose her with other, like 2020, right, 2019.
That's true.
Tulsi Gabbard, right? She went after Kamala a little bit, and during the debate, some people took a shot at Kamala and they exposed her somewhat. But this time around, just like you said, she came like Teflon done. She showed up to the scene and caught Trump and his people unawares, and boom, what do we do with this lady? And they don't know how to react. And look, even during the debate, asked Mr. Trump. During the National Black Journalists Association, whatever, you said Kamala is not black or whatever. Even Trump doesn't even want to touch it.
He doesn't.
Like, he doesn't want to touch it. It's like, okay, and whatever. It's like he wanted to move on from it. That was unlike Trump because he didn't want to deal with it. He didn't want to deal with it. But any other person, Trump would have said whatever he wanted to say. But with Kamala, he just stayed away from it. That was kind of strange, Bob.
If this sticks, I mean, if he continues this way, I mean, he needs to find his message. Like, he needs to find that group. But another thing is, Trump is no longer novelty anymore. So that's another part. Because back when it was fresh, it was like refreshing. Now, it's either you love it or you're tired of it. So that's another angle. But that doesn't disturb him from trying to frame Kamala as an empty suit. But it's still not, I mean, it hasn't landed. We'll see. There's still time.
I think it's not landing, and it's not as effective as it was with Hillary and Joe Biden. Even Joe Biden was hiding in the basement. So with Kamala, actually, I think it's going to come down to the voters, actually. I think the voters are going to say, hey, we know Trump enough, we're going to vote for Trump, be the independent people or whatever. And yeah, I think it's going to come down to the voters because
It's come down to the voters and in some states because I've stopped looking at American election like general now. It's just those specific states. If we need to go broader, Florida. I hope Trump still has Florida, right? I mean North Carolina. Trump is most likely going to get that. It's those Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. It always goes Democrat, so let's forget that. Those are the main areas. That's where the elections will be won. And if the Democrats hold on to those Pennsylvania and all that stuff, then man, Trump is in for trouble. The path is she just has more choice. I mean, as of today, she has more path to get into 270 than he does, except he can play his magic. Yeah. Yes, she does have more path because she's holding on to those. I mean, typical blue wall. But one thing about those states, though, that's where you have some white voters who just not show up and vote for her. So I'm not using. You can't base those states on polls because at the end of the day, it's gonna be like God vote.
Well, see, the best at it is this guy. If you heard about it, Richard Barris. This guy he doesn't do those generic national polls. Richard Barris goes into the granular to what you were talking about. If you last time and years ago, it goes to each state and it attacks each county and breaks them down, the different part of the counties, and that's what Richard Barris does. I think it's the best in the country. Now, I'd like to know what he's saying about Pennsylvania right now and Georgia. Okay.
Because if she wins Pennsylvania and Michigan, then you know that it's gonna get tough for him if she takes those two states.
Okay, so unlike say that last election was so crooked. Okay, we're not gonna go there because I think Biden won everything. All the swing states Biden won. All of a sudden,
It didn't win. It didn't win North Carolina, not Florida. He lost North Carolina, Florida.
Well, yeah, I know he won Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia. What else is left? Those are the four main ones. What else is left? Florida? He wasn't going to win Florida. He wasn't going to win Florida. But the fact that he won Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, even that Arizona one was the worst one that Fox News called because that Arizona one, that was a tough call. Even the Democrat did not call it.
It was close. It was super close. It was super close because Fox called it first, and then I think they fired that guy. I mean, they did something to the guy that called it
because of the McCain family. They don't like Trump, and the McCain family, of course, they control Arizona for the most part. And Fox announced the results to Arizona. It was so. But anyway,
the electorate in Arizona has changed because of all those folks moving from California. Same thing, the way the electorate in Texas is changing. In another 3 election cycles, if the migration pattern remains, Republicans will never win elections in this country anymore. Because if they flip Texas, that's the end. And the demographics of Austin, I mean, look, Houston, city of Dallas, all those big cities, they're all Democrats anyway. But the rate at which Austin suburbs, ex-suburb, is growing out, and everybody moving there is from California. Maybe tiny exception. Texas electorate, you see that it keeps shrinking. It's down to maybe 5% now. If it goes to like 2 or 3% this election, in 2 months,
they cannot be moving now. They cannot be moving now. So eventually, are you saying California will become red?
California, well, look, California. I don't know.
California's got a lot of red. It's mostly red. If you remove Los Angeles and San Francisco,
the rural areas are red, and what's it called? This County used to be red. OC, Orange County used to be red, and San Diego used to be red, but now it's turned blue.
Okay. Yeah. So eventually, if they keep moving out, go to those Arizona. How many electoral college points? 11 points or
No,
12
it's
points?
gonna take it's gonna take heaven for California to turn red. But well, let's not look. California used to vote Republican governors not that long ago. Arnold Schwarzenegger
Right.
was still a governor. He
Well,
was a
that's
governor.
almost an anomaly because it was what do you say? The Hollywood people, they kind of, they pally together. If you want to say that, they pally together. So,
So
um,
you see the problem. California is heavily influencing Arizona, and I mean, no, actually 3 states. California is heavily influencing Nevada because Nevada used to be red at some point. That's gone blue now. Also used to
mm,
influence is now influencing Arizona, and ultimately it's going to influence Texas. And when that Texas flips, that's the end. Unless Republicans go and flip the Pennsylvania and all those things, if they make that red, the way they made Ohio red, if they can make
mm.
Pennsylvania and Michigan red, that's going to be the counterbalance. Because if the Democrats ever flip Texas and they maintain those blue wall or whatever they call it, then it will take act of God to get a Republican president. Because Texas is
Yeah,
huge.
yeah. Well, Texas. Well, yeah, but Arizona still with all those movements. Yeah, I think. Are we assuming that 100% of the people that move out of California are all liberals, Democrats? Is that assumption?
Well, most of them are. I'm not saying all of them are. Most of them are liberal. And they're changing. The
And,
thing is, they're changing voting patterns wherever they move to. They moved to my
right.
county. A lot of people that now live in my county came from either California or New York. And my
Mm,
county has turned from red, reliable red, it's turned to blue.
mm.
And it's due to the influx. Like one of the fastest growing county is where I live. And you
So
can
what?
literally see the county change. When I got into this country, it was, I mean, if you knew the person that was representing my county in Congress, you won't believe it. Now it's voting blue. It's crazy. I mean, demographics is the way it's changing. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people moving from all these huge states. They're
But
they're, they're changing electorate.
what goes into a psyche of somebody that left a blue state because of whatever reason, usually economic challenges, as in things expensive, bad policies and regulations, and you go to a red state, and what compels that person to want to vote or continue to vote blue in a red state?
Well, because I mean, outside of the economic side of it, they vote their values. They vote their liberal values. But their liberal values, they hate the economic side of it because it comes with huge taxes. Maybe they can't afford those taxes, so they leave their home state or whatever they were to move to a cheaper state, and then they now start reinforcing the blue thing in the new state.
So isn't that counterintuitive? I mean, that almost sounds stupid. I mean, so the reason why you left in the first place is due to economic reasons, but you want to go to a new place and vote your values over your economic reason why you left. That's quite
Yeah,
interesting.
they want to shift maybe for a state like Georgia that at least at the state level is still reliably red in terms of non-presidential election is still quite red, and they may vote. Okay, we don't have Obamacare, for example. They may vote for blue to be able to get stuff like Obamacare. So it's not gonna get to the point that it swings the pendulum to the California direction, but at least it will shift to maybe purple, and so they get a little bit liberal policies mixed with legacy conservative policies. But it's all funny. The only state that's kind of like bucking the trend are the likes of Ohio and Florida, because you can see Florida. Florida is turning red. Florida used to be a bit more blue before, but Florida is turning red because you have a lot of retirees that are older and more conservative that are moving there, and the immigrant population there, they are now biting the blue pill. The immigrant population, the Hispanics are leaning more towards
Yeah, because they have a
uh,
natural conservative Hispanic population, the Cubans,
the Cubans. Yeah, the Cuban.
Yeah, the Cubans especially, and
Can
the
can this East
Venezuelans
Coast
also.
ever become can places like Boston, New York, can ever become red? You know.
Like. But wait, New York,
Yeah, I
outside
was
of
gonna
New
say,
York, New York City.
Mike. Outside of like Boston, it's pretty red over here. Like the county that I live in right now, and it's pretty red. Like literally up and down my street is just Trump flags, back to blue flags. Yeah.
And
But
Trump is from
okay,
New York too. I'm shocked the guy's not winning in states. You know, he's supposed to win New York. You know?
No, so you have the state, you have
outside
the
of
New
New
York
York
State, and then
City,
you have like New York City. I think the state is actually probably more, depending on counties. I'm
there's
pretty
more
sure.
red. Buffalo and
Yeah.
all those other places. Yeah.
But when you talk about New York City, which is where I guess most of the people are, right? That's more, I would say, liberal and blue, and yeah. So I think that's what kind of tilts the scale for the Democrats in New York City. Really, same with Boston. Same with Massachusetts in general. I would say.
Honestly, if Trump loses this election, the Republicans will have to redefine themselves and actually cut down a bit on the conservative side to be able to win more people because the demography is not favoring them anymore. The kids are becoming less conservative.
So let me
Apart
ask you guys a
from
question. So, I guess after the debate, do you guys, or even before the debate, post and after, right? Do you guys believe that the voters will accept, like either side, right? Will they accept the findings of the election on either side? So for some reason, I
the
feel like
result.
yeah. So for some reason, I feel like if either side wins, like whether the Republicans win or the Democrats win, the other side is just not gonna it's not gonna agree to it. It's not gonna accept the votes, and I feel like it's gonna be like more protests and more things of that nature happening. Because like this election, to me, in my opinion, is very
Did we lose or did I get cut off?
No, I think that's it.
Oh, we lost it.
The
Well,
if
there's going to be protests. There's going to be protests.
no. If Trump
you guys hear me?
Trump is go ahead. Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like the way how the narrative and the way how people have painted this election on both sides, it seems like people are just very it's just making it framing it in a way like it's some sort of like good versus evil kind of battle, or the battle of democracy, the battle of the country. And if we let this side win, then the country's gonna fail. It's gonna turn into a complete disaster and things of that nature. Then you also had like the situation with Trump almost being assassinated on broad television. You understand what I'm saying? So like, do you guys believe that regardless of who wins the election, that it's going to be some sort of like internal turmoil in America? Or
Well, my opinion is the Democrats are in charge, of course, Biden being the president, and if they win, of course, business as usual. And if they lose, mm, only some Antifa people will be jumping up and down, but it's not going to be anything serious. But this time around, if Trump loses, that's it. He's not going to be fighting the election damn results. Even if the cheating is, I mean, was going to be glaring this time around, like the previous election, um, he's not going to do nothing about it. It's that's it. It's over.
I think
So
there's more chances of the Democrats rioting if they lose than for Trump because the Trump they've done
you
it
think so?
before.
I honestly think
I think so.
pretty even. I think it's pretty even. Like the rhetoric that I hear in my community, right, where I live, which is mostly Trump, right? Like these white people, they're they are 100% behind Trump, and they are like not. I don't think they're gonna accept. Especially what happened with the last election, where a lot of them do feel like it was they
It
stole
was
the
rigged.
election.
But
Yeah, it was
right, but
rigged.
remember, Trump did not accept it neither, and that's the reason why a lot of rancor was about the election.
Yeah, but the thing is, Trump's side, they had the what's it called, capital issue. So that's not going to repeat itself. Nobody will. They won't do that. But for the Democrat, you remember when Trump was elected in 2016, there was a shitload of riots in Capitol and all that stuff. So the Democrats, because the Republicans did their own last time, they're now going to do it now. The Democrats will continue that they're bitching and moaning in 2016 because of they feel entitled to have it. So that will continue along with who knows Russia Oaks or whatever bullshit they come up with. That will continue. I see it more from the Democratic side because the Republicans have done theirs, and I don't expect them to do it again.
Right. Yeah, but again, the Democrat then they are in charge. What would be their objection that they rigged the election or what? I mean, what would be the base for their
You know what they'll do now? They're gonna maybe people that say that Trump is gonna take abortion rights totally away, they'll go file in the Capitol. They will look for some reason to do something. You know all that stuff. Like your young kids who get Democrats know how to do it. It's just because when Democrats do it, it feels sorry to say it, but it feels normal, like a normal process because of the way the press spins it. So you won't notice that much. Except it goes nuts, like the way that Russia Oaks thing, kind of like that was over the top, crazy. So I don't think Republicans will do it again, but I think Democrats will definitely do it because of the sense of entitlement.
Yeah, okay, that I agree. Yeah, I agree. So, yeah, they will protest because of the other, just like you said, the abortion reason and other policies, not because they think they lost the election per se. It's just because that,
If
what
like
they
their rights
what
are
they
being
fear,
infringed upon or something like that.
right? What they fear Trump
Yeah.
would do. Yeah, okay, that
Exactly.
makes sense.
I mean, whatever that stuff is, it something agenda? Is it 2025 agenda? They can protest on that. They can. They
Yeah,
can protest on
Project
anything.
2025.
Project 2020. They'll just look for some reason to protest, and you get a lot of liberal cities. I mean, if Trump wins, that's going to happen. You expect that. That's going to happen. But if Trump loses, I don't think the other side will go far because, like I said, they've already gone far before. So they're going to control themselves.
Yeah, it will not do now. If Trump loses, it's gonna be a quiet. It's gonna be a quiet one out. It's just gonna bow out. I think that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, women. If Kamala loses, women they're just going to use it to say, "Oh no, our rights are gone." Blah blah blah. I mean, it's
Yeah,
let's see
we
how
should
it goes.
expect BLM to come back. Come back alive
Man,
if they're dead already.
you see how Black Lives Matter just disintegrated. Like you don't hear anything about them anymore.
Because
They're gonna come back.
That shit was a fraud. Did you see the house?
It was a big fraud. Exactly.
What's a fraud?
Oh, Kalaka, I'm glad you're saying that because I thought you was pretty much like a Democrat kind of shill.
I'm not.
Like Prestige.
I'm not.
I thought you was like Prestige for a second. I was like, man.
I'm in straight in the middle kind of guy.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I would say I'm pretty much straight in the middle as well, but I'm going for Trump this time. But I'm pretty much straight in the middle. Like I'm not voting based on like politics or partisan or anything like that. No. Again, my major concern is like the foreign policy. So yeah, and I think our foreign policy actually affects the what's happening domestically. So that's pretty much where my mind is at. And I don't
based on foreign policy.
This whole conversation about Trump and Biden, like I hardly hear anyone talking about the foreign policy. Like no one's talking about. They're talking about domestic issues, cats and dogs, and collard greens and curry powder, and cooking collard greens in a tub. Like they're just the non-essential issues. And I feel like this situation, as far as like the foreign policy and the war with Russia, is actually a serious situation that can lead to nuclear war. Like a lot of economists are saying this. A lot of people behind the scenes are like, gear up. You guys need to watch out for this because this can potentially lead to nuclear catastrophe. Because
to be honest, if Kamala wins, we're gonna have dangerous times.
Yeah.
Talking to foreign policy,
because
they're gonna test her. They're gonna test her, and she's gonna overreact.
Right, but okay. One thing also that she said during the debate that didn't sit well with the Jewish community was insisting about having uh, two states for Israel, two
Yeah,
state
I think that was
solution.
mostly rhetoric. She doesn't believe that. To
Well,
say
she
two
said it.
states.
So and now the Jewish constituents they're now thinking now. Um, Many of them support the Democrat. Now they're thinking that Kamala is going to be dangerous for them. I think they know that already. You know,
No, she's
because
not. She's gonna. She can't touch that. This is just campaign stuff. She will never ever touch it. Never. She can't. I'm just
well,
worried.
yeah.
First of all, Kamala is not going to be good for my country, Nigeria. She's not
Oh,
because
she will be. She's going to give you guys LGBTQ. Don't worry. She will be.
she's it's just going to be all about all this stupid,
They will
useless
use
stuff.
they want to use Obama to destroy Africa, man. That's what
Yeah.
they would do. You know those white men. They always bad things they want to do in Africa or to black community or to black society. They know people will label them racist, or history will label them racist. So they pull back. But when a black person, they will use that black person because they know no one will call that person racist. Like when Obama invaded Libya, they know no one will say,
Libya.
why are you doing it? She might even invade one African country, say, or bomb it or do some crazy shit. So no one will call her racist because she's so-called black. That's what will happen.
When I went to Nigeria, I mean, a couple of weeks ago, I was telling my parents, they were saying, "Now vote Kamala." I said, "Look, why will I do that?" Like, I now explained why Barack Obama was the source of the insecurity we have in Nigeria. They didn't get it. I mean, I just connected the dots for them. They were Their mouths were open. I mean, they're elderly people, but they finally saw. And I said, like, even the Democrats are the ones that will not sell us weapons. They will start bringing Leahy Act. Trump, the disgusting guy, is the one that said, "Look, a deal is a deal is a deal." He, because of Trump, we're able to buy to Kano jet. Democrats, they create insecurity and then they won't let you arm yourself. Like, which one is better? But I just have something personal against Trump, so that's why I can't vote for him. But when you look at the policy, especially foreign policy for Nigeria, it's a no
But
brainer.
Kulasa, it gets to a point whereby
Oh
you
no,
have to
can I?
surrender.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it gets to a point you have to surrender your own personal views about a person's.
I
eh,
can't.
eh, eh,
I can't.
so, so you're willing to sacrifice Nigeria for your own personal
No, that's why
disdain.
I'm not. Like I said, I am voting Mickey Mouse. I'm going to write in Mickey Mouse. I can't vote for Trump, and I'm never going to vote for Kamala. It's just not going to happen. I'm going to do it right in, and that's it. But my local election, of course,
Yeah,
I'll put
and I would say
conservative
that's
in my
I
school
think
district.
voting locally is the more promising and more you'll see more effects, like immediate
Exactly.
effects, if you ask me. But I would say those who are in the continent, right? I think if this war continues to prolong, if Kamala wins and the war continues to prolong, it does have a certain effect on Africa in the sense that, a lot of these armaments that are being given to Ukraine and Israel, a lot of these armaments are being funneled out of these wars and into Africa. In a situation in the Sahel, they're reporting a lot of these weapons that they're finding, and even
Oh,
Zelensky, even
from
Zelensky
Ukraine?
has, yeah, even Zelensky has some links to some of the armed rebel groups or in Africa, in the Sahelian region, and Captain Ibrahim Traore has spoke about this multiple times. So yeah, I think the more the war prolongs, I think it's actually destabilizing the world, you know. And
I
some
mean, for the war, from an African perspective, war is the wheat. It impacts the price of wheat because we get most of our, I mean, we get a significant chunk of our wheat from Ukraine. And since there's war now, that's kind of like shut down. So that's why across Africa, including Egypt, the price of bread and all that, it's one of those things that's
So,
even impacting food inflation.
no African nation grows wheat. Is that what you're saying?
not to the extent that we're self-sufficient.
And what
I
is
mean,
stopping us from being self-sufficient in growing wheat?
don't let me get into
Because they can't
my
get anything done in Africa. That's just what it
don't,
is.
don't let me get into my black people problems. People will think I'm racist. So let me shut up. But I mean, you know why we're
No,
not that
I
productive.
actually thought that the weather was not conducive enough, or the vegetation or the
No.
climate it wasn't conducive for wheat growing. That's what I
Come
thought.
on, we have Plateau State, we have
Do
Taraba
you
State.
know
We
we have the
grow
most
we grow
fertile soil
apples.
in the world? And Prince
We,
Daddy,
we
the
grow we
first
grow apples in those areas. We can grow wheat. Actually, you know that they did one of the findings. The what's that science called now? One of the findings in Ife, they found ancient wheat in Ife back in something something BC. So it's not like we've
Really?
had wheat. Yes, archaeology. Yeah, I mean archaeology. They found wheat. I mean we've had wheat. They found
Well,
ancient wheat in Ife.
hold on. In what condition? As in archaeological finding, or
Archaeological finding.
transport from a different part of the world, or what?
I don't
Was
know.
it
I mean,
organic?
of course, but you know there's different variants. But one of those ancient
Right.
variants, they found it, yeah,
Okay.
in Ife.
Wow.
So it's kind of like we had some wheat, but I don't know. Nowadays, we just can't feed ourselves. So that's a different story.
you know what's really funny, right? Like the rest of the world, they produce, technology and things like that. And, we can, the only thing we actually left to produce where we don't need is food. And we still can produce it. Ah,
Despite
oh
being
my
the most
God.
fertile, one of the most fertile
Soil on the
environments,
planet.
it doesn't make
Everybody
sense to
else,
me.
they're making things like spoons, chips, all that stuff, and they're trading to the world. They control that market. At least if we're not, able to do all those things, let's focus on what we're able to do. Grow something, grow food. At least let's dominate the world in food. With food, we can't even do that, man. Oh my God, man.
So
Dude,
let
yeah, I
me
think
let
a
me ask you
black
guys a
man, man. I
question.
don't know.
Let me ask you guys another question, right? So in a scenario that, America and, I guess the, war starts to heat up, right? Between America, the West in general, and Russia, right? You have these two superpowers, these two economic superpowers that are going at it. And I'm pretty sure China will get involved, right? China and Russia has like, military pacts together, right? do you guys think that it can actually, say if a World War III or anything like that scenario plays out, does it benefit Africa to some degree? You having these two superpowers. Well, I mean, benefit Africa in the sense of, will it force a lot of these African nations to take more self-sufficient measures?
No, no. To answer your question quickly, no, because you can't just wake up and be productive overnight. A lazy person doesn't just get
Oh,
up and
trust me, you
become.
can. Trust me. If you're put in a position to get your ass up, you will get up. Trust me. I think what will be
No, no,
just
no. No.
all these other
Mike.
countries, the rest of the world just abandon Africa. That's when we realize, oh, okay, it's time for us to 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 really
Do for
Yes,
do for
but
self.
something.
it would take some time though. You can't just
It
wake up
won't
and
take
say,
that much time. Trust me, it won't take that long. Trust me.
oh, "Okay, well, all right."
Mike,
I don't see it that way.
I want to subscribe to Prince Daddy. I think we're just going to suffer and suffer because you must have it in you before you can pick something up and
Exactly.
continue where you left
It's
It's
it.
not
in
easy.
us. Trust me. We have things in us, but our problem is we just don't do it. We don't.
Okay,
The
let me
problem
give
of
you an
black men.
example.
The
Let me
problem
give
of
you an
black
example
men
of
is
what we're
we
going
just
through.
don't
So
know
so wait,
what to
so
do
Prince Daddy,
or how to do
Prince
it. We
Daddy and
just can't do it.
so Prince Daddy and Kalaka. So you guys are pretty much saying that in a scenario of World War III, that it would actually be more turmoil in Africa and, parts of other.
Of course, initially, it depends how long the war goes for. For the
Mhm,
first five, I don't know, 7 years, Africa is going to suffer greatly.
mhm.
We
Africa
don't
is going to
have the
suffer.
ability. Okay.
We're going to suffer. I mean, let me put it this way: we devalued our currency, right? Which should give us. I mean, it's giving us positive balance of trade, right? We should get more productive and say, okay, you know what? We're going to do import substitution in this, that, this. Guess what? We're still struggling to get the petrol, I mean, the refinery that was built to $25 billion. We're still struggling to kind of like get the modalities in place to get things going. when just not a serious people. See, you go. I was in Nigeria 2 weeks ago, and I see palm trees growing wild. In Costa Rica, that I was in early in the year, they used to grow banana before. They switched to palm. Guess where they got those palm seedlings from? They got it from us. And when you see
Yeah.
them, it's organized. But when you're driving throughout Osun State or your state, Mike, if you go to Osun State, you just be seeing palm trees going wildly. You know that there's no rhyme or reason how they're growing. They're just all over the place. So when I look at those things, I just get very annoyed.
Things grew on their own in Africa. People don't plant
They
them.
just grow on their own. Nobody, no organization, no nothing. And there's land. And then you see the whole thing all over the place. And when you look at, okay, look at small country, Costa Rica, making a killing out of palm produce. Look at Malaysia, making a killing. Indonesia, making a killing. And we have these things. They got the productive seedlings from us. And look at us. I
Well,
mean, they grow
just
wild. I
We
will
are
go and tap palm wine.
just
Commonwealth,
like Indonesia,
World Bank
Indonesia
economy.
and Malaysia did.
The
Man,
problem with Africa is with the
it's
system they
very
follow. They
annoying.
are practicing. They just want to
It's very,
someone
very
else.
annoying.
They don't understand economy is to look within and see what you can produce from within, from petty, the smallest thing to. But that's not what we just wait for some white people to tell you how your
We
economy.
wait for people to come and help you for commercial farming. You need white people to help
Okay,
you. Or they
so
for
Mike,
I mean, it's annoying.
Mike, if you're saying that, then I didn't come to the conclusion that if World War III happens, we're going to be that productive or
Because
self-sufficient.
your leadership, we no longer have to look to white people. They will now have to look to their own people. That's what we change. That's what we change. The leadership of Africa, they don't look to their people for anything. They go to their master for everything they want to do. They go to their master to ask
Because the people have nothing to.
they
The
go to
people are
the
empty.
some white person in World Bank or in IMF or in England. You see how Tinubu is traveling to all these white people to go and ask them, what should I do? We're supposed to be actually calling Nigerians like, hey, come and tell me what we can do from within. What can we do from within? Maybe some new ideas, some new system or whatever we need. Let's look from within. What do we have in within among ourselves? Who has what brain to do what and what? You have to focus within with your people. Let your people come together and decide how we can advance. They don't do that. They don't even
Actually,
associate with your people.
Right. So I
They
tell
have
you,
more meeting
Kalata,
with some foreign other race of people than they do with any of their people. They don't even know who among them have brain or have the. It may be a Nigerian out there that has some genius mind that probably can invent something no one has ever seen before. But guess what? They don't even want to know whether that person exists. That's our problem. But if these people cut us off, they have no choice because there's nothing they can. They have to look to their people. The leadership can't stand alone. They have to work with their people. Now,
okay, Mike. When Abacha, I mean, I think, I mean, you were out and about during Abacha in the 90s. So when Abacha got all those sanctions and all that stuff, what did we do? What did we do? We were isolated, but did we look inward and start building stuff and doing stuff? No, we simply sat down and suffered. I was in Nigeria, I was in college.
we are the only race of people that don't have research program.
Wait,
Even
so
Ukraine,
Colada, are you talking about the time when Nigeria left
bro.
the Commonwealth of Nations? Are you talking about that?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yeah. We left the Commonwealth. We were isolated. To a large extent, we were isolated, and we just had 60 something percent inflation, and we suffered. I mean, we were importing cheap petrol. I remember like one petrol we bought that I wanted to use it to drive my dad's car. That thing almost killed me. So, I mean, whether they isolate us, at the end of the people that are not willing to do stuff are not just all of a sudden start doing stuff.
Exactly.
The government, you
And,
can't tell me
and to
Abacha
the
government
point
was
quickly
able.
about this palm oil stuff. I remember many years ago, much younger. I understand the Malaysian people came to Nigeria and procure the palm kernel whatever to go grow grow for palm oil in their country. In today, Malaysia is the second largest producer of palm oil, and at 24%. Nigeria is number 5 with only 2% of the palm oil production in the world. Just 2%. And Indonesia is
And
like 59%
yeah,
of the world
Indonesia is number
palm.
one. The number one.
But so it's not that we have the land, we have the fertile land, we have what it takes as in naturally. See,
The
that's our problem.
manpower,
We have the talent. We
you have
always
the
have the
youth.
talent, but we don't have the skills or the leadership to get it done. And you're telling me when the war comes right now, we're going to wake up and feed ourselves?
Yeah, you
We're
have
only
no
going to
choice.
suffer and die.
Trust me, you have no choice, man. You see, they say when the back is against the wall, is when you know you have to do something. Like
Yeah,
if
I think
the
it would
Asian
trend towards. Yeah, I think it would trend towards a scenario where the political systems, the various political systems, in Africa will have to answer to their people. And I think it could be turmoil that's going to come about that, but can it potentially be a good thing in the long run? Right. That's kind of what I'm looking at. But I would say Africa in general benefits from maybe from a polar world instead of like a what it is now. I can't even say now because it's becoming a multipolar world, and I think this is why America is acting the way it is as far as like internationally, getting involved with
China,
Taiwan and
Russia. Yeah.
and Russia, yeah. So I think America feels threatened. You have BRICS, you have all of these different, a lot of people are turning away from the dollar or have a negative view on the American, and just the Western, geopolitics in general. So I think at some point, Africa is going to have to go through maybe like a certain phase where, you're going to start seeing, people started to get more, more revolutionized in a sense of like wanting change. We know that Africa has one of the youngest populations in the world. I mean, the people they want change, and if they see the world is pretty much collapsing in front of their eyes, you have the West and the East, pretty much a civilization cultural clash happening. I mean, I think it's to some degree is definitely going to affect the governments of the various governments of Africa that benefit from obviously like the West and these unfair trade agreements. That's the West is pretty much pushing, right? So yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you guys. Like, I think it will. To me, the trajectory it looks like it will turn into some unstable kind of for the world in general, not even just Africa, for the world, But I'm just interested to see that because me as a black man, a black American in general, like I want Africa to be prosperous. I think that if Africa is in a certain position in the world, black people globally will benefit from that. I come from that kind of thought, school of thought. Africa for the Africans, and I think a more prosperous Africa will, send shockwaves to the diasporas, and maybe
Well, I mean, all that stuff. Yeah, that's the dream, right? If Africa is prosperous, it lifts the black people up. But I mean,
But
when
what
we
I'm saying is that
say
this World War III scenario could bring about this needed kind of push in a way.
no, I don't
For
think so. We've had two world wars. What did Africa do during World War I and World War II? I mean,
yeah,
things
I think
just
those are
don't
world wars.
change.
I
Don't
think
believe
this one
those
is a
things
little
are
bit
world war.
different.
I don't know why they
I think
call
this
it
one's
world war. It's European war. Europeans are fighting each other. I don't know why they call it world war.
Uh, you want to make everybody
I think
become each
the reason
other.
why they call it world war because like the global economy, like it gets impacted by it, which kind of
Yeah.
reverberates throughout the much of the world that has probably that's not engaged directly into the war, but we also seeing a sort of like uh you know a sort of Cold War 2.0 happening you know even in Africa. You have a lot of the Russian mercenaries and even Putin being involved in Africa in certain places, right? And I think America is trying to push back or trying to spread their influence in Africa. Meanwhile, you have China as well. So I mean, yeah, I mean, to me it seems, I mean, I don't know. Maybe World War Three.
No, see, look, it's not honestly, it's not that difficult to analyze, right?
Yeah.
It's all about. I mean, it's all about. You look at its precedents. You need to look at what the people are doing. That shows their potential. Like I hate all this talk about hidden potential, blah 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 blah. If you are not showing the will to do work or to do something, irrespective of the governance you're under, then maybe you're not going to do anything. Because think about it. When we had all these Gulf wars, right? We made money because we were selling oil, but they stole all the money. During the military time, Mike, if you remember, Saddam Hussein, whatever, Gulf War.
Yeah, he
Gulf War.
invaded Kuwait and then
Invaded Kuwait.
Yeah.
Nigeria made a shitload of money, but all that money got stolen. And then there was another war, same thing. So we say, leaders, this, that, but you look at one African country after the other, different democracy, different governance, same result. So at some point in time, you have to look at the people. Are you guys willing to do something or not? So put the scenario, whatever the scenario, until we say, okay, the land I'm on, let me even do something with the God-given resource that was given, not just start selling it crude raw. So maybe, just maybe, if the likes of Nigeria, we get that Dangote refinery, we start something with gas, we start producing gas. At least that can be our own industrial revolution. Like it's just an incremental step, nothing too high tech, but at least we do gas, we do refinery. That will serve us to an extent, and then we have all this small IT software stuff, and then the rest is just agriculture. Nigeria has the potential to do that, especially southern Nigeria. I'm not trying to be because I'm a southerner doesn't mean I'm trying to be biased. It's just because of the Gulf, the mentality. There's a divide, the religious divide. The folks up north prefer, they're okay. They don't, whatever situation they are, they feel God wants them to be like that. They're more content with life. That's just the nature. That's just the culture. So if we get those two industries right, then whatever we can do with agriculture, that's fine. We will have some sort of industrialization based on our natural resources. At least we already got one going on now, the Dangote refinery. The next one is to get gas. The next one is to build gas infrastructure and start selling gas and doing something with gas. We can go that far for sure. But now to expect the whole thing to turn to everybody kind of like being mini genius, being all productive. The clash of cultures, the way we are organized, all that stuff is going to affect us. But it's just a reality. We can make some progress. I'm not saying it's all doom and gloom, but we have to be very clear-eyed. The kind of progress. Oh, my battery is dead.
Yeah. I'm hungry as hell, man.
It sounds like it.
I don't know. I get hungry every night. Like I can't hear. And it's so fucked up because you're not supposed to eat at night.
Man, I don't believe that. I don't believe that bullshit. Because I don't like breakfast like that. Like I think I mostly eat during like the evening, the afternoon, evening, and nighttime as well.
I can't sleep without eating, man. Because I get very hungry at night. Man.
Yeah.
It's actually not good. When you're young, you can do that. When you're still like in your 20s, early 30s, you can do whatever you like with your body, man. You can heat any out,
Your body used to, but when you start getting older, man, your body start telling you things you're not supposed to be doing. Even
Yeah.
certain food you eat, your body's gonna be telling you, man, you ain't eating right. Everything you're not doing right, your body will start telling you. But when you're young, in your 20s, you can eat rubbish all day long. As long as you go out and exercise or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
The older you eat at night, your stomach will start coming out. You got to do extra goddamn workout to get it, to reduce it.
Yeah. That's why I'm constantly like always walking, or that's what I like to do. Like walk, take a park, walks in like a natural kind of park, get some fresh air, some sun, just walk. I think you don't have to do too much exercise. Just walking is pretty good.
Well, when you're young, yeah, walking is good enough. But when you get older, man, you gotta
But
start.
even when you're older, like I noticed, like in my last neighborhood that I used to live, it was predominantly like Asian, and a lot of the old like Asian people, they love to walk. Like that's just their thing. They, and it seems like it's always in a particular time of the day, like during the evening, like around towards the evening, like
A
4,
lot of
5, 6.
so they know all these things. They know why and
Yeah.
what.
And you notice that these people, they have some of the highest like life expectancy as well. So I mean, there's something that they're doing that's right. That I think people should start, especially Black people. We should start to implement that, because I think we have a lot of like unhealthy habits as far as like eating
Yeah,
and
Blacks, yeah.
sometimes drinking, or we just we have a lot of unhealthy habits. I feel like, especially in America. Oh my God.
We're the only race of people that will celebrate unhealthy habits.
Yeah.
We'll celebrate drinking and smoking, and we'll celebrate eating chicken. And I'm like, why do we Black people? Why are we so self-destructive? Self-destructive. I don't know.
Man, I think it's I don't know. It's deep. It's deep rooted. I would say it's deep rooted. Yeah, it's deep rooted. I would say, and I notice like a lot of times I've been on like social media. People like to point out like our differences and stuff like that, but I feel like we have a lot of things that is similar. Like very similar. Like a lot of both positive and negative. Mostly
Yeah.
negative, I would say. Mostly negative, I would say. But there's a lot of characteristics that we display on both sides of the Atlantic that it's like, man, what is wrong with this sometimes? Like, Jesus Christ. The mentality, I don't know. It's crazy. Prince Daddy, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
You want me to tell you the truth about Black man? Black man is suffering from ancestral curse.
It's something. It's definitely something, bro. Why did you laugh, Prince?
No, not like I disagree with Mike, but which exact curse are you talking about, Mike?
Come on, Prince. What kind of question? What kind of question is that? Like at least.
No, there's you can call it a myth or whatever that some people believe that
The curse of Ham.
yeah, there you go. So are you saying that, is that true? Is that what you're trying to validate, that it is true?
I don't think he's saying that at all. Because we, for one, Mike doesn't even subscribe to that whole kind of biblical narrative. But I mean, I feel like you do see some parallels not parallels, but you do see it. Sometimes some things just make you wonder. Like when you see us on a global stage, like it just makes you wonder, like what the hell, man? Like I don't know.
You see, the Black man who he was created to be, like he's not being that person. So that's a misalignment.
Yeah,
It ain't right.
definitely.
They need to figure it out. That's the problem. That's a misalignment. And the way we live in our connection to the ancestral world.
Mhm.
Until you get the alignment fixed, you're gonna be confused and keep making just be backwards and be everything gonna be disarray.
So are you saying the other ethnic groups or races, they have their destiny or their alignments all squared up, and it's only the black people that's off?
The mistake you're making is you comparing yourself with other race of people. You see the African man, you see the Africans, our path is different. You understand? You don't get if you look at the way we were created, we were given so much. Because
Facts.
if you look at let's use God for example. Let's just use sake of God. If you look at the people God gave the most blessings to in terms of
Good looks, physicality,
everything,
environment,
even land. Even
land.
land. Look at
Yeah.
the continent of Africa. Like the continent is like way richer than anywhere. Like literally give you so much. He wouldn't have given you so much without giving you without some type of responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
You have to also,
And so
that,
you're saying that we're not assuming our responsibility as
exactly.
Yeah, I agree with that honestly because I feel like Africa obviously is the cradle of civilization. Literally, the world should be eaten out of the palms. I remember reading this in a National Geographic a long time ago that the soil of Africa is so rich that if managed properly, that it can actually feed. It could end world hunger and like
Of
literally
course.
produce enough to feed the world. But obviously we're not operating in our I guess destiny if you want to say that. I don't think we're operating in that. People can point to a specific ethnic group, but it just seems like just us,
Yeah, the
sub-Saharan.
African they missed their way. That's what it is. They need to go dig back and go figure where they missed their ways. They missed their way. That's what the problem is. And from there, you suffering from a curse. So they just need to. That's what they need to start asking themselves. Like, okay, what curse am I suffering from? How do I cure this curse?
And honestly, Mike, I don't think it's anything external that's our problem, right? I think it's mostly like internal issues
It's
that we have.
internal, man. If it's external, then you'll be gone. If
Because
literally,
why
if
I say that because
government
a lot of
problem
people.
is other people, they would have wiped you out, man. Like they'll take you out of the way. They would have taken you out and taken your land. How about that?
And listen, they have plans to do that. I don't know if you listen to like the World Economic Forum, people like Klaus Schwab and Yuval Harari. Man, these people they have plans for us, man. Bill Gates and these people, like, they
Do
have
you
plans
think?
for us, man.
Do
They call
you,
us
do
they
you
call us
think?
the useless. They call us the useless class and things
Yeah,
of that
it's,
nature.
they
This is
see
where
you
they
as
come
the way
and
they look
practice
at you. You know what pissed other races off? They look at you and like, how can these kind of useless people just be sitting on the land?
land of gold.
Land so rich.
Yeah,
You understand?
diamonds and gold. Yeah.
But it's
And
a
they always, you don't think in their mind this occurring to them like, how about we just kick them off the land and take the land from them? You know what I'm saying? And no black man is even thinking like that. Like, oh, these people here, maybe why they not just snatching the land away from us?
Listen, hold on, real
because
quick,
it,
Mike, real
Look at
quick, Prince. And I think this is why I kind of brought up the whole World War III scenario because I believe, I think a multipolar type of world, I think it buys us some time. But if we lived in a unipolar world where either America or Russia or China was at the top, I mean, and there was no other opposition for them, like someone on their level to compete with them, right? Or to keep them at bay or to keep them, but if any one of these superpowers were in a complete control or scenario where they have complete dominion, right? They will focus their attention on Africa. I think Africa is like the last frontier. I believe that in my heart that Africa is the last frontier, and that if it wasn't for Russia and China, the West would be focusing on us and trying to recolonize Africa again. To take the cobalt, the coltan, a lot of these natural resources that are raw materials that create a lot of these technological advancements,
so
right?
why did they stop the so-called first colony?
Excuse me.
So what you say they will recolonize? So what did they hand the first colonization, so-called colonization?
I'm not
What,
getting your question.
why did they stop colonizing you? That's the question I'm asking.
I don't think they really stopped. I mean, mentally, culturally,
So
we're
you
still
said they
being.
want. So what do you mean by recolonizing? What does that mean?
I mean, recolonizing in the sense of like just eradicating us to some, or attempting to eradicate us, or just trying to just get the resources that's under our feet, without having to go through anything really.
That's what they were doing before.
I mean, sure. You don't think
So why
so?
did they stop? Why did they stop?
Because I think, especially during like the 60s and 70s, a lot of revolutionaries was popping off throughout the world, Africa and in the diaspora, and they had to formulate some sort of plan to keep us all from uniting. I think during the 60s and like the 50s, 60s was like the time where the diaspora in Africa were actually becoming to be more connected, right? You had people like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King that traveled throughout Africa, Black Panthers, all these different
So
leaders.
those are the
You had
people that
like even
handed
in,
colonization.
huh?
Those are the people that handed colonization.
Not in that sense, right? Maybe they didn't end colonization, but I think they forced the West to have to resort to more submersive means to colonize, in a sense.
By what? By marching
Economically.
and talking, by running their mouth. That's because all those guys did was run their mouth, man. All those,
Nah, but like economically, like put certain leaders into position, to keep us kind of docile in a sense, right? Instead of, I guess, assuming our destiny in that sense, right? But you had like leaders like some of these great. I mean, you would say that they're just running their mouth, but I think with the things that they talked about lives on forever. Like people still talk about Patrice Lumumba. People still talk about people like Sankara, and
they
even
didn't
when you look
fight,
at,
man.
huh?
None of those people fought anybody, man. I don't know why we keep those
But it's
people.
not. I don't think it was a matter of fighting, but it was more so a sort of consciousness that was breeding. That was
I don't think any. I don't think reason why people left Africa is because of some people's consciousness. Some people ways on what this movement thing people
no.
talk of.
But I'm not saying that they
Guys,
left Africa. I'm not saying that they left Africa. They just had to change their kind of
nah,
plans.
why people didn't change because some what black person became conscious or some crap. They didn't look.
Ah, man, listen. I think they.
And if we stop thinking like that and we stop
Mhm.
seeing things like that, maybe we'll begin to discover a new way to see things, and maybe that we can now realize how we need to free ourselves. Because this idea, because they're the one that telling you the stories too. Oh, we stopped it because this guy, Martin Luther King, this guy, they're lying, man. Because this guy stood up. This guy stood up. When have white men ever given anybody anything because someone is stood up? The only way they give us something is you show them power. You show them like you literally have to show them bomb or something like some kind of real value. That's the only way they'll give up anything. Are you telling me the Australian, the Native Indians didn't put in serious fights, and yet they still couldn't keep their territory, keep their what it belongs to them? So you they only stood up talking. Now they say, oh, because you talk now, oh now.
But it wasn't. But it wasn't just. I don't see. You're framing it as if it was just like talking, and it wasn't just that. Again, I think it was a certain consciousness, but I think that consciousness was kind of breeding a sort of like mentality that Black people should be more self-sufficient. That we need to, I guess, unite in a global kind of sense, right? From the diaspora to to Africa. Let's start making some more, you know, connections, economically, politically, and even in some cases militarily, right? You have like Cuba and Fidel Castro, who went and fought in wars, and in Angola and parts of Africa and stuff like that. So, I mean,
if you want me to be honest with you, if you want me to be honest with you,
and then you see during the 60s, right? You have here in America, you had like integration, civil rights, and stuff like that, and then even in Africa, you had like and a lot of the it was forcing the situation between America and Russia was actually forcing the West to, I guess, give independence or grant independence to a lot of these African nations. Not saying that they weren't fighting back or anything like that, like they just handed it over to them. No, but I think it kind of forced their hands to have to like, all right, just give them this false illusion that they're independent, and we can still maintain a sort of like economic supremacy over them in a sense. I don't know if that makes sense to either one of you guys. Prince, if you're there, if you're still listening, if you want to chime in, that would be cool.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say. See that. Why did Is it because the black people in America had uh the wherewithal to resist the white man? That's why they free the slaves. Okay.
Um, no. So I'm specifically talking about an era, right? You mostly like in the
No,
60s.
I just that's kind of a rhetorical question. To the point
Okay.
of why the African leaders, Mike was saying, look, they didn't have nothing. I mean, they didn't put up any real resistance, and the white man just give them independence because they wanted to.
No, but
Not like these
that's not.
people had.
I wasn't saying that though.
No,
Like I wasn't saying.
Mike was saying that.
Oh,
I
okay.
think Mike was alluding to
Yeah,
that.
he was actually saying it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I think you asked the question earlier. I don't think the black man was ever freed from the white man. I don't think so, and it's quite obvious, anyways. Of course, the principle remains the same, but the method has changed. No doubt
That's what I'm
about
saying.
that.
Exact. That's what I'm pretty much saying. So the form of colonization wasn't more of a direct physical version, but a more so spiritual or mental or economic. Things more.
Exactly. Yeah.
It was more of a submersive form of colonization,
Right. So they don't do
and
that
I think it still
barbaric
happens.
way, put you in chain and do all those things anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, they still achieve their main objective. What is it?
Exactly.
To make you subservient.
Mm-hmm.
To turn your economy into consumers of their product, and
Mm-hmm.
your nations become the raw materials for making this product. You
Yep.
guys have nothing. You don't have currency. Africa. So we're living at the
Mm-hmm.
behest of this white man or this Western nation. And I
Mm-hmm.
don't use white man in a derogatory way. I'm just
Yeah. Yeah.
saying it's just
Yeah.
a stark difference.
Mm-hmm.
We're living at their behest in everything. We have
Mm-hmm.
nothing as a nation, as a continent. We have nothing.
As a
I
people.
mean, as a people, yeah, we can't compete. We don't compete at all on this global scale. I mean, you know, they just let us, participate
Mm-hmm.
pretty much. And if they want to shut us off tomorrow, they can easily do that, and we have no recourse. We can't do nothing about it. What do we have? Nuclear weapon? What do we have? Nothing. We can't feed
And
ourselves.
listen, and Prince, I don't know if you was listening to me the whole time, but this is what I was saying about like the multipolar world that is kind of like starting to play out now with China and Russia, and I think it kind of prolongs us and benefits us to some degree, right? Obviously, trade agreements, we can leverage it, right? But it also preserves us in a sense of it stops a particular power, right? A particular power from just going all out, you know, towards us, or started to focus their attention more on towards us. Not that they're not doing it now, right? You see people like Bill Gates, and he has all these eugenics operations happening in Africa. They're introducing all these GMO, chemicals, and putting it inside the mosquitoes, and you see different different diseases and pestilence that are springing up forth. And come on now, like we know some of it. I just feel like some of it, we know about the gain and function research and all of that type of stuff. So I think it's good to just keep an open eye in that sense, keep an open mind when it comes to that, right? And not fall for the mainstream narrative that they try to play, give to us, But
Yeah. Well, see, the multipolar world. See, if you have a plan and you execute your plan, no matter what the outcome turns out to be, at least you can trace your mistakes, your error, or the variance from your expected outcome, right? But we Africans, we don't do that. We don't have such position or playbook. The multipolar world, on paper, yes, it gives us, the opportunity to maybe have multiple approach to globalization in terms of how we align with different parties, right? But if we don't plan and have concrete ideas on what we want to do as a people, it doesn't matter if you have multipolar world or double layer multipolar world or whatever. It doesn't matter. We Africans don't plan to that level to benefit from it. It's only the people that have plans in place
But
and know
Brenda,
what they have.
so my only confusion is why are they allowing you to still be occupying the richest, territories on the planet?
Because they're
Like for
preoccupied
example,
with
let me give you one
there's a
example.
multiple. Okay, sorry.
Like when Europeans, for example, always looking for land to conquer, and they would go, like for example, went to Australia and they whatever they saw, they just pushed the Aborigines out of the land and took the best place and occupy it and turn it to their own. So I'm wondering, you have places in Africa where the place is so rich in resources, like for example, Eastern Congo. Like that's why they have so much minerals, gold, cobalt, coltan. They have places like the South in Nigeria, Niger Delta. So much oil, billions of barrels of oil. And I'm wondering, why would a white man just come there and took the land from the people there?
Is it why they took it or why they didn't take it?
Yeah.
And during what time
And
period?
they are known to go take people's land, kick them off, and take their land.
But,
Why?
but Mike, you just answered the question. Yes, they've taken the land. If you go to the Niger Delta, which companies, which
No,
international
no,
companies?
hold on. I'm not talking about a company coming to operate. I'm talking about turning to your country, like you create new country. You see
No,
how?
no, no, no,
Hold
Mike.
hold on. You see how they came to North America and just took the land, create new country, and make it a white-owned country because the land was better than England, right? Europe. The French went out and then they went to places like Australia because they
And
felt like the place was better than Europe. Well, they
Yeah,
took
I got your point.
and
I got
create
your
new
point.
country. But what I'm saying is, if they're going around creating new countries like that, why didn't they just create new country in this richest land on the planet? And why do
Uh,
they avoid that?
well,
And
to
do
be fair, they attempted to multiple times, right? I mean, you have South Africa, which is one scenario, and then I don't know if you guys know about like the
the
Balfour.
part of South Africa they occupy? Hold on, those area. Actually, the blacks were not there. It's the space where they came to occupy. It
Okay,
wasn't
it's still a kind of strategic position in Africa, right? But
yeah.
I will also look at the Balfour Declaration, whereas the UK, the British government granted Israel, well, was attempting to grant Israel. Well, they were formulating ideas of where to put this state of Israel, and they, in a couple of occasions, they proposed, places in Africa,
Uganda, I think.
Uganda and somewhere else. Uganda, it was Uganda and I think South Africa actually. So they propose these ideas,
Right, but that's
but
more for like
I don't
settlement.
think, yeah, but I don't think. I mean, that
That's
was
more like for
something.
settlement, I would say. But to Mike's question, the white man does not want any damn land in Africa. They don't really want it. I mean, come on, Mike. Look
It's
at
not
look at
sufficient
North
for them.
America.
Why not? Why not? Well, those are the richest lands. Though.
But they have a new form of colonization. Is
No, no,
that there are
no, no.
corporations that go around the world and colonize. They don't need to live there. They don't need to live in Africa for what?
Well, why did they need to live in? You just give example of Israel, give example of Australia, Iceland, uh, uh, North America, United States, Canada. They took those land and create new countries. So why did they were able to push the owners of those countries, kick them off, and took it when you have richer countries where you could do the same? Rich, in fact, the richest. Somewhere like Congo, for example, part of Congo where the resources are like in abundance, billions of trillions of dollars of resources. You skip those
Mike,
places. to go
Yeah,
to.
maybe you can answer that question because the white men they've been in Africa for a very long time. When they started colonizing the continent, if they
They,
wanted to
the land.
poison
They were
poison the people,
huh?
and, and if they wanted to poison the people and I mean terminate those people, they could have done that, but they
Why
didn't
did
do
they
that.
do it though? But they did it elsewhere.
That's a good question.
Are
I
you
guess
saying
I
they
don't
like
know.
us? Are you saying they ate the Aborigine and the Red Indian one and the
No, they
But
don't like us.
me personally, I
exactly?
would
So
say,
why didn't they not do that? I think
me
it's
personally, I would say that they
Are you saying that
attempted
our
to.
ancestors were fighting for us? Is that what you're trying to say?
no. Maybe we start asking those questions too. Maybe something you don't know because we black we don't ask questions like why are these people so nice to us? You know.
I don't think they were nice, but it is what it is. I mean,
Because that's the
uh,
nicest thing to do now. You going around robbing people and the guy with the most money, you leave him alone. I mean, come on, man. It never makes sense to me. Like these Africans, they're sitting on the richest minerals where you even fighting each other over. Do you know that World War II between Germany and World War II was actually the battle over the resource in Africa? It was in fact Congo.
huh.
That's what World
Partly,
War II was all about.
partly.
You know that Germany felt like okay, England and France, they really didn't like they split them. You know what they agreed on in Berlin Conference, not what they are abiding by. So that was and they were fighting each other in Europe over the land in Africa. They killed millions of themselves of each other, whereas the Africans things on the land, you don't go there to white and take the land from them. I always wonder. I mean, I don't know why Africans will ask that question. Like, why are these people so nice to
No,
us?
Mike.
They,
I
they,
think
they
what
were willing to
prevented
kill
that
each
from.
other in their millions for your resources, but they refuse to kill you.
But Mike,
See, right.
here's
Go
my
ahead.
idea, right? Here's my idea, real quick, before you go. I think that might have been a mindset. Obviously, we see like different. Again, I'll mention like the pestilence, like AIDS and all these different diseases, and that spread throughout Africa. You had eugenics and stuff like that. That they're still talking about, population control in Africa and Black people in general. But I think what prevented them from actually focusing their energy towards Africa and what made them kind of sort of take a more submersive approach was the Cold War. I think Russia, the scenario between the West and Russia prevented them. It occupied them. Occupied them in the sense of gave them something else to worry about, more of a threat to them in a sense, right? And this is, I think that's part of the reason why they decided to let's do it a submersive way, right? Let's grant them integration here in America, right? Let's grant them independence, in Africa. You notice that both of those events happened during the 60s, right? Right, close in close proximity to each other, right? So I think that scenario with the Soviet Union or the Cold War actually stopped that or prolonged us, and the Cold War officially ended in what, 1991. It started in what, like 1947 and ended in like 1991. The Cold War, right?
yeah,
So what do you think? What do you think about that, Prince Daddy? Can that be does that make sense to you at all?
the Cold War
Yeah.
in terms of what I mean, them being engaging you. It's not like the Cold War kicked them out of the place or something, or stopped them from coming to invade you and take your stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it did because they had to focus, on fighting against, the scenario that we're starting to see
But
to
the
play
Cold
out
War
now.
was basically they want these Africans to either pick, or people all over the countries all over the world to pick who to associate with, whether with the West or with the East. You understand? And then what they would do is find within those territory, they will create their own army and group that's pro Soviet, and the
Yep,
West will create another group that's
that's
pro
pro
West.
West. Yeah.
And those two groups be fighting each other, and whoever came on top now is allied of the West or allied of the East. That was what Cold War was about all over the world.
Yeah. So
But
again,
then the West had the
so
advantage. Hold on,
so
let me let
you
me land.
see
Let
you
me
see how in this, listen, you see how in the Cold War, Africa played a kind of almost a foundational role in it. you know, World War II, and you mentioned World War II as well. But I think Africa was always kind of like the focal point of these wars, specifically World War II
It's always been a
and
focal
Cold
point,
War.
man. It's always
I
the
think so.
world.
I think so.
Yeah, yeah. I
Because
mean, no country.
why are these two superpowers vying for support in Africa? You know, fight your wars in Europe. Why do
The
you guys
Africa
need to
actually
come
in a
here?
position of power, but they don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
Because the America basically it came on top in the Cold War because most of the African side decided to pick the side with the West. That's how they won. It's not like they destroyed the Soviet on the battlefield. You know, the Africans just chose most of the leaders just finally side with the West. That's all. And the two reasons: one, language, because the West, the French, the English were already it already put their language on the continent, and then they were using the influence of propaganda, movies, and they used the black diasporas a lot to convince the Africans to side with the West.
Yeah.
They were using all these celebrities. If we go, they
Mhm.
were promoting Black American celebrities, Caribbean celebrities in Africa,
Yeah.
and to a lot of these celebrities back then used to come meet the head of states in Africa. Example would be the fight between George Foreman and Muhammad Ali in Congo. So I mean, they're already gingering the Africans to see them as
Jesus Christ.
exactly. So eventually, the Africans just kind of lean more towards the West, and the Soviet was like, okay, well, both of us can't be here at the same time, you know. So the Soviet just left, and the only few countries that kept they understood better that were maybe Libya and Zimbabwe, and then South Africa almost fell to the Soviets, but they quickly brought Mandela out of prison to propaganda to twist the whole thing. But Zimbabwe fell to the Soviet, Libya fell to the Soviet, probably another African country I can't think of. And then in the Middle East, Syria fell to the Soviets. I don't know another country, and Cuba in the Caribbean and Venezuela, but the rest fell to the West. They all aligned to the West. So that's how the Soviet didn't have that much strength with how many countries decided to align with them. Even though the Soviet represented a better case for the Africans, like, listen, we never enslaved, we never really done anything to you before. I mean, we should deal with us. And whoever the African would have opened himself to would have become the one that control pretty much the resources. So that's how America became, and the Western Europe, they became the controller of, the most influential people, and they control the wealth, they bring their own currency, everything. So that's the game they played, man. But the Africans are in more position of power, trust me. But they just don't know because they're not thinking. They don't know themselves.
Yeah. Prince Daddy, you listening?
Yeah, Africa in position of power. Well, I don't think I understand that fully, really.
That's the
What I was
problem.
gonna say,
That's the
huh?
problem. They don't, like you said, the way you see, like, is the same way most of Africans see. They don't know. They don't know their strengths. They don't know their position. They don't
I think
know
he's meaning
enough.
like position of potential power.
They're in a position of power to actually, control the dynamic of the world, but they don't know. They have no clue.
How are they going to control the dynamic of the world? I don't. They have you can have what it takes. I said it before. Say your talents, meaning your natural talents as a human being or your natural resources, is not sufficient to do something great or anything great. And Africa is a great example of that.
But
We
you
have
have
all
it,
the natural.
but you just don't know anything about it. The thing is,
Huh?
the Africans, unfortunately, they just don't know who they are. Like, they don't know
No,
themselves.
so it takes ideas and imagination to be great. Okay, and that's what I would say we lack. Because we have what it takes to be great. If you want to say that, but
We lack the
where's the
vision.
ideas and imagination to put it together?
That's
So
what we're
it's
saying.
never about.
And that's what I'm saying. So you're in a position. So all you have to do is just take that step, right?
Okay, then who's stopping
So,
us?
so you agree with me that you're in that position, but you're not taking a step, which is the
Yeah,
idea.
but who's stopping us? Who's stopping us? What are we waiting for?
You are the one stopping yourself. That's what I'm saying. So you agree with me that you're in a position to be that, but you're not taking a step, and you just mentioned the step yourself.
Okay, okay, good. So you and I can agree on that. So the next question that what naturally begs the next question is so why are we not taking that step? Since nobody's stopping us, we have
That's why I
the
said
resource.
you suffer from ancestral curse. That's why I said that earlier. Because it's like a
Okay,
guy that's
okay.
hungry.
Now I got
It's
it.
like a guy that's hungry and the food is on top of the tree, and he just can't. He doesn't want to climb the tree, and we were like, dude, just climb the damn tree, man.
Okay,
You can't
now you
even.
answer the question.
You
Yeah,
literally give
I
him the
get where that ancestral curse comes from now.
what else can you diagnose a guy with? A guy is cursed, man. He has the tool to climb the tree, but doesn't want to climb it. So that's
So
just
do
what.
you actually, Mike? Do you actually believe that, or are you just saying it as a form of like, just kind of like, I don't want to say trolling, but like, do you actually believe that we are under some sort of curse, or does it? I mean, when
Yeah,
you
I know
view our
that for a
history,
fact.
when
I
you
know
view
that
us in a, yeah.
that's if you want to. If the thing is, some of those of us that are in certain things we know. So,
Mhm.
but if I tell an African, he won't believe me. But we know,
Yeah, I like. I agree with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. Does that also apply? Does that also apply to the diaspora? Us,
Yeah,
African
it is
Americans,
too. It follows,
Caribbeans.
bro. That thing
Because
follows
when you
you
see a lot of the issues
across
within
the ocean.
Africa, you also see it within our community as well. Even probably worse in some instances, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the things going on in the Black American community is part of it. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's part of it.
Listen, when you
Even
think about that, Prince Daddy, man, we're under a curse, man. What do we do about this? How does this change? Is there some sort of like cataclysmic, divine?
the first step is you have to
Do
first
we have to wait
admit.
for some sort of divine intervention to help us out, or like can we do this with our own
Well,
might?
Mike can chime. Mike is a spiritualist, right? But I tell you this:
Mm-hmm.
we Africans, we Africans in Africa, in
You
America,
don't
in the
consider yourself a
Caribbean.
spiritualist?
Oh,
Well, in terms of the African traditional practice, um,
Yeah,
Mike can give an answer to that.
but
But in terms
I
of
kind
we
of
as
perceive
black
it from
people,
don't asking
you.
me though.
Yeah, not because I kind of perceive from Prince Daddy, he might not consider himself like a spiritualist, but I think he's very intuitive. Like just from the
Oh,
responses
he's a
that he's been
Christian,
giving
man.
me.
He's a Christian.
He's very
Christian.
intuitive, if you ask me. Very, very
yeah,
intuitive.
I subscribe to the as a follower of Christ. So Mike is on the other side, on the dark side. But anyways,
Nah.
yeah,
I
just
think I
kidding,
think
just kidding.
I think I'm pretty much like in the middle between you guys, man. I ain't gonna lie, like in the middle. But yeah, I
But we
mean,
black people, we all suffer the same thing. I'm telling you. So we all come from the same roots, actually. So
mhm,
whatever is wrong with
That
it, with black people in America, in the Caribbean, is the
mhm.
same thing in Africa. I think.
So let me ask you a
so
question. Do you
doesn't that
believe
make
our
sense?
death?
That when
No,
the
no, no.
curse
Yes, it does make
root,
sense.
if
Prince
the
Daddy,
curse is on the roots, doesn't it?
so Prince Daddy, let me ask you: do you believe that our destinies are linked as us
Oh,
diasporas and Western Central Africans, or
oh yeah,
particularly
absolutely.
Nigerians?
I absolutely believe that our destinies are absolutely linked. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
because I've said
distance
this
or
on
it doesn't matter.
Mhm. Yeah, because I said this so many times, and people just look at me like I'm crazy. Oh, John Zola, what is he talking about here? We're two different people. We are not the same. And it's just like, come on now. I don't think people are looking at it with an intuitive
No, the thing is, people are of
historical
different
lens.
ethnic group and whatever, but they have a ancestral link.
Hmm.
They have the black race, people of the African. They have a spiritual link. That's what I can say. A spiritual link.
Who? What do you mean the people of Africa? You mean like Niger Congo people? Are you saying that Negro people, Western
Well,
Central Africans?
the yeah, honestly, I would just say I won't say I'm 100% sure if in all
Mhm.
of us, but I just know like people that are we have a spiritual link. The most people of the African DNA, and
What is the African?
maybe
There's no
some people
African.
they are European DNA may link them more with the European spiritual link or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
So when you say
but
African DNA, like, what does that mean? By like, what do you mean by that? For me personally, I would say so. If you're looking at it from a, I guess, genetical point of view, right? You have certain groups of Africans, that are different and genetically different, linguistically different. So you have like Cushitic, Afro-Asiatic type of people. They have a
and that's why
certain
I'm like, okay,
genetical.
I'm 100
So
percent
for
sure.
us,
But I would say my part of Africa. I would
Mhm.
say my part of Africa,
Yeah.
like those there are have a spiritual link.
Yeah, Niger Congo people. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I personally
I
I
would
call
put
it.
it this way: those. Okay, there's something in the Yoruba people call egun. Egun is like a entity
Mhm.
that serves as the link between we in the physical and the family in the other side. You understand? So
Mhm.
anyone that's connected to that egun is is has the tie, has the spiritual connection to the other side. So most African villages or towns or tribes, they all have it. And that's you always see anywhere you go in Africa where there are masquerades, right?
Mhm.
The masquerade is a symbol of the egun, but that egun itself, it's something inside of the shrine. But
Mhm.
when the masquerade is what covers the egun, so that masquerade, when they do festival, they bring the masquerade outside. And that has been in the family for since the creation of time, from the beginning of time. You understand?
Mhm.
And there's a spiritual curse that fall on people that separate from that egun.
Okay.
Like I can use my own personal story.
Mhm.
Like for example, my parents diverted from their family egun, right? So as I was growing up, I was having a lot of issues, a lot of problems in my life, like issues, just dysfunction things.
Mhm.
And then when I did a divination, it was told that, oh, the ego in my family is tormenting us because we abandoned it. And then when I begin to learn more deep into spirituality, I begin to learn that ego, that's a link between me and my ancestors. And I have to do some ritual to call it back and have some connection with it. Or else I'm gonna be having problems. I may be just be behaving anyhow or just doing things backward or just having dysfunctional life.
Mhm.
You understand?
Yeah.
African people with the way we were at one point, there's a path we had with the there's some people who call the Akodas. They were first because we Yoruba, we know our story from the beginning of time. There's a festival I was doing Yoruba like Olojo Festival when time began in Africa. And
Mhm.
things that happened that took place, there was a path between us and the first people that were created, you know.
Mhm.
So there's a link, there's an instruction, there's things we're supposed not to abandon, the things we have to be doing, there's certain things we're supposed to keep in touch with. When
Mhm.
we cut ties with it, we have a misalignment and we start to have problems.
So can I ask you a question? So where do you think this connection happened? Was it when the Europeans and Arabs came and brought us their religions and stuff, things of that
Yeah,
nature, and
no,
it kind of diverted us away from our traditional past or our traditional beliefs and
here's the
things like
deal.
that.
Here's the deal. When I go read some European books about their engagement, they say it took them for thousands of years. They're trying to penetrate onto their continent because they saw it as a land of milk and honey, like kind of like the land where it's just a special place.
Hmm.
Huh. And
I
that's the
agree.
reason why all the animals want to reside in Africa, right?
Hmm.
They always want to figure a way. They know that even your Bible story, like the Africa is like the place where to become rich, you have to get to. You understand?
Hmm.
So now, when you come there, and when you come there, you have to deal with the people, and for you to have your way in that place, you have to go through the people. So now you have to come with a strategy, like, okay, these people, how can I penetrate them? First of all, they have some power. There's you know That's their backbone.
Spiritual, yeah.
I have
So they
to
have.
exactly. I have to. It's like which is your center of gravity. You know, in warfare they say if you want to defeat the enemy, aim for the center of gravity. So when they look at it like, oh, this is their backbone, we have to go after it.
They
You
took
know?
away our spiritual
So
powers.
yeah, exactly. So there's a saying that if one person doesn't fall, another person will not rise. So we have to go after their backbone, you know. And the more they fall, the better we can have our way among them, you know. So there's games they play with y'all for so long, you know. So that's what it is. And we, due to our greediness and all those things, because we, of course, they work harder in trying to figure out what to do to entice you. It's like trying to catch a girl, right? You're gonna work hard to make money, show money to her and things she would like, you know. So they will go to where they come from and figure out what the Africans want, what they would like, and go trying to figure to make it and come back and show it to you. They don't know when you see you be like you be enticed by it. Like in the house we try to or I could talk about all these things, man. You always talk about it like, hey, yeah, something that will come from someone will bring from outside is always gonna entice you and it's gonna be your downfall. They talk about it, man. Our oracle talk to us about it all the time. You know, say what the oracle used a parable to speak to us, like, hey, what the creator has created in the water is enough in the ocean is enough for the fishes to eat. But when the outsider brings something from outside and throw it in the ocean, because of greed, the fishes want to go eat on that thing. You know how you fish, right? Put something on the hook and throw it in, right?
Yeah.
The fish gonna bite on it, and guess what? They get hooked. You know. So that's the game to play, man.
And that kind of, oh man, that's actually deep right there.
It's still the same game till today, man. All you have to do is show these Africans money, man, to just let them have.
And I think this is why I said that the colonization never really stopped. You know, even after they get granted us independence and integration here in America, right? But it didn't stop. It made us more
So-called
it made us more
colonization, it
susceptible. It
wasn't.
made us more susceptible to mental colonization, to spiritual and economic colonization, ultimately economic colonization, which is what they wanted, right? They want the wealth, that's below our feet, right?
Yeah, so they have to do a lot of brainwashing, a lot of mind.
That's happening still to this day. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you look at us in the diaspora, you look at something like
And
integration.
the only reason we follow them all the way is just things that they have to offer us, which is their advancement, all those pretty things like the Ferrari, the nice car, the materialism, the material. That's
Man,
that's all they
listen.
have.
The
That's all they
independence,
have.
bro.
The only thing that used to control you is all the material. It's materialism. Man.
Yeah. So, Mike, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, and it's sort of like a statement to it in a way. But when I look at the independence of Nigeria and various African countries, during the '60s, right? And I look at integration, they're essentially the same thing in a sense, right? So, from my perspective as a Black American, right, before integration, we know that black people, obviously we weren't seen on a equal level as whites, right? They discriminated against us in many ways, but in other ways, we were prosperous, and as far as building our own communities, having a sort of economic center or bases, scattered throughout the country, right? We had more control over our culture, and if you can look at the statistics, right, we surpassed the whites in certain things culturally, right, as far as like marriage, right? Before integration, Black American, our marriage rates were higher than whites. So I think when they brought about integration, right, and our ancestors were pretty much, we shall overcome, and wanted to integrate within this society, these white people, it actually destroyed our sense of self. It destroyed our sense of nationhood or independence from the white power structure, right? And integrated us within their system, which obviously they had a 300 400 year start. I mean 200 300 year start. A lot of our black
why you were
businesses.
prospering? Because you were forced to
look within yourself, you know.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we had our own communities. We were separated, you know. And I think this is why
But the
Malcolm
moment
X
they
said,
allow you to come in, you become
integrate. That's when we
them
fucked
for
up. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
that's the
And
thing with Africa too now.
it's
You
the
know,
same. That's what I'm saying. It's the same thing. When I look at it on that level, it's the same thing. Integration and the independence. Because right after Africa was granted its independence, Nigeria and Ghana,
do you
right
know?
after, literally right after that, they all joined the Commonwealth of Nations. Right?
Commonwealth, and now they're not depending on England for loan for
Come
they
on
depend on
now.
Western country for aid, money, free money, all that stuff. You know, that's how they got them. Now,
Bro, I'm
before
telling you, bro, our destinies are tied together.
if you go listen to Africa and Nigeria when they're talking, they'll be telling you that before that so-called independent era, the African was self-sufficient agricultural. The Nigerian will tell you about the cocoa house, the grand pyramid in the north. They were agriculturally, they were self-sufficient. They were.
Mike, did you ever
Everybody was
look at it
doing.
in that? Did you ever look at it in that way? Now that we're talking about, did you ever look at it in that way? It, kind of parallel, comparing like with the struggle in America, the integration, and also the independence struggle in Africa, West Africa, right? You ever look and see any similar? Like, you ever looked at it in that sense? Like,
Yeah, you messed them up, man.
These are similar. These are some similar things that's happening on each on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, right? But I mean, yeah, I think part of the reason of them doing that, like, again, a certain consciousness was being born around, during that time, right? Between the diasporas in Africa and West Africa, particularly, there was connections that was being done. There was, cultural trade. There
Yeah,
was
we're beginning to look within, and
they're beginning to look within to look at each other as, all right, you guys are in the continent and us in the diaspora. We need to work together because we have a common enemy. We have a common destiny. And this is why you have people like Malcolm X. He was going to the UN, General Assembly, and he was bringing his case there. And during those times, he repeatedly was telling the world powers that we are Africans, we are Africans, we are Africans. Our cultures, our destiny. I mean, our destiny is linked. We are one people. And I mean, I think that's part of the reason why you have Patrice Lumumba and all these people. I think that was part of the reason why they was obviously taken out or undermined in many ways, and they would use our own to undermine us in many cases, right? I mean, in certain other cases, they were assassinating us, like Malcolm X and Patrice Lumumba, and then I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy when you think about it. But I don't know if Prince Dad, if you're still listening, it's just interesting to look at it in that sense. But I mean, yeah, I mean, common destiny. Just think we lack the vision, like Prince Daddy was saying. We lack the vision, really, imagination. Like, it's almost like we're stagnant, stuck. Like, and I'm speaking mostly here in the diaspora in America. It almost looked like Black Americans are on a decline, cultural decline. I mean, I think it's pretty evident.
Because what they
I think
do
it's pretty
is
evident.
they help you to promote your dysfunctions on there through the media.
But to me, I'm telling you, it doesn't look like it's getting better. Like, it doesn't look like I feel it. You know what I mean? It's not getting better, bro. It's getting worse and worse.
Yeah, it's getting worse. When we learn to accept right is wrong and wrong is right. Hey, that's a key recipe for disaster. When we see something wrong, we call it right. When it's something right, we call it wrong.
Man, this is why me as a diaspora, this is why I look at Africa and say, man, that's our final frontier right there. This is our last, like, Africa. This is why I subscribe to Pan-Africanism. People look at it, oh, you a Pan-Africanism? Like, Pan-Africanism is a dirty word nowadays, right? People look down upon because you have people like Dr. Umar. You have all these different people that maybe might give a bad name to Pan-Africanism to a degree, right? But I mean, this is what my values are.
I think Pan-Africanism wouldn't be something bad if those that are pushing it actually act and not be talking. Because all they're doing is just creating more problems by just fighting and coming running their mouth all day. I'm like, dude, I believe in doing, not talking.
Yeah. I think for me, Pan-Africanism is more so
I would consider myself a Pan-African in my actions, but not by, by what do you call it? Terms not by words. Like I know in my action, yeah. When I link up with it,
Mike. Mike, can you hear me? Did you get a call? Prince, can you hear me? Mike. Mike. Mike, I can hear you. Mike.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I had a phone call. My
Yeah,
lady
I
called
figured
me.
that. Yeah, I figured that.
Called me wrong.
Then you getting the late night booty calls.
Nah. She working night, man. So that's check if ain't nothing popping.
Would you just send us some kissy emojis and
No, so he's just calling you to check me. Just checking, see what I'm doing.
yeah.
I didn't even pick up, man. I just hung up. I just sent a message. I'll call back.
Man, I'm not a phone person like that. Like my wife when she be calling me and stuff like I just I'm not a phone person like that. Like I'll text you.
Yeah, I'm the same way, man. Like, these ladies, man. You know what I hate about some ladies? Ladies, they want to sit on the phone and don't say nothing and want you to just be there. I'm like, yo, what is this? I can't do. I'm not. I'm like, yo, I'm not that kind of. Like, yo, you got more things to talk about? No, okay, let's just hang up. What the hell is this about? Let me sit on the phone and just be looking. Oh my god.
I hate it, man. I'm not a phone person at all.
Yeah,
Like
I don't do that, man. I don't do that phone stuff, man. I ain't on your phone talking. Do talking what, man? I don't know.
right. I'll just be quiet, let my lady say what she gotta say, and then just be like, all right, let me know when you you have plans or if you need me or anything like that. But as far as just sitting on the phone, that's not really me right there. I am be honest. But yeah, man. So what curse, Prince Daddy? And then you have my boy Prince Daddy over here, he's a Christian, I mean, no shade, but I mean, they use these sort of religions to kind of colonize us initially, right? And no, I'm not saying this. I mean, it's bad for him to. I mean, that's his prerogative if he wants to be a Christian or Muslim, yeah. But I mean, what I would love to see, right? And I think majority of Black people, right? We're spiritual people by nature. I don't think that's never gonna change. Um, but I would love to see like Black people. Well, I would love to see Black people kind of like synchronize these Abrahamic religions with something that's more traditional and more focused on us as a people, right? Not focused on another group of people or white Jesus or Arab Muhammad or whoever. Like I would love to see us sync, like, because when you look at the history of like these Abrahamic religion, they were always passed down from different people, and all these different groups used it for their benefit. But I feel like we're not really using it in our benefit, and it's actually keeping us more like docile in a way or more complacent in many instances, right? But like when you look at like the Romans, right? Because when you look at Abrahamic religions, they don't come from the white man. It actually
You
comes
you
from
know you say it comes from where?
like the huh?
I was about to. You say it comes from where?
It comes from well, you can actually say it comes from Africa, really, but it comes from like
Mm,
Hebrew people. It comes from Hebrew people, right? The Hebrew people actually came from their story, right? They came from Africa, right? They came from Egypt, and then they traveled to like the land of milk and honey, right? They occupied this land. Obviously, they broke a lot of the laws and traditions within their customs, and they were focusing and following under other gods, and then their god punished them, put them in slavery in Babylon and Persia, and then ultimately Rome, right?
yeah.
Rome persecuted them, and then for some reason they had the upper hand, the Romans, right? But they took their religion and and made it their base, right? Now you have like the Vatican. Like, how does that happen? Like they Christianity, the Abrahamic religions wasn't spread through Europe in like some military fashion, right? In that sense, right? But it was embraced by I guess their pope or whatever, right? Or their leader, Caesar, or whatever you want to call it. And then they took this Abrahamic religion and spread it throughout the whole world, you know. And then they came, to Africa with it, and so this this so the point of mentioning is that they took this religion that wasn't from them, right? It was for the Hebrew people, right? And it was specifically for the Hebrew people. If you look at the Old Testament, it's specifically for these people. It had nothing to do with any other race, right? So they took it and then they synchronized it within their culture, right? They took their religions and incorporated it. They took their religions and incorporated it within Christianity, and then they spread it throughout the whole world and have people believe in it. They came to Africa with it and things of that nature. So now we look at all of these these people within the scriptures, right? Abraham, Moses, all of this type of people as like these white, blue eyes, blonde hair, and this is the symbol that they gave us, and then
So you're gonna do saying people that believe in Jesus Christ is a black man.
yeah, I believe that. Yeah, of course I believe it. But
so you remember the black Hebrew Israelites?
the
black Hebrew Israelites, those guys are strong in the East Coast, man. New
Listen,
York, Boston.
but
guys are
hear me out.
strong.
Listen, but hear me out. But I don't look at it in that sense, though. I look at it in the sense of so the reason why I mentioned all this, right, is that I would love to see black people that follow these Abrahamic religions find a way to synchronize it within us, our identity as a people, make us the focal point of these religions, just like other people have done it, just like how the Muslims have done it with Islam, right? Because Islam is nothing but a variation, a derivative of Judaism, right? It's all of the same.
But what is in it that you need?
What is in the Abrahamic religions that we need?
Yeah.
So I think one part of it, and we had this discussion earlier in the Telegram group, right, with me and Chuku and a couple of Chance and a couple other people, right?
Hey, where's Judah, by the way?
He's I guess he's going through some. I think he's kind of taking a break from social media.
Oh wow!
It was getting to I think it was getting, man, he's been taking it kind of it's been tough for him, and he takes it really personal. I don't know if you noticed that, but he's he's emotionally invested. He's been emotionally invested into it, but I don't want to talk too much about it. I'll let him explain it. But I think he's just taking his break.
He's doing well, right? He's at least good.
Huh? I think he's doing well. Yeah, he's doing well. He's tapping in with us and stuff like that. So I know he's doing well, but he's just taking a break. He'll come back around.
I was thinking about taking a break on social media too, man, because this shit like kind of got me a little bit unproductive, man.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm losing. I'm like, dude, I always kind of sometimes like, damn, why did I even get involved with social media, dude?
Mm-hmm.
I wish I, like I could have used so much of those times to do so many great things, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like some things I could have done. By now, I wanted to go get this other degree.
Mm-hmm.
But then I won't even. Oh Lord, man. Yeah, the social media kind of took, kind of made me a little bit unproductive, to be honest. So.
You think it's like a sort of distraction or something like that?
Yeah, it's a big distraction, man. But at the same time, I mean, you can't say you're not
totally unproductive, right? Because we're having kind of like deep dialogue and we're interconnected with people, around the world. I guess,
you're
right?
connecting with people, you're learning things, you learn about people, you learn more about people. Yeah, there's a good side and also a bad side. I just wish I can limit the time on it. The time.
I think it's just balance. I think we should just look to balance, certain things, right? Not too much like to us. But like I wanted to go back to what I was saying, but like so you asked me like what do I find within it that's so useful, right? And I would say there is some usefulness within it, right? Obviously some of the like moral kind of parables and things of that nature, moral standing, cultural kind of standing. But I think the position that we are in this world right now, right? As Black people, majority of us are in this religion, right? And there's no other alternative. If we was to say, all black people, let's just get rid of Abrahamic religions and go back to our, cultural religions or whatever, right? I think it would make us more divided, right? Because you as a Yoruba man, you're gonna adhere more to your Yoruba spirituality. A Igbo man is gonna adhere to his spirituality, right? And so forth, so on and so forth, right? But I think what the usefulness about it, Abrahamic religion, is that it's bringing us. It kind of has us under this kind of umbrella. So all these different ethnic groups within, Africa and the diaspora, we're under this. We believe in this one specific religion, opposed to being fractionalized more than what we already are, right?
So the use of it is to what?
To unite us, to keep us, grounded and united under
You can't unite
some
without it.
umbrella.
There's no other use except you all just come together to do pray.
It's more of a belief system, right? We have like a
So you just believe, but you don't. There's no effect.
I mean, there could be an effect. That's the thing that I'm trying to say. It could be an effect. We're just not using it in that way.
What effect?
The same effect that
Okay,
the Romans
for example,
used.
the Africans, right? Their own stuff. They actually can evoke an energy to go do something. Right? It's a raw energy. There's an actual energy in it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Like for example, the Asians in Haiti, when they wanted to revolt against the French, they had to call the god of war Ogun, and appease it, and Ogun came and possessed them, and then they fought and freed themselves. Right. So that's actually evocation of energy. So if you ask me what's the use of the African, they can tell you, okay, we do this, we can do that. Like if you want to do some maybe contract, they would do something called hold staking with the deity. Okay, send the deities to go do something for us. So we actually can evoke something, do something. That's an effect.
Yeah.
Well, I'm asking you, what's the effect of this one you're telling me?
Because all right, so you brought up Haiti, right? So what is Haiti? What is Haiti? What is Haitian? Haitians are amalgamated, different African tribes, that were brought to this island of Hispaniola, which is now called Haiti. And they had various beliefs, various languages, various cultures, and things of that nature. So they were, Christianity was introduced to them, right? Majority of Haitians are all Catholic, mostly Catholic, right? But they were able to take this their African spirituality, their traditions, and they incorporated it within the Christian faith. And I would say it kind of brought them together and gave them a sort of power in a sense, right? They synchronized it.
No, they didn't synchronize it. No.
Oh, yes, they synchronized it, man. Are you serious?
You cannot. Okay, you still have to do the ritual. You still have to do the actual. They didn't synchronize. They just call it a name. They still have to. They still dealing with the deity, but they didn't. It's kind of like, okay, Ja right now. I know Ja. Ja is let's say Ja is a doctor, right? And the effect I use it for is for to treat me or for treatment for your specialty, right? You're a doctor, right? So now because I don't want people to know you as a doctor, and then I go to people and say, change your name and say, oh, there's job, that's change your name to disguise people as something else, right? I say, oh, that's Kelvin, the carpenter, right? Or these something else that you're not. But then everybody see you as Kelvin the carpenter or whatever. But when me and you not get together, I know that you're a doctor. I use you for your actual things you're special that your specialty in, right? That's what it is. So these other dates, but then in front of white people, they say, "Oh,
it's still a form of synchronization." That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But
and when you look at this current form of Abrahamic religion,
but you need to
Christianity.
understand, our spirituality is not just we just believing something or just saying, "Oh, they're talking something." No, there's actually work done. There's some deep knowledge and some real connection stuff that we do. It's not a religion, There's some mixing of things. There are things we do that we actually
you know, we're dealing with energy. We're not
Right.
just doing you know, it's not a religion, you know. We
Is this
actually
some?
have some
Is this
kind of
some? Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Is this something what you're talking about? Is this something like alchemy? It sounds like what you're saying is like some like alchemy in a way, like being able to manipulate the elements and things of that nature. Do you guys believe in that?
that can be part of it, but the ultimate thing is we are it's a connection to this other side of the war, other side of war, other war. There's
Yeah.
two sides. There's the physical reality and it's a
Spiritual one.
world. Yeah. So
Mhm.
that is a connection. And we come from the spiritual world. We're just having a physical experience.
Mhm.
So some of us are able to communicate with the other side. You know? With those that are gone, those that are still yet to come, things. You know? So that's the difference. But with your Abrahamic thing you're talking about, you can't do any of that. It's just some artificial stuff that you just believe and roll with. You know?
No, I saw like again. What I was pretty much the reason why I brought it up is because I think the most beneficial part of like the Abrahamic religion because this we can point at all the negativity with it, right? You know, it was used to colonize us mentally, spiritually, whatever. You know, they gave us the slave Bibles, you know, in Americas and things of that
But
nature.
the point you're making is that he unites, but he actually
Yes,
doesn't. Okay, for example, in
yes, it
Nigeria,
does. Yes, it
hold
does.
on, wait. Okay, let me tell you. Okay, for example, you come to southern Nigeria, right? Majority of the tribes they are Christians. Are they united?
I mean, they have a base to conversate
No, they
to
don't.
have. Ah, man, that's a base. That's sort of a base, right?
Prince Daddy here is a Christian, but then he's a Yoruba guy. He doesn't see an Igbo guy as his, or a guy from Ijo or the other tribe as his people. The Christianity doesn't bring them together to become the
So
same
all
people.
right, so yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that, and that's because there's other factors being played out, right? Which is like
And
obviously,
across Africa,
obviously cultural and tribalism, right? That's another factor of it, right?
exactly. Even in Africa, we have a lot of Muslim countries
Mhm.
that are predominantly Muslim, but they don't see each other as people of the same people because just because they all do Islam, no. So it doesn't. What really bring people together is actually uh, progressive idea. That's what bring people together.
Mhm.
You know, it's some kind of interest. Like, okay, hey, we have a goal that we can achieve, and let's do it together. That's what really bring people together. You know?
So I don't know. I disagree. I mean, I don't
And
disagree on that part. I don't
no
disagree on
matter
that part.
what, two
I
human beings
disagree on
never
the
have
part where
the
you're
same
saying that
personality.
the Abrahamic religions are not bringing some sort of unified
It
kind of
doesn't.
spirit.
The thing is, human beings are not going to unify based on um, I believe in this ideology, you believe in the same ideology. So automatically, now we're not rock with each other. No, it doesn't work like that. If our personality is different, we're still going to disagree. You understand? So,
But I don't think religion is just an ideology. It's a spiritual system, right? That people subscribe to it. That billions of people in this world subscribe to this Abrahamic, you know, thing, right? So if you look at it in the Islamic world, right, it's the Abrahamic religion, right? They have
mhm.
a sort of unified kind of like structure that they have
No,
within their religion.
Saudi Arabia and Iran are just one enemy. Even right now, Saudi is more leaning towards Israel against Hamas. You know, so dude, don't let these things deceive you, man.
No.
At
So
the
I
end
get
of the
what you're
day,
saying. I agree
what
with
unite people is what bring people together is uh, sustenance, some type of interest, typically business or some uh, interest. What's bringing BRICS together? What's bringing those countries together? India, Russia, China, South Africa, BRICS. They come economic idea where they say that, oh, I can benefit from this. Oh, if I work with this person, I can be. So it is. Those are the only things that can bring people together, and they will smile with each other, you know, hug each other, and like each other because of that, because what they will benefit from each other. But if you're just saying, oh, let's form BRICS under a religion, yeah, they can say, yeah, I like that religion. We all like that religion. But at the end of the day, after they talk, don't talking about religion, they go their separate ways, man. because they know the religion is not going to produce anything. So the idea of thinking people will come together and love each other on that because of a religion or something, bro, trust me, that's a fallacy, man. You can bring
I
five.
partially agree
Let
and
me even
partially
give you this.
don't.
Let me even give you this. You and 5 guys can
Mm.
practice the same religion and claim that you are brothers because you practice the same religion, right? And let's say you and those 5 guys, you engage in one particular you're businessman, right?
Mhm.
And you making deals together.
Mhm.
Now, a guy as a Muslim or practice Hindu or any religion is not even your own can come in your midst. And if you present a deal that's more freaking juicy than
Mhm.
any of those other 4 guys that you call yourself your brotherhood in his religion,
Mhm.
trust me, you're gonna rock with that Muslim, the guy that's not part of your religion because the deal is presenting is more juicy than the one your so-called Muslim brothers or Christian brothers are presenting. That's just the way it works. It's the law of nature.
Yeah, I think the scenario that you just brought is I think it has less to do with religion, really, and more so to do with economic interest in that sense, right?
Exactly. That's what at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, man. It's all about who can provide what, who can, who's offering what, you know.
Yo, Prince Daddy, are you still there?
Yeah, I gotta call my lady back. Let me just go ahead and
Yeah, I think he's all set. All right, it was a good conversation, man. We can pick it
yeah,
up another time.
yeah, it was a good one. Yeah, we'll pick it up. There's more to talk about. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a lot to say, but yeah.
Yeah, I just gotta call this lady back, man. She's waiting, man.
Another time, bro.
All right.
If you still have Telegram, that's where you can kind of get with me at.
Yeah, I think I'm part of the Telegram thing, but I just never looked. I don't know if you guys been sending messages and
Man,
stuff.
it's probably like 5,000 missed messages, man.
Yeah, I'll look. I don't even remember. I'll still have it. I'll take a look at it. See
Yeah,
what's in.
take a look, man, because we have conversations on it
Hold on.
daily.
Let me hold on. Let me add something in the background real quick. Don't leave yet. Hold on. Let me end the show.
Okay.